With a final attack from Xuanhuan, the two-winged devilman's skull tumbled to the ground. That huge skull crashed loudly on the head. However, what shocked Long Chen was that even after losing its body, this skull continued to crazily attack Long Chen. Its sharp teeth frantically snapped down, but without a body to support it, it was practically like a frog, just randomly struggling in its original position. It was a startling sight, but it was also a comical one. But although it was somewhat comical, seeing those sharp teeth continuously snapping down, Long Chen still retreated a couple steps. Although there was no way for it to bite him, if he somehow was, that mouth would definitely crush him. "What should we do now?" asked Long Chen. I don't really know." Xuanhuan was extremely embarrassed, and she didn't even dare look at Long Chen's expression. As for Long Chen, his expression truly did turn very lifeless. He was filled with disbelief. "You didn't make any preparations at all before coming here to obtain devil cores." "You can't blame me. I only came here to test my luck. I really never thought I would actually encounter a devil core in a tiny space like the Geolai secret realm." The current her no longer had any of her previous expert air. Instead, she seemed like a bewildered little girl. Xuanhuan had only ended up coming to the Geolai secret realm because her clan had sent her out as a tempering experience. They actually didn't have any hopes for her to bring back a devil core. That kind of reason really is amazing. Long Chen gave her 2 thumbs up, but what he wanted to say was that her intelligence really didn't match up to her cultivation base. But even if he said it, it wouldn't help. He couldn't offend her like that, especially since she had saved his life. He couldn't express his gratitude like that. He just watched as that skull crazily snapped its teeth over and over. He didn't dare approach it. But this kind of deadlock was no solution. Long Chen finally took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and took out a golden page. Under the control of his spiritual strength, the golden page turned into a ray of light and began to cut into its forehead. With a very clear slicing sound, the golden page cut through the devil core's bone, dropping the devil core onto the ground. Only then did the skull stop moving. He used the golden page to pick up the devil core and brought it flying back. "Here," Long Chen handed the devil core to a shocked Xuanhuan. "You have a soul item." Xuanhuan looked at Long Chen with shock. "Soul item, what's that?" Long Chen was slightly startled. It seemed he had heard of that term before. Xuanhuan received the devil core from Long Chen. Feeling the incomparably powerful energy within it, she was filled with excitement. "Thank you, Long Chen." "Cough when you talk, can it not be a one-way conversation? What is a soul item?" coughed Long Chen awkwardly. Sorry, I was too excited." Xuanhuan finished playing with the devil core. She once more activated her curtain of light so that the 2 of them no longer needed to resist the pressure, and the 2 of them withdrew their auras. "Let's first find a place to rest." After that great battle, they had exhausted quite a bit of energy while also resisting the pressure. Resting first was the smart decision. The 2 of them found a secluded corner. Xuanhuan turned to Long Chen. "Can you let me see your treasure?" Although the treasure Xuanhuan was referring to was obviously the golden page, for some reason, he couldn't stop thinking of what else it could mean, and his face turned a bit hot. "Rogue," scolded Xuanhuan. Long Chen looked at her in shock. How was this woman able to easily see through other people's thoughts? That was too terrifying. "Hand it over." Xuanhuan extended her hand. "Cough here." Long Chen hastily handed over the golden page, but inside he was a bit apprehensive as this was a priceless treasure. If she got greedy, it really would be troublesome. "Don't worry, Xuanhuan, am not that kind of shameless person," she said with some displeasure. That was definitely something bizarre about this woman. Long Chen's heart shook. He could sense a kind of baffling energy prying into his inner heart. That wasn't soul energy, nor was it any other kind of energy Long Chen knew, but it was as if all of his thoughts were laid bare in front of Xuanhuan. He secretly circulated the 9-star Hegemon body art. What gave him a pleasant surprise was that, as the 9-star Hegemon body art circulated, that feeling faded. No one is prying into your secrets. It's just your expression and eyes that sell you out. Xuanhuan glanced at Long Chen and shook her head. "Cough, let's get back to the main point. What did you mean by soul item?" Long Chen really didn't want to stay on this topic. A woman that was too smart really was troublesome. He preferred the previous Xuanhuan that was at a loss for what to do rather than this version of her that was like a wily fox. Soul items are generally the special weapons of soul cultivators. Their power is frightening, but the material to make them is incredibly rare. Thus, soul items are even rare. As for this soul item of yours, this isn't a soul item. Yue Xiaoqian's spiritual strength swept over the golden page, and astonishment filled her eyes. Turning over the golden page, she was filled with amazement. Immortal characters. You recognize these characters? Long Chen was both shocked and delighted. He had never thought Yue Xiaoqian would be able to recognize these characters. Immortal characters, that was the script from the immortal era. It was said that the immortal era was the time of gods and immortals. People had immortal techniques and divine energy. With a wave of a hand, mountains formed and seas shifted, the heavens fell and the earth rose. But that era was something from far too long ago. In fact, it was already so distant from the current era that people couldn't believe it as fact. The immortal era was already just myth and legend. Even the comparatively closer ancient era had almost become myth at this point. There were many things that were said to have existed in the ancient era that had just become stories. From the immortal era to the ancient era to the current era, far too many things had been lost. It was as if the world had experienced something, and the cultivation culture had been mercilessly severed. The cultivators from the current era could only do their best to study the remnants of what had been left behind from that time. The current era could be accurately traced up to around several million years ago. But the ancient era was something that had occurred tens of millions of years ago, and only a few ancient vestiges remained. As for the immortal era, that was something from hundreds of millions, billions, or perhaps simply an innumerable number of years ago. It was something that only existed in legends. People were unable to even agree whether or not that era had ever truly existed. Long Chen had never imagined that this golden page had immortal characters written onto it. And most amazing of all, it seemed Yue Xiaoqian was able to recognize them. Yue Xiaoqian didn't continue looking at the page. Instead, she turned to Long Chen, solemnly saying, "Long Chen, this page very likely contains some kind of secret that could shake all of heaven and earth. If I help you translate it, that means I will also know that secret. Are you sure you want me to translate it?" Where did that come from? No matter what, we can count as companions that have suffered through trials and tribulations together. I trust you. Furthermore, if you don't translate it for me, where am I going to find someone else to do it for me? Sharing the knowledge with you can be proof of our companionship, smiled Long Chen. Don't regret it in the future. The secrets of the immortal era can cause the collapse of heaven and earth. Countless sects would go crazy for it. Yue Xiaoqian warned Long Chen once again. Hey, don't be so overly cautious. Just get to translating, said Long Chen a bit impatiently. Just who could possibly recognize characters from the immortal era? If people actually recognized immortal characters, then why would people still call into question the existence of the immortal era? Would people still think that immortals and gods were just legends? Yue Xiaoqian was incredibly mysterious. Long Chen felt that her background had to be terrifying. Although her experience was practically zero, her actual skills were amazing. All right, I'll translate it for you. Seeing Long Chen was so straightforward, Yue Xiaoqian was both grateful and excited. She turned to focus on the characters. Even after a long time of studying the page, Yue Xiaoqian still hadn't moved. Long Chen couldn't help urging her onwards, thinking she was being shy. Are you translating or not? What are you so impatient for? Immortal characters are incomparably profound. Different handwriting and different line placement will all create vastly different meanings. If you don't understand, then just obediently shut your mouth. Yue Xiaoqian actually became angry when Long Chen broke her concentration. Long Chen was stunned, as this was his first time seeing Yue Xiaoqian get angry. He shut his mouth, not making another sound. What Long Chen did not know was that immortal characters could not be read in the same way as characters from the current era. A single character had countless meanings, and to create an accurate translation was extremely difficult. It was very likely that you would translate one line's meaning, only to find that, when you tried to translate the next line, you would have to throw out that translation and try again. Yue Xiaoqian had translated a portion, only to be interrupted by Long Chen. Immortal characters were incredibly taxing and consumed soul energy to read. You had to continuously keep the meanings of each word in your head as you attempted to pierce them together. Now that she was interrupted by Long Chen, all that work had been wasted and she had to start from the beginning. Furthermore, Long Chen was just standing to the side without doing anything, but he had to criticize her. Even someone with a better temperament would get angry. The fact she hadn't given him a harsh beating was already very courteous of her. An hour later, Long Chen saw that Yue Zioqian was starting to sweat. Only now did he realize that translating immortal characters was not as easy as he had thought. That both startled and excited him. Now he really wanted to know just what was written on this golden page. After 2 hours, Yue Zioqian was sweating even more profusely. She seemed to be filled with pain, but she still clenched her teeth and continued. Long Chen couldn't help being startled. With his profound understanding of pill arts, he could instantly tell that this was happening because Yue Zioqian was exhausting too much of her spiritual strength. He hesitated for a moment and then placed a hand on her back. Pure soul energy slowly flowed into her. The two of them weren't extremely familiar with each other, so Long Chen didn't dare directly insert his soul energy into Yue Zioqian's mind. That could cause a misunderstanding. Unless two people completely trusted each other, no one would permit another person's soul energy into their mind like that. That was equivalent to placing your life in another person's hands. But by passing his soul energy through her body, Yue Zioqian could take the initiative as to whether or not she wanted to absorb it. The initiative was all in her hands, and so this wouldn't cause any misunderstanding. With the nourishment of Long Chen's soul energy, Yue Zioqian's expression improved slightly. She continued focusing completely on translating those characters. After 6 hours, when even Long Chen was starting to feel a bit exhausted, she finally sighed and turned around, looking straight at Long Chen. Congratulations, this is definitely a peerless treasure. Chapter 397, Ethereal Crafting Secret Record. Long Chen couldn't help but celebrate. What kind of treasure? Is it a cultivation technique or a battle skill? Even his voice quivered slightly. If this was a cultivation technique or battle skill that had come from the immortal era, then wouldn't it be heaven-defying? This page's name is the Ethereal Crafting Secret Record. It's a marvelous remnant of the immortal era. Yue Zioqian's eyes were filled with amazement as she looked at the golden page. Hey, don't keep me in suspense. Is this Ethereal Crafting Secret Record a cultivation technique or battle skill? Long Chen's eyes were practically glowing. Yue Zioqian glanced at Long Chen. He could see that her gaze was filled with contempt for him. He was startled. What had he said wrong? This Ethereal Crafting Secret Record isn't a cultivation technique or battle skill. It is a sacred canon on forging items. Yue Zioqian was filled with admiration for this page. Forging? Are you messing with me? Long Chen's expression became unsightly. Even this thing was considered a treasure. He really did feel messed with. You really are unreasonable, raged Yue Zioqian. This Ethereal Crafting Secret Record contains all the countless techniques and arts of a forging master from the immortal era. Those kinds of skills have long since disappeared. Its value is inestimable. If the Ethereal Crafting Secret Record spread, then the entire world would go crazy. There would not be a single power that would remain indifferent to it. It's this valuable. Suddenly, Long Chen slapped his own leg. Isn't this precisely what that little brat Xuanhuan needs right now? I actually forgot about him. Previously, Long Chen had used the golden page to fight. Due to its incomparable sharpness, he had subconsciously assumed that whatever was recorded on it had to be related to battle. It seemed he had misunderstood. I really can't bother to talk to you. Yue Zioqian felt like Long Chen's intelligence really was no longer on the same level as her. Could such a priceless treasure be described as just valuable? That was practically blasphemy. Come over here, Yue Zioqian beckoned coldly. For what? Long Chen's guard rose. Are you planning on hitting me? That was because Yue Zioqian was now clearly a bit different than before. Long Chen felt more and more that this woman was dangerous. Yue Zioqian, who had been angrily glaring, couldn't help laughing when she saw Long Chen's doubtful and careful gaze. Why would I hit you? Come over so I can transmit the immortal characters to you. Although only a part of her face was revealed, seeing that mirth in Yue Zioqian's eyes, Long Chen hastily steadied his mental state and approached. Immortal characters are different from the characters of the current era. Each word contains its own artistic concept. When immortal characters are combined together, they form a continuous image. Such immortal characters cannot be transmitted through simple paper. It can only be carved onto spiritual material like soul gold essence. So the only way I can transmit the translated images to you is mentally. Don't move. Yue Zioqian extended her hand and placed it on Long Chen's forehead. At this time Long Chen was extremely close to her. He could smell her fragrance. He could feel her breath. The most relaxing thing to him was when her hand touched his forehead. That kind of satiny feeling made him feel as if all his pores had opened. You trust me this much? Yue Zioqian saw that Long Chen didn't have any defense towards her, even when her finger touched the space between his eyebrows. At this distance, if Yue Zioqian wanted to, Long Chen definitely wouldn't be able to stop her from killing him. Long Chen smiled slightly and didn't reply. Ever since he had started cultivating in the 9-star Hegemon body art, he no longer trusted his eyes. Instead, he trusted his intuition. Up to this point, his intuition had never failed him once. He trusted that his intuition was able to differentiate good and evil far better than his eyesight. Thank you. After softly saying that, Yue Zioqian closed her eyes. Spiritual strength slowly poured from her finger into the space between Long Chen's eyebrows. As Yue Zioqian's spiritual strength poured into his mindset, Long Chen began to see an image. That image contained an elder who was constantly hammering something. That hammering posture and strength, as well as just the arc and course, all contained various variations. Long Chen truly was unable to see through the profundities behind this scene. This scene began to move. A portion of the scene was forging, a portion of the scene was some marvelous blueprints, and there was also a portion containing the runes carved onto the items forged by this elder. Buzz! Suddenly, that elder thrust a sword he had just finished carving runes onto into the sky. It cut apart heaven and earth, revealing a sky full of stars. Immortal characters. Long Chen was shocked by this scene. He finally understood why Yue Zioqian had looked at him with such a gaze. Previously, he had always been looking down on the forging Tao. The understanding and learning required for forging items was far, far more profound than he had imagined. After that sword from the image had been inscribed with runes, it seemed to come to life, possessing its own life aura. That attack had even contained its own specific will. The images in his head faded. He heard Yue Zioqian's voice. Use spiritual strength to seal these images in your head so that you won't forget them. If you don't, then when you try to examine them later, they will become chaotic and muddled. Long Chen hastily used his spiritual strength to seal these images in his head. This was extremely simple for him, as some pill formulas also had to be remembered in this manner. Thank you, this thing really is, it's great. Long Chen almost once more said it was just valuable. Yue Zioqian shook her head, obviously having seen through what Long Chen had been thinking. After hesitating for a moment, she asked with great embarrassment, Long Chen, can I discuss something with you? What? Long Chen said extremely straightforward. This ethereal crafting secret record, can I bring it back to give to my clan? Yue Zioqian asked with great apprehensiveness. Of course, Long Chen didn't understand. Really? She was surprised and delighted. Of course. Furthermore, you've already memorized the ethereal crafting secret record, so it's not like I would know if you transmitted it to anyone, laughed Long Chen. Yue Zioqian's delight faded, replaced with solemnness. Long Chen, although I might know what's contained in the ethereal crafting secret record, I definitely wouldn't tell anyone without your permission. You don't have to be so serious. That's just my clan's beliefs. Just stop. I'm not suited to such solemn conversation. If it hadn't been for your help translating it, it's not like I would have learned this secret either, so we'll split this secret up evenly. Based on our mutual contribution, we'll get mutual benefits, so let's stop that discussion here. Long Chen really didn't like this kind of solemn dialogue, especially not with a beautiful woman. Thank you, Long Chen. To tell the truth, this ethereal crafting secret record might be able to rejuvenate my clan, so it's extremely important. Really thank you, said Yue Zioqian sincerely. Don't be so courteous. Speaking of which, didn't you say that this golden page was made of soul gold essence? Yes, there are few metals that can be controlled by the soul like this. As for this particular page, it was made of soul gold whose quality is extremely high. Unfortunately, it hasn't been forged into anything, and there are no runes carved onto it, so it can't count as a soul item. Otherwise, a soul cultivator wielding such a high-grade soul item could easily kill cultivators of the same realm. Even just as it is, it will still be able to release a certain amount of power if you use spiritual strength to control it. However, that power is limited. Furthermore, if soul gold enters flesh, that will block its ability to sense soul energy, so its power against magical beasts is especially limited. Not only that, but when you fight with other humans, because it is not a soul item and is essentially an ownerless item, it can easily be disturbed by other people's spiritual strength. explained Yue Zioqian. Long Chen was shocked by how learned Yue Zioqian was. She was practically a know-it-all. She was definitely one of those bookworm cultivators. However, when fighting with people, if they are unprepared and you use it as a surprise attack, no one will be able to block it. Only something that has reached the level of a Xiantian weapon would be able to block being cut by soul gold. Yue Zioqian handed the golden page back to Long Chen. Receiving the page, Long Chen was filled with admiration for her. Just this kind of learning was something that would make Long Chen prostrate himself towards her. As for that Xiantian weapon she spoke of, those were the specialized weapons for Xiantian experts. They were able to bear Xiantian power and capable of releasing a mountain-crushing power. However, only Xiantian experts had the qualifications to use them. Up to this point, there had been nothing that had been able to stand up to the sharpness of this golden page. Of course, the flesh of magical beasts was an exception. Let's continue onwards. It seems like there should still be other two-winged devilman skeletons inside, which means more devil cores, suggested Long Chen. Yue Zioqian gratefully said, "These devil cores are very important to me, so thank you." If it hadn't been for Long Chen's golden page, she really wouldn't have been able to find any way to handle the two-winged devilman skeleton. Even if she managed to cut it down to just a head, there would have been no way for her to subdue it. Now with Long Chen's assistance, she didn't have to feel so vexed at being powerless. After advancing 30 miles, they once more encountered a two-winged devilman skeleton. This time the skeleton was complete, so it would definitely be more difficult to deal with than the previous one. Yue Zioqian couldn't help being a bit nervous. "Should we do it the same way as last time?" she asked. But after she finished saying that, she saw that Long Chen's expression was extremely odd as he looked at her. She asked, "What is it?" "Your battle experience and your knowledge are completely mismatched, so I really don't understand you." Long Chen shook his head. "You don't misunderstand. I have no intention of looking down on you. I just feel like it's a bit bizarre. If you have a good method, then just say it. Don't curse people in a roundabout method." Yue Zioqian really was angry. Long Chen's gaze was insulting. "Is this your first time going out for a tempering experience?" asked Long Chen suddenly. "How did you know?" "Oh." Long Chen was a bit speechless. For her first adventure, she had ended up coming to a dangerous place like the Geoli secret realm. He really had no idea what to say. It was no wonder her battle experience was practically zero. 3,000 meters away from the skeleton, Long Chen used his spiritual strength to send the golden page flying towards the corpse. "It's useless. If we don't go over, it wouldn't disturb the devilman's corpse, so the devil core won't pop out of its forehead. Your golden page isn't a true soul item, so there's no way it can cut through its skull like that. Its skull is even comparable to Xiantian weapons," whispered Yue Zioqian. Long Chen ignored her. Once the golden page arrived in front of the devilman's forehead, it began to rapidly spin like a pinwheel. Long Chen then slowly approached. As he knew what happened, the skeleton suddenly moved when he reached a distance of 1,500 meters. The space between its eyebrows suddenly split open, revealing a crystalline core. At the same time, the skeleton began to stand up. Slash! With the power of his spiritual strength, the rapidly revolving golden page slashed onto the protruding devil core. Chapter 390, Ate a Mountain of Skeletons. Crack! The skull split open, the devil core falling from its forehead. The rest of the huge skeleton collapsed without the support of the devil core. Looking at the collapsed skeleton, Yue Zioqian was shocked. "You handled it so easily." Long Chen almost stumbled. She was startled over such a simple method. Long Chen even suspected she was purposely trying to mess with him. With a thought of his spiritual strength, the devil core dropped into his hand. This time, he specially used his spiritual strength to sense the energy within it. He found the devil core was filled with a brutal and savage intent. That kind of intent only contained a desire to massacre and destroy. Here, Long Chen handed the devil core to Yue Zioqian. Yue Zioqian carefully looked at Long Chen. "Do you want to ask me any questions?" "No." "Another lie. You are clearly extremely curious, and you are also heavily on guard. My mother was right. The outside world's people really are all hypocrites," snorted Yue Zioqian. Long Chen rolled his eyes. It seemed she had once more returned to her smart self. He retorted, "If you placed that kind of intelligence on fighting, you would be unrivaled." "More lies. My mother said that the reason experts are able to become experts is because they have the heart to get stronger. If they relied on intelligence to resolve their problems instead of trusting in their own strength, they would never get any stronger, refuted Yue Zioqian. This time Long Chen was startled. It seemed Yue Zioqian's mother's thoughts were identical to Long Chen's. If an expert wanted to get stronger, they couldn't rely entirely on smarts. They had to be more confident in their body than their head. Only then could they get stronger. That was what it meant to have a warrior's heart. Although it sounded a bit contradictory, Long Chen had believed in that theory the entire time. In the face of these schemes against him, he could have thought of an appropriate method to resolve them. However, if he then formed a dependence on his intelligence, using brains to resolve all his disputes, then that courageous heart of his would be quietly worn down, eventually becoming obliterated. That was just the lazy way to handle things. So in the face of these schemes, Long Chen had never tried to fight them with smarts. He would use his fists to crush his opponent's schemes. What he wanted was absolute strength. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and plotting were just transient clouds. Your mother is definitely an amazing expert, praised Long Chen. Of course, my mother is the devil. Yue Zioqian was happy to hear Long Chen's praise of his mother, but halfway through her statement, she shut her mouth. Let's continue onwards, smiled Long Chen. Long Chen, are you not afraid of me? I'm not afraid. Long Chen shook his head. I can be afraid of anything in this world but not a girl. You don't even know why I'm gathering devil cores, nor do you know my background, but you refuse to be afraid of me hurting you. Don't you know mind reading? Can't you tell? Laughed Long Chen. Of course I don't know how to read minds. The only thing I can do is judge a person's mental thoughts by their eyes, expression, breath, heartbeat, body heat, and spiritual fluctuations. What, it's this complicated? Why would you bother learning all this, so you can be a fortune teller for others? Long Chen didn't understand. What nonsense! Whose fortune would I tell? My mother said that the outside world is extremely treacherous, and words never reveal the inner heart. Everyone is two-faced, vicious, and merciless, agreeing with you on the outside in order to stab you in the back. She refused to let me come out adventuring before learning these things, said Yue Zioqian with a bit of vexation. Your mother was entirely correct. Whether it is the righteous or corrupt path, they're all treacherous and cruel people who tell you honeyed words before stabbing you through the stomach. The righteous path is especially dangerous in that aspect, sighed Long Chen. Long Chen's words contained a profound self-mocking. He was a righteous disciple, but the ones who wanted him dead the most were actually his fellow righteous disciples. That was quite the irony. In comparison to the corrupt path's cruelty and malevolence, it was the righteous path's crafty scheming, their ability to kill others without even doing anything personally, that made people shiver. That was because the corrupt path actually rarely stabbed people in the back. They were savage, but their competition was always fought openly. It was survival of the strongest, the law of the jungle. But the righteous path wasn't like that. All kinds of contemptible schemes were everywhere, and there were many unwritten rules. People in power blocked the path of many geniuses, as anyone that could threaten their position had to be quietly eliminated. Just thinking of the first monastery's conduct, Long Chen was filled with fury. Then there was also that pair of bastards Han Tianyu and Han Tianfeng. Their debt to him would have to be properly repaid. Long Chen, are you a bad person? Yue Zioqian was curious why Long Chen would actually agree with her mother's words. Wouldn't that be including himself in that category? Yup, I'm a bad person, and in the future I'll get more and more bad. Why? Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Our minds aren't on the same frequency. Long Chen shook his head. He had figured out what kind of person Yue Zioqian was. Although her origin was definitely puzzling, and her power was unfathomable, she was still a rookie, an amateur who hadn't experienced anything of the world. Compared to an old fox like Long Chen who had fought his way through calamity multiple times, they really were not on the same level. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to waste his breath explaining all this to her. But no matter how he put it, she was someone who had saved his life. This favor had to be repaid, and since she needed devil cores, Long Chen would help her gather them. As for her origin, Long Chen didn't care. Since she refused to say, that meant she had her own secret troubles. Forcefully getting to the bottom of her secrets was Long Chen's style. All right then, but I don't feel like you're that bad, said Yue Zioqian. Long Chen almost laughed. Why did that sentence sound so awkward? If he wasn't that bad, didn't that mean he was still pretty bad? It seemed she didn't understand what Long Chen had truly meant when he called himself a bad person. Long Chen was also too lazy to explain it, and so the two of them simply continued onward in silence. A bend in the path appeared in front of them. After making their way past the bend, they suddenly saw a pile of skeletons. There had to be hundreds of them, forming a mountain of bones. Both Long Chen and Yue Zioqian jumped in fright. They hadn't expected to see such a scene. In front of that pile of skeletons was an empty space. Within that empty space was another skeleton, but this skeleton was only 3 meters tall. After all these countless years, its clothes and flesh had long since disappeared. That entire skeleton was a bronze color, looking as if it had been made of metal. Its body emitted a powerful pressure. Even though they were miles away, they could still sense the powerful will coming from the skeleton. Its will was like a surging ocean. The skeleton was holding a blood-colored saber that had been stabbed into the ground. Despite having died long ago, it was still just standing there, emitting a torrential battle intent. What powerful willpower! Long Chen was stupefied. There was actually such a terrifying expert in this world. Could it be that the surrounding two-winged devilmen were all killed by this one person, and that as a result, this person had run out of energy, also dying in the process? That person should be a warrior from the barbarian race of the ancient era. They were called the 10 planar world's strongest warriors. Each one of them was unspeakably brave, and their combat ability was enough to shake the heavens, muttered Yue Zioqian, who was also stunned to see that skeleton. I'm not referring to the so-called barbarian tribes of yours. Back when the world was flourishing, at the very beginning, 7 great races were born, and they were one of them. Their ancestor was a god who was called the barbarian god. This world really has gods. Yue Zioqian hesitated for a moment, but in the end she spit out a single word. Yes. That one word caused huge waves in Long Chen's heart, so there really were gods in this world. Then were the legends true. Back in the immortal era, gods were everywhere. With a wave of their hands, stars shattered and the entire 10 planar worlds could be destroyed. If that was true, then that dream he had wasn't a baseless fantasy. In that dream, he had seen a man, or perhaps more accurately a god, fighting an incredibly powerful beast within the stars. Thank you, your answer was extremely important to me. Long Chen was extremely grateful. This let him confirm a certain theory. The 9-star Hegemon body art was not an ordinary technique for cultivators, but a divine technique. Perhaps as long as he continued to bitterly train in the 9-star Hegemon body art, he would one day reach godhood. His blood raced when he thought of that scene with the man whose divine ring burst apart the heavens, who could destroy the void with a wave of his hand. That dream was true. Let's leave, Yue Zioqian nodded with a smile. Leave? Why, you don't want those devil cores. There's too many skeletons here and they're too close together. We can't handle them one by one, so we can only give up. Otherwise, we'll end up throwing away our lives. Yue Zioqian shook her head. Although she felt great longing for those devil cores, she had the intelligence to give up on them. If they activated all these skeletons, the two of them would definitely die a tragic end. Giving up like this isn't my style. Long Chen, don't take such risks. No matter how precious something is, you still need your life to enjoy it, advised Yue Zioqian. But Long Chen really was unwilling. Thank you, Long Chen, but just 2 devil cores is already enough for me. It can at least resolve part of the desperate situation in my clan, said Yue Zioqian gratefully. She really hadn't thought Long Chen would be so loyal to her. These devil cores were extremely important to her, but she had already given up on them. However, Long Chen was actually willing to brave this danger to get this many devil cores for her. She really was incomparably grateful. But it's not enough for me. I want that saber. Long Chen was unwillingly staring at that blood-colored saber, a fervent passion burning in his eyes. You scoundrel! Only now did Yue Zioqian realize she had misjudged him. She reached out a hand and gave Long Chen's arm a vicious pinch. Aya, what's wrong with you? Long Chen felt an incomparable pain from his arm. He didn't know what energy Yue Zioqian was using, but she was actually able to ignore the power of his physical body, causing him to feel incredible pain. Sweeping over his divine sense, he saw a large bruise. Seeing Long Chen get angry, Yue Zioqian felt wrong and a wet mist appeared in her eyes. My mother really was right. The outside world's people really are all scoundrels. You're also a bad person. Yue Zioqian actually began crying. Long Chen really hadn't expected that just his mouth would be able to cause this woman, who was unimaginably powerful, to cry. Hey, don't cry. Here, as my apology, I'll do my best to think of a way to get you more devil cores, all right. Really? I guess you have a conscience. Yue Zioqian's tears turned into smiles. Long Chen was speechless. This woman was outrageously powerful, but why did she seem like a child? The two of them slowly continued onward. Long Chen's target was a skeleton on the outer perimeter of that pile. Chapter 399, The Bronze Skeleton. Long Chen, do you really want to take this risk? Looking at that mountain of skeletons, Yue Zioqian's scalp felt numb. Can you please not try to scare me? I'm scared enough as it is. This is a really painful choice, said Long Chen bitterly. Since you're afraid too, let's leave. Yue Zioqian was happy to leave, as she was actually very afraid now. No one would want to disturb this many two-winged devilman skeletons. Let alone them, even Xiantian experts would be crushed to a pulp. But I really am afraid of losing that saber. That aggrieved me so much, I'd wish I were dead, sighed Long Chen. Let me just tell you the truth. The real reason I have to risk my life like this is because I have an incurable disease. An incurable disease? Don't scare me. I'm not trying to scare you. This disease's name is called See a Treasure and Can't Walk Away disease. Unfortunately, there's no cure, sighed Long Chen helplessly. That's called greed. Yue Zioqian really hadn't expected Long Chen to be in the mood to joke around at such a tense time. Sigh, some things you just can't understand. Only people with this disease know its pain. Looking at that blood-colored saber that was stabbed into the ground, Long Chen was filled with a burning fervor that made his heart itch. Although the saber was very far, it emitted a bloody chi that seemed as if it could break apart the heavens. Just from that chilling feeling, it had to be a practically divine weapon. Furthermore, Long Chen was a master at using the saber. To just leave such a precious saber lying there all alone made him feel worse than being killed. So despite knowing it was very dangerous, Long Chen still wanted to try. However, those many skeletons also gave him chills, and so he begged Yue Zioqian not to further attack his already shaken confidence. Buzz. No good, 3 two-winged devilmen were alarmed at the same time. Long Chen had advanced very slowly, his goal to just target one of the skeletons. However, the 2 skeletons beside it also awoke. Run! Long Chen led Yue Zioqian fleeing away. These 3 newly awakened two-winged devilmen skeletons chased after the 2 of them extremely quickly. There's a way, Long Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. These 3 skeletons were all broken. One of them only had its upper body, so it was much slower. As for the other 2, one had no arms, while one only had 1 leg. Since they weren't complete skeletons, Long Chen could come up with a way to handle them. Zioqian, you go draw away the 2 without both legs. We'll handle them one by one, said Long Chen. How am I supposed to draw them away? Yue Zioqian was extremely nervous. Fucking hell, Long Chen almost coughed blood. Just what level of intelligence was this? Long Chen wanted to curse her, but he endured. If you run up to those 2 skeletons, they'll automatically be drawn towards you. You don't need to attack them. Just run around and wait for me to handle my skeleton. I will come help you after I defeat my target. Understood? Long Chen explained it extremely simply to her. He really was afraid of this girl screwing up something simple now. Okay? Yue Zioqian seemed to have sensed Long Chen's dissatisfaction, so her voice contained some grievance. She slowed down, allowing 2 of the skeletons to approach her. And as Long Chen had said, those 2 immediately began to rush at her. Yue Zioqian was delighted. Long Chen, I did it. As for Long Chen, he had already led his skeleton further away. He had just been about to attack it when he heard her delighted voice, causing him to almost cough blood again. If you succeeded, then you succeeded. Did you have to shout so suddenly? Just now, Long Chen had thought she had fallen into danger and been given a fright because of her shout. This two-winged devilman skeleton didn't have its arms. A large foot came stomping at Long Chen. With a snort, Long Chen jumped, avoiding its foot and slashing his saber onto its ankle. Long Chen's powerful attack had been aimed cleverly. He didn't hit it head-on, but instead used its own power to force its leg forward. With Long Chen's assistance, the skeleton ended up falling flat on the ground. Without any flesh, there was no way for it to maintain its balance, and its head slammed on the ground. Before it could get up, Devil Decapitator was already slashing down. Crack! Long Chen's attack severed its neck. Long Chen wasn't as foolish as Yue Zioqian. Instead of attacking the neck bone directly, he aimed for the seam between the bones. The small cracks between bones of these two-winged devilman skeletons all had something that looked like ligaments connecting them. Those ligaments weren't as hard as the bones, and after countless years of erosion, they had already decayed. Long Chen's attack only managed to sever its neck because he had accurately aimed it on this ligament material. His golden page flew out, cutting at its forehead. A devil core fell to the ground. Because the two-winged devilman skeletons were too large, and because they would always begin to move while still far away, Long Chen wasn't able to accurately pinpoint the core. Furthermore, controlling the golden page required him to use spiritual strength. That required him to split his attention, but he also didn't dare take the two-winged devilman's attack head-on, so it was better for him to do this safe and steadily. Gathering the devil core, Long Chen rushed over to where Yue Zioqian was. At the very least, she hadn't been so stupid as to run in a straight line and end up out of his sight. She was still just running around in circles. His golden page flew through the air, directly slashing onto the crystal core of the two-winged devilman that had no legs and was crawling on the ground. At the same time, Long Chen jumped through the air, his saber slashing heavily onto the other devilman skeleton's waist. Long Chen's aim was very precise, and Devil Decapitator slashed right through the crack between two bones. The two-winged devilman skeletons were extremely large, but being large also had its negatives. Those openings between bones were far too obvious and easy to target. The skeleton was cut in two. Before its upper body could even budge, Long Chen had already run up its body and cut at its neck. Its large head fell to the ground, but before it even reached the ground, a golden light shot out and another devil core fell down. The head rolled directly in front of a stunned Yue Zioqian. At the same time, its devil core landed on top of her foot. Here, Long Chen handed two other devil cores to Yue Zioqian. Yue Zioqian looked at Long Chen with shook. "How did you do this?" "How did I do this?" Long Chen was expressionless. Did he really need to explain something so obvious? I got it. You used your saber to cut at the part where two bones meet. That way they'll lose their ability to move, right? Yue Zioqian suddenly excitedly grabbed Long Chen. "Wow, you really are smart. You even managed to notice this," praised Long Chen while being speechless inside. "I'm not smart, you're smart, Long Chen. Why didn't you tell me about this trick before? Then we wouldn't need to be so scared." "This counts as a trick. This is just common sense." Long Chen had been completely defeated by Yue Zioqian's naivety. "Let's keep going." Now it was Yue Zioqian's turn to take the initiative. She pulled Long Chen rushing back. "Hey, slow down. Are you trying to throw your life away?" Yue Zioqian was running to the pile of skeletons. In just the blink of an eye, she awoke over 10 skeletons at once, making Long Chen's face turn green with fright. He didn't even remember to feel her soft hand pulling on him. Having awakened this many two-winged devilman skeletons, the two of them would have to flee for their lives. Long Chen was so angry, veins were bulging on his forehead. Suddenly, Yue Zioqian stopped and unsheathed her sword. A bolt of lightning seemed to flash through the void. Lightning sword. Long Chen was shocked to see that with a wave of Yue Zioqian's sword, thousands of rays of light appeared through the void, flying towards those devilman skeletons. Boom! Those rays of light all accurately landed on the spaces between the bones. Although individually they weren't very powerful, with that many of them, this attack easily sliced apart those ligaments, turning those 10-plus skeletons into a pile of scattered bones. "Long Chen, I did it, I did it." Yue Zioqian was incomparably excited that her attack had been effective. Long Chen was dumbfounded as he lifelessly looked at the skulls on the ground. He was completely speechless. He had managed to see her attack clearly just now. That swordlight hadn't been made of sword chi, but some kind of energy he had never seen before. With a single wave of her sword, over 10 two-winged devilman skeletons had fallen apart. Just what level of power had her attack reached? Furthermore, thousands of rays of light had all accurately landed on the seams between bones. Just what abnormal level of control did that require? Long Chen had finally experienced just how terrifying Yue Zioqian was. Her attack strength and her intelligence were not even comparable. This was Long Chen's first time seeing such a monster. "Long Chen," Yue Zioqian pulled on him. Only now did he recover from his shock. At the same time, he could feel two warm hands pulling on him. "Hurry and take out the devil cores." She had only just said that when she realized she was holding Long Chen's hand in her excitement. She hastily let go in panic, and although he couldn't see her face, Long Chen knew she was blushing. That was because even her ears had turned red. He involuntarily laughed. Without saying anything, he used his golden page to cut off their devil cores. The The two of them continued using this method to defeat their enemies. During a single run, they handled 10 to 30 plus devilman skeletons. With just a single attack, Yue Ziokian was able to handle them all. Her attacks were incredibly sharp. After a full day, Long Chen didn't even remember how many of them they had destroyed. In any case, despite her veil, Yue Ziokian's smile was becoming more and more bewitching, and her eyes had turned into two crescent moons. He roughly estimated that they had destroyed at least 400 two-winged devilman skeletons. In other words, over 400 devil cores had entered Yue Ziokian's pocket. Boom! The final wave of 30-plus skeletons was slashed apart, and they gathered their devil cores. Now the only thing remaining was that bronze-colored skeleton. Looking at the blood-colored saber that was stabbed into the ground, a fire burned in Long Chen's heart. The two of them slowly approached it. But suddenly, that blood-colored saber quivered, and a biting cold killing intent instantly enveloped the two of them. Chapter 400, Devil Shakes the Sky. That blood-colored saber quivered, and a biting cold killing intent instantly enveloped the two of them. What shocked Long Chen and Yue Ziokian the most was that an aura suddenly surged out of the bronze-colored skeleton. That was an aura only a living person could have. The blood-colored saber was pulled out of the ground. Bloody light filled the space, bringing with it endless killing intent that instantly wrapped around the two of them. They felt as if they had fallen into an ice house. That saber had yet to even arrive, but the two of them could already smell a strong scent of death. That was a fatal saber. That saber chi filled all of heaven and earth. There was no way to avoid it. The first thing Long Chen did was push Yue Ziokian out of the way. At the same time, a star appeared within his eyes. All his energy surged out crazily, his aura soaring to its peak in an instant. This was the strongest attack Long Chen had experienced up to this point. He had to use his full strength. "Split the heavens," Long Chen shouted. A saber image extended out of Devil Decapitator, slashing onto the skeleton in a courageous and desperate manner. Boom! The ground, which was harder than steel here, exploded, shooting out everywhere. The instant their weapons collided, Devil Decapitator shattered to pieces. As for Long Chen, he crazily vomited blood and was sent flying back. "Long Chen," Yue Ziokian quickly shot over to catch him. "Idiot, why aren't you running yet?" Seeing that Yue Ziokian hadn't taken that chance to instantly flee, Long Chen furiously cursed her. "You're the idiot." Yue Ziokian's eyes reddened and she retorted, "You clearly know you can't beat it. Since you wouldn't abandon me to escape, I wouldn't abandon you to escape either." Long Chen was speechless. He was surprised this girl had such a strong sense of loyalty. However, this skeleton was too terrifying. "Run." He had no time to argue with her. The two of them fled for their lives. "You clearly knew this skeleton's origin. Why didn't you warn me that it would awaken?" complained Long Chen. "The barbarian race disappeared in the ancient era. The fact I even knew its origin is already not bad. How could I possibly know so many details?" Yue Ziokian felt a bit wrong to have all the blame piled on her. The two of them hadn't fled far when the skeleton caught up to them. It was incredibly fast. Lightning Sword. Yue Ziokian once more used her attack. Thousands of rays of swordlight slashed out at that skeleton, aiming for its joints. But with a wave of its saber, terrifying saber chi exploded out, shaking heaven and earth, easily destroying Yue Ziokian's attack. It actually retained its battle consciousness. Both Long Chen and Yue Ziokian's expressions changed. Back when the skeleton was alive, it had definitely been a terrifying figure. This also seemed to prove that those two-winged devilmen were also killed by it. Buzz, it once more slashed out its saber, locking the two of them in place. This time the attack was even more terrifying than last time, and it was as if all of heaven and earth had solidified. The abyss was constantly shuddering, and it was as if the end of the world had come. "Long Chen, I can only block a single one of its attacks. You should know what you need to do." Yue Ziokian suddenly clenched her teeth and pushed out her hand. Long Chen was sent flying out by some bizarre energy, escaping that terrifying lock. "What kind of joke is that?" Long Chen was both startled and furious. Yue Ziokian was planning on sacrificing herself so that Long Chen could escape. Suddenly, an illusory image appeared behind Yue Ziokian, one that looked like a heavenly immortal. At the same time, countless runes lit up atop Yue Ziokian's body, and all of heaven and earth began to quiver. "Ancestral bloodline, hear your descendants call. Grant me my bloodline power." Divine light shone out of Yue Ziokian's eyes. Following her words, An incredibly powerful aura began to surge out of her, one that caused the ground around her to crumble. Golden lines began to appear over her forehead. As they gradually condensed together, they formed a single word: devil. As soon as that devil character appeared, a powerful energy formed a huge pillar of light that surged into the clouds, causing heaven and earth to shudder. Long Chen was stupefied by that energy. That energy wasn't spiritual qi, nor was it any other energy he had ever seen before. As her aura soared, Yue Zioqian's veil broke apart, revealing a flawlessly beautiful face. But before Long Chen could even get a clear look, Yue Zioqian raised her sword. Following this movement, all the energy from every direction converged together. At the same time as Yue Zioqian moved, the illusory figure behind her moved. A sword appeared in its hand, and it followed her movements identically. Dense lines appeared in her pupils, and her aura rose to peak. Devil Heart Slash. Her sword merged with the sword of the illusory figure behind her, causing her aura to once more explosively rise as her attack slashed towards the skeleton. Boom! Long Chen only just saw Yue Zioqian's sword collide with the skeleton's saber when he was struck by a terrifying chi wave. He felt as if a huge hammer had smashed into his chest, and he shot back like a cannonball smashing into a cliff. That terrifying force caused half the cliff to collapse, and Long Chen felt as if all his bones had broken. But despite his pain, his gaze was still focused on that battle. He saw that Yue Zioqian also flew back after that world-shaking exchange. After that one attack, the devil character on her forehead disappeared, and her aura instantly fell. That one attack had used up all her energy. As for the skeleton, it was forced back hundreds of meters. It had stabbed its saber into the ground, carving out a long ditch. It had borrowed the power of the ground to stabilize itself. Then it stamped on the ground and shot forward at Yue Zioqian. Even though she had used a secret art to overdraft her energy, her terrifying attack had been unable to harm the skeleton in the slightest, and a saber now came slashing down on her. Her body was no longer listening to her. She could only watch as that saber came slashing down on her. Suddenly, two arms wrapped around her and brought her rolling to the side. The blood-colored saber just missed their heads. A ditch 10 miles long was carved onto the ground. As for Long Chen and Yue Zioqian, they tumbled back further into the distance. Yue Zioqian had thought her death to be certain. She hadn't expected that Long Chen hadn't fled, but although she was moved, she also felt sad. The fact that he had stayed behind didn't give her any hope. Instead, he would just be accompanying her as they died. She hadn't expected that amongst all the bad people her mother had told her about, there was a good person like Long Chen who was willing to sacrifice his life for her. "I'm sorry, Long Chen, I've implicated you." The two of them tumbled into the distance. Yue Zioqian was quietly sobbing into his chest. "What nonsense is that? If it weren't for my greed, you'd have long since left. I'm the one who implicated you." Long Chen tightly held Yue Zioqian. The current Yue Zioqian was no longer some expert, but a pitiable and weak girl. Long Chen really was regretful. It was his greed that had pulled him and Yue Zioqian to the point of despair. Just now, when Yue Zioqian had pushed him away, he really had had a chance to flee. But if he really had fled like that, then he wouldn't be Long Chen. He absolutely refused to let a woman sacrifice herself to block danger for him. "Long Chen, we're about to die. I'm glad I get to die with a good person like you." Yue Zioqian suddenly felt a burst of warmth. "What nonsense is that? I still have many more things to do, so I can't die. And since I can't die, I won't die. You just rest. I'll see whether I can find some way to cut it down. Lend me your sword." Long Chen comforted Yue Zioqian, but he had already rushed over to the skeleton before finishing. Yue Zioqian felt empty inside. She felt a bit cold after having left Long Chen's embrace. Seeing Long Chen's courageous figure, she was extremely moved. In her heart, perhaps Long Chen wasn't the strongest person, but he was definitely the bravest. In front of an enemy he couldn't possibly defeat, he still didn't show the slightest discouragement. Even in this kind of situation, he still didn't have any intention of giving up. In his heart, there was an undefeatable belief in himself. Even Yue Zioqian was infected by that. Charging at the skeleton, he dodged its saber and chopped his sword at its knee. He knew this skeleton's power had already surpassed his imagination. Facing it head-on was certain death. Long Chen also didn't hope to be able to defeat it. As long as he could cut off a leg, that would cause it to lose its speed, and then he and Yue Zioqian would have some hope of fleeing. Unfortunately, things didn't go as Long Chen planned. This skeleton had retained its battle awareness. It seemed to know what Long Chen was trying to do, and it twisted its leg, causing Long Chen's sword to strike its lower leg bone. Sparks flew along with a metallic ringing. Not only had he not severed its leg, the webbing of his hand was greatly shaken, and he almost lost his grip of the sword. Long Chen was horrified. Just this skeleton without any flesh or blood, one that only retained some fighting instincts, was already this terrifying. Then if it were alive, just how terrifying would it be? Long Chen continuously dodged its attacks. However, no matter what he tried, he found this 3-meter-tall skeleton was just too powerful. He was unable to find its weak point. Boom! After repeatedly dodging multiple times, he finally wasn't able to dodge an attack. All he could do was to receive it directly with his sword. That blood-colored saber sent Long Chen flying with a terrifying force. The skin on his hand split open, and he was finally unable to maintain a grip on his sword. It was sent flying out of his grip. Long Chen tumbled back hundreds of meters. Suddenly, he felt a softness as he was caught by Yue Zioqian. Only then did he stop. Before Long Chen could even say anything, the skeleton had already charged over. Long Chen extended both hands. Flames soared from his left hand, while a ball of lightning appeared in his right hand. He sent both these attacks crashing into the skeleton. The instant his flame and lightning struck the skeleton, 2 explosions rang out. However, the skeleton didn't have any flesh to injure. It merely slowed down for a moment before its saber came flashing down on them. He had already lost Yue Zioqian's sword. Furthermore, this blood-colored saber had locked them down tightly now, making it impossible to dodge. Long Chen could only shout and clapped both his hands together on the saber. He clenched the saber tightly. However, that saber was far too terrifying. Both Long Chen's arms almost broke from the effort, but he bitterly endured. But no matter how he tried, that saber still continued to slowly slash down. It landed on his shoulder, and that sharp blade instantly pierced his flesh, bringing with it a spurt of blood. Chapter 401, A Bit of Good Fortune. Long Chen was resisting with his full strength, but that saber was still slowly descending down on him, causing blood to spurt from his shoulder. Buzz! When Long Chen's blood dyed that saber, the saber suddenly let out a loud cry. Just as Long Chen thought that today was the day he died, the terrifying force coming from the saber disappeared. A familiar bloodline power, a familiar aura. That skeleton, which had only been crazily and mercilessly attacking from the start, now suddenly spoke. Both Long Chen and Yue Zioqian were startled. This skeleton was actually capable of speech and was also capable of thought. Then was it not dead? The saber slowly lifted from Long Chen's shoulder. The skeleton looked at the two of them. Although there were no eyes, they could both tell it was examining them. To be examined by a skeleton, especially a skeleton this powerful, caused even Long Chen to feel a chill. As for Yue Zioqian, her body was shivering as she was obviously much more afraid. "Did you want my saber?" Finally, after staring for a long time, that skeleton opened its mouth again. However, as for where that voice was coming from, Long Chen couldn't tell. Its mouth never moved. Cough Senior has misunderstood. I just saw there was a lot of dust on the saber, and as a clean freak, I just wanted to help you clean it a bit, laughed Long Chen. He had been afraid it wouldn't speak again, but now that it had, Long Chen's fear diminished and he felt hope for surviving today. As he spouted nonsense from his mouth, his head was frantically thinking of how he could escape. "If you dare talk nonsense again, I will kill you," replied the skeleton icily. "I wanted your saber." Long Chen could only thicken his skin. "Why?" "Because we're from the same profession." The skeleton once more descended into silence. Who knew whether its head had become rusted or not, but it seemed to need some time to get it started. As for Long Chen and Yue Zioqian, they didn't dare move. They just obediently waited. Time seemed to have slowed down, torturing them. "Senior, have you fallen asleep?" asked Long Chen carefully. But even after waiting for a while, there was still no response. Long Chen was delighted and glanced at Yue Zioqian. Yue Zioqian had finally become a bit smarter, and she knew Long Chen was saying to quietly leave. The two of them slowly, without making any noise, began to turn. But before they could even take a step, that skeleton once more spoke. "If you want my saber, that's no problem. You just have to answer a few of my questions." Long Chen and Yue Zioqian stiffened. Yue Zioqian almost let out a startled cry. This feeling was far too frightening. Yes, Long Chen knew that they wouldn't be able to escape from this skeleton if it didn't want to let them go. So what was the point of being cowardly? If being cowardly could save his life, Long Chen wouldn't mind acting the coward for a while. But that was useless against this powerful skeleton. "Has the dark era passed?" asked the skeleton. Long Chen was dumbfounded. How could he possibly answer that? But suddenly, Yue Zioqian opened her mouth. "It passed 8 epochs ago." 8 epochs? It's been a long time. Then what was the final result of that battle? The skeleton sighed before continuing to ask questions. "The mother star collapsed, turning into millions of motes of dust. The place we are currently in is one of those motes of dust," answered Yue Zioqian. Hearing this, Long Chen felt as if he was lost in fog. He knew what an epoch represented. That was a unit of time from the ancient era. 1 epoch was 10 million years. In that era, there had been a kind of tree called the epoch pine tree. Every 1,000 years, it would grow a pine cone, and when there were 10,000 pine cones, the epoch pine tree would immediately wither to death. But 10 million years later, the epoch pine tree would be reborn. Its life and death was precisely 20 million years. That was how the epoch pine tree's lifespan had become a simple and clear measurement of time in the ancient era. However, as a unit of measurement, the epoch was no longer used in the current world. It was simply too long of a time. It was said that back in the ancient era, a cultivator's lifespan was practically limitless. But in the current era, an ordinary mortal's lifespan was less than 100 years. Only by reaching the Xiantian realm would your lifespan extend to 1,000 years. But even so, that kind of longevity in the face of an epoch was far too short. As for the Mother Star and the Dark Era, those were unfathomable terms that Long Chen had never heard before. The skeleton's body quivered slightly, seeming extremely vexed with that result. The God-sealing major world with its thousands of races and countless experts collapsed, and even the Mother Star was destroyed. The skeleton's voice was full of unwillingness and endless bitterness. "Girl, tell me, what is the situation of the barbarian race?" Yue Zioqian didn't know what to say. She was a bit afraid. "Tell me the truth," shouted the skeleton. "Senior, when the Mother Star was destroyed, the thousands of races went through a devastating calamity. Some of them have already sided with the other side, and as for the barbarian race," Yue Zioqian's voice grew quiet. "What happened?" the skeleton asked frantically. "The barbarian race fought to the death, refusing to submit even up to the end. They fought to their last warrior. Even the barbarian god of that time fell." "What impossible, Aya?" The skeleton suddenly let out a heartrending roar, and a terrifying energy exploded out. Both Long Chen and Yue Zioqian were blown back miserably into the distance, both vomiting blood. Now the skeleton seemed to become a violent and furious lion, its body roaring with killing intent. "I don't believe you. You're lying. The grand barbarian god couldn't possibly die." The skeleton charged at the two of them, pointing its saber at Yue Zioqian. Yue Zioqian was struck by its aura, once more vomiting blood. Her face was pale as paper, and her eyes filled with terror. "Have you had enough?" Long Chen suddenly appeared in front of Yue Zioqian and pointed at the skeleton, cursing. "Are you trying to show off your power to a weak little girl? If you really had any true power, you wouldn't be in your current not alive, not dead state." "Little brat, are you looking to die?" raged the skeleton, pointing its saber at Long Chen. "So what if I'm looking to die? At least it's better than a coward who randomly gets into temper tantrums. Are you even a man? I spit on you." Long Chen knew they would definitely die today, so he would rather throw caution to the wind, and he viciously spit at the skeleton. Even in the face of this terrifying expert from the ancient era, the arrogance in Long Chen's bones would not permit him to lower his head. That particular arrogance in the depths of his soul was unable to endure being looked down by someone like he was just an ant, and it finally erupted out. "HMPH, your body has the aura of my barbarian race. You should have encountered someone from my barbarian race. You dare try to trick me." A skeletal claw grabbed Long Chen before he had a chance to dodge. It clenched his throat and raised Long Chen off the ground. "Speak, what is the truth?" "Bastard, let go of Long Chen." Yue Zioqian seemed to go crazy, and she actually charged at the skeleton. "Fuck off." With a wave of its hand, Yue Zioqian was sent flying. "You're the one who should fuck off." Long Chen's fury soared. Despite his exhaustion, his divine ring once more appeared, and a star flickered in his eyes. He struggled as hard as he could against that arm. But that arm was harder than steel. Long Chen was unable to budge it. Instead, it was his arms that were shaken so hard that they felt like they might break. Suddenly, Long Chen was surprised to find that the skeleton let go of him. It then took a step back, and actually used its own saber to cut off one of its arms. After cutting off its own arm, that skeleton apologized. "I'm sorry, heir of the 9 stars. I hope this arm can make up for my blasphemy against you." Both Long Chen and Yue Zioqian were now truly stunned. They didn't understand just what kind of crazy disease the skeleton had suddenly contracted. The skeleton said to Long Chen, "Please forgive me for my earlier offense against you. I very much want to know about my barbarian race." Long Chen's heart was pounding. To say he was unafraid would be nonsense. However, he refused to just lie still in wait of death. "I really don't know anyone from your barbarian race," he said helplessly. "Think carefully. There must be someone close to you who corresponds with the characteristics of my barbarian race. My perception cannot be wrong. Although that aura is very faint, it's definitely there." Could it be Wilda? Long Chen suddenly thought of Wilda, but it seemed the only similarity was that they were both tall. It was too far-fetched. Long Chen hastily told the skeleton about Wilda. Whether it was true or not, as long as it didn't anger this erratic fellow, it was fine. I knew it. My barbarian race has the god's blessing. It definitely wouldn't be extinguished. He is a seed of my barbarian race, ha ha ha. The skeleton couldn't help raising his head to the sky and laughing, his voice full of joy. "About before, I'm sorry." The skeleton apologized to Yue Zioqian. No problem." Yue Zioqian was still a bit afraid and hid behind Long Chen. She really did fear this skeleton. "As a warrior of the barbarian race, I've already been dead for many years. Although my injuries were extremely heavy back then, I hid my soul within Blooddrinker. I know of the 2-winged devilmen's ability to revive. This way, when they revived, they would attack me and I would have another fight with them. HMPH, I was only able to kill them once when I was alive, but even in death, I can also kill them another time. Unfortunately, due to this, my soul entered a confused state. I could only massacre according to instinct. If the scent of your blood hadn't awakened me, I would have continued sinking into depravity, so thank you, Lord," said the skeleton. "Those are all small matters. Without fighting, how can you make friends? And since we're friends, does Senior feel this place is too gloomy? How about you come out for a stroll with Junior Brother?" Now feeling there was no more danger, Long Chen immediately returned to his bad self. If he could bring this terrifying skeleton out, then wouldn't he be able to sweep through the entire secret realm? Wouldn't those 5th-rank magical beasts be slaughtered just like chickens? But the skeleton shook its head and sighed. "My spiritual strength will quickly dissipate. However, before I leave, I will give you a bit of good fortune. It can count as compensation for my previous rudeness to you." After saying that, the skeleton brought Long Chen deeper into the abyss. Chapter 402, A Dragon's Reverse Scale. "Back then, I fought a bloody battle the entire time. I don't even know how many devilmen I killed. But when the fight finally ended, when I was just about to die, I noticed a certain thing." The barbarian race expert brought the 2 of them forward. Not far from them was a mountain of bones that was even larger than the previous mountain. Looking at the size, there would not be less than 1,000 skeletons in that pile. Just looking at that would make a person's scalp numb. But with the barbarian race expert leading the way, Long Chen and Yue Zioqian could only summon their courage. "These 2-winged devilmen weren't killed by me." Long Chen and Yue Zioqian were shocked to hear that. If he hadn't killed them, then who had? When they got close enough, that mountain of bones suddenly rocked, and countless 2-winged devilman skeletons awoke, all about to attack them. The barbarian race expert snorted, and with a wave of his saber, a blood-colored saber image flew out like a heavenly blade, cutting apart the void. That huge wave of devilmen were all cut to bone fragments by this single attack. The power contained within that saber had already surpassed the boundary of Long Chen's understanding. Long Chen and Yue Zioqian glanced at each other, each seeing the other person's shock. Yue Zioqian was also filled with lingering fear. At the same time, the 2 of them were also filled with elation. If he had released such an attack back then, the 2 of them would have been instantly obliterated. Countless devil cores fell to the ground. Long Chen and Yue Zioqian went to gather them quickly. The barbarian expert watched. "Hurry up, I don't have much time left." Long Chen hastily pulled on Yue Zioqian, his meaning that the devil cores wouldn't be able to run away, so there was no need to gather them so anxiously. The 2 of them continued to follow the barbarian race expert. Now that he had recovered his consciousness, he was no longer fighting instinctively, but using some kind of energy Long Chen was unfamiliar with to release powerful attacks that were practically unblockable. Long Chen couldn't help lamenting. If only he could bring out such an expert, then he could easily raise down the first monastery. With another wave of his saber, more devilmen were crushed to bits. It should be here. However, I'm already dead, so I can't sense it. You two should try to see if you can sense an odd fluctuation here. Quickly. The barbarian race expert was running out of time. Fluctuation. It's here. Long Chen could sense an odd fluctuation 300 meters underground. There was a mighty aura released from there that could make a person's soul shiver. The barbarian race expert slashed at the ground where Long Chen had pointed at, causing stone and dirt to fly. At the same time, a palm-sized item flew out. That item sparkled brightly, releasing a green light. It was a scale that floated into the air in front of them. The barbarian race expert was gratified it was still here. Senior, this is. Looking at that floating scale, Long Chen sensed a heaven-overflowing will. Floating in the air, the scale seemed like an arrogant emperor of the world. It was as if all living things could only serve at its feet. That was a kind of inherent grandness and arrogance. Others had no choice but to admire and worship it, without the slightest ability to even form a heart to resist. Yue Xiaoqian's face was pale as she tightly clenched Long Chen's hand. He could feel the cold sweat on her hand as well as her slight trembling. That is a green dragon's reverse scale. The barbarian race expert's words caused both Long Chen and Yue Xiaoqian great shock. Although Yue Xiaoqian was extremely knowledgeable, a dragon was something that existed only in legends. They originated from before even the immortal era. That was an age that was impossible to date. Within the eyes of the current cultivators, dragons were just mythical beasts from legends. The legends said that dragons were the emperors of all beasts. They were the most sacred existence, and even in the flourishing immortal age, they were existences that could look down on all. There was no one that would dare disrespect them. Now looking at this small scale, Long Chen and Yue Xiaoqian were both filled with shock. They finally understood why this scale was so terrifying. The legend said that a dragon's scales grew along with them from birth, never shedding. There was only one exception. That was a scale that grew in reverse. It was located under their necks, and that was where all the dragon's heart blood converged. It was also their weak point. This reverse scale was a forbidden area to dragons. No one had better touch it, or the dragon's majestic fury would cause a bloodbath throughout the 9 heavens, creating corpses throughout 10,000 miles. Those were all things that Long Chen had heard in legends, but Long Chen had never imagined he would see a green dragon scale, let alone its reverse scale. This legendary reverse scale was connected to the dragon's heart blood. After being nourished for a long time by that heart blood, it gained its own miraculous powers. Those 2-winged devilmen were all killed by this dragon scale. The barbarian race expert once more dropped a bombshell. Long Chen, who had been shocked to the point of being insensitive now, once more had his jaw drop. But although this is just a remnant of a green dragon, the dragon might contained in it is specialized towards restraining fiendish auras. While fighting, these 2-winged devilmen ended up carelessly provoking the reverse scale that has been buried here, causing them to be instantly exterminated by its dragon might. You're giving this to me. Long Chen was so emotionally moved that he was stuttering. This was a dragon's reverse scale, a legendary existence. It's not that I'm giving it to you, as it was never mine in the first place. All I did was manage to see it exterminate these devilmen right before my death. If you want to obtain it, you'll have to rely on your own strength to subdue it. As for whether or not it will belong to you in the end, it'll be up to your own abilities. However, there is one thing I have to warn you about. To subdue a reverse scale, using brute force is an impossibility. You must use your will to subdue it, or it will never allow you to control it. My time is up. I really wish to see my clansmen. Unfortunately, I still have some regrets in the end, sighed the barbaric race expert. Long Chen saw that his bones were starting to dim. Senior, do you have any cultivation technique or inheritance you need me to give your clansmen? Asked Long Chen hastily. No need. My barbarian race has the gods' blessing. As long as our power reaches a certain level, those things will automatically awaken. Finally, let me ask you to look after my clansmen. Thank. Before the barbarian race expert could finish speaking, his body exploded into pieces. After the wind within the abyss swept those fragments away, he had completely disappeared from Long Chen's eyes. A powerful expert completely disappeared just like that. Long Chen felt a kind of sadness. That had been an expert worthy of respect, and he had very likely been Wilder's clansman. Even as he felt death coming for him, his only worry had been for his clansmen. He had even abandoned an expert's pride to ask him for help. He truly cared deeply about his junior generation. "Don't worry, senior. Wilda is my brother, and I will properly look after him." Long Chen bowed deeply in the direction the barbarian race expert had disappeared. Long Chen felt profound respect for this expert. Despite clearly having already died and being just a skeleton, he had still possessed that imposing manner of looking down disdainfully on the 9 heavens, as well as a heaven-shaking battle strength. Just how terrifying had he been when he had been alive? The blood-colored saber, having lost its owner's support, fell to the ground, causing the ground to crumble. "What terrifying weight!" exclaimed Yue Zioqian. The ground here was harder than steel, and ordinary weapons would find it difficult to even cut the ground. But this saber was able to crush the ground with just its weight. However, now that the blood-colored saber had lost its icy arrogance, it was filled with a forlorn, aggrieved aura. This saber had its own spirit, and sensing its master's true death, it was filled with grief and unwillingness. Long Chen slowly walked up to it. With great solemnness he consoled it, "Don't worry. The senior walked a carefree path, and if you follow me, I will not disgrace you." He slowly grabbed the hilt and pulled. Now Long Chen truly sensed just how heavy it was. This saber had to be at least 10 times heavier than Devil Decapitator had been. If Long Chen had not condensed the Alioth star, allowing his strength to explode, there was no way he could have picked it up. With the saber in his hand, Long Chen could feel the grief inside it even more clearly. That was a kind of unwillingness to be parted. Although this saber wasn't alive, it could still express its emotions. "Everything's over now, so just properly rest. I will carry on Senior's will, and once you're done resting, we'll fight together side by side," consoled Long Chen before placing it into his spatial ring. "Zioqian, you should go gather those devil cores. I'll think of a way to handle this dragon scale." Yue Zioqian nodded and went back to gather those countless devil cores. Those were all priceless treasures to her, so she had to make sure to gather them all. 2 hours later, Yue Zioqian brought back thousands of devil cores. She saw Long Chen was still just staring at the dragon scale that was floating in the air. "Have you thought of a method?" she asked. "I've figured it out," sighed Long Chen. "Really? Excellent. What did you come up with?" "I figured out that there's no method at all." Long Chen helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Yue Zioqian was first stunned, then angrily said, "What time do you think it is? Why can't you be a bit more serious? Can you handle this dragon scale or not?" Long Chen's expression was solemn. "I, Long Chen, have adventured everywhere for so long. There are only 2 things in my life that I can't do." "What 2 things?" "I can't do this and I can't do that," lamented Long Chen dejectedly. "Dislikable, can you not joke around at this time? Try to read the situation." Yue Zioqian hit Long Chen lightly in rebuke. "This is just me relieving some of my nervousness." Long Chen smiled bitterly. He wasn't a god. Even he was nervous about trying to subdue a dragon's reverse scale. "Do you need my help?" asked Yue Zioqian. "Forget about it. To subdue a dragon scale is not as simple as you seem to think. Once a dragon's might is released, it will obliterate a person's soul. Those devil men all died that way." Long Chen shook his head. Just now he had done some simple experiments, and he now knew that a divine object like a dragon scale could not be subdued by any kind of technique or trick. The barbarian race expert had also warned him about that. "It's that terrifying. Then shouldn't you just give up?" said Yue Zioqian worriedly. "Haven't I already told you? I have the CA treasure and can't walk away disease. This incurable disease isn't so easy to handle. Step back. I'm going to start." Long Chen shook his head and took a deep breath. He walked up to the dragon scale and reached out to grab it. Chapter 403, An Eye Up in the Void. Long Chen took a deep breath and walked up to the dragon scale, reaching out to grab it. Since he couldn't resist this enticement, all he could do was try. The main reason Long Chen was so set on trying to subdue this dragon scale was because of the confidence the barbarian race expert had given him. Long Chen trusted that the barbarian race expert wouldn't harm him. Unfortunately, they had run out of time. While it had seemed that the barbarian race expert had known some secrets about the 9-star Hegemon body art, he hadn't given him any information at all about that. But from his words and tone, Long Chen could sense that he felt great reverence towards the heir of the 9 stars. That made Long Chen even more curious towards the history of the 9-star Hegemon body art. But thinking about that didn't have any meaning right now. Since the barbarian race expert had led Long Chen to this dragon scale, It meant Long Chen definitely had some chance of succeeding. Buzz. When Long Chen's hand grabbed the dragon scale, it suddenly released a harsh light, seemingly provoked, and a terrifying pressure shot out. Despite having summoned his Feng Fu battle armor, despite having his divine ring support him, Long Chen was still unable to resist that terrifying pressure. The flesh on his arms exploded, appearing incredibly horrifying. At the same time, a spiritual pressure filled the world, a pressure that could suppress all living things, even gods. Long Chen felt as if his soul was being torn apart. He was able to bitterly endure the physical pain, but this spiritual pain was just unbearable. This was not just pain, but a spiritual suppression. This was a pressure that would cause all things to be subdued, with not a single person being able to resist. According to legend, dragons were peak existences even above gods. They were inherently haughty and could overlook the entire world. No one was able to form a heart to resist. That was dragon might. In front of dragon might, people could only crawl beneath their feet. If they dared resist, they would be mercilessly erased. In records of ancient myths, when dragons were born, they were a green color. Green dragons were the weakest existences amongst the dragon race. Once their strength reached a certain level, their scales would change color, going from green to white. But they wouldn't be called white dragons but azure dragons. Furthermore, it was said there were even higher levels above azure dragons. But these were all just mythological stories, so no one took it seriously. When a dragon advanced ranks, its scales would all change color. Only this reverse scale wouldn't change color. Instead, it would shed, and they would grow a new reverse scale. If this myth was true, then this reverse scale in front of Long Chen was from the dragon's first transformation. In other words, this was the weakest reverse scale of all reverse scales. But just this weakest reverse scale caused Long Chen's flesh to explode and make his soul feel like it was being torn apart. Furthermore, an involuntary feeling of subservient allegiance arose within him. Instead of subduing the dragon scale, he was being subdued by it. That made Long Chen feel great humiliation. Be suppressed. Long Chen clenched the dragon scale with both hands. His spiritual strength poured out, and at the same time he released his powerful will. This clash of wills caused the entire world to tremble. Although the will was a formless existence, this clash released a terrifying pressure that made heaven and earth change color. Yue Zioqian's face was pale as paper. Long Chen's clash with the dragon might made her feel incomparably terrified. That was a kind, formless suppression that came from the depths of her soul. She had never imagined Long Chen's will was so powerful that it was able to face off against dragon might. The will was something unrelated to cultivation base. A part of it was just inherent, but another portion was acquired through tempering. But it seemed like all other wills could be easily crushed in front of Long Chen's will. Yue Zioqian had distanced herself greatly, and the dragon might wasn't even targeting her. However, she still felt her body shuddering and intense pain in her soul. Long Chen, who was resisting with his full power, was definitely facing much more pressure. His arms were dyed with blood as he tightly clenched the dragon scale. Fresh blood continued to pour out of his arms. Long Chen's eyes were tightly closed right now as he pushed his spiritual strength to its peak. Buzz. Suddenly, space trembled intensely. Long Chen spat out blood and was blown back. Long Chen, Yue Zioqian cried out. Achai, 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 achai. But Long Chen suddenly began to laugh heartily, his laugh growing more and more delighted, seeming like a madman. Long Chen, you. Seeing Long Chen laughing like a madman, Yue Zioqian was appalled. It couldn't be that he had gone crazy due to an injury to his soul, right? I'm fine. Long Chen finally stopped laughing, however he was still smiling brightly. You succeeded. Long Chen shook his head. Yue Zioqian felt some pity when she looked at Long Chen's hands that were dripping blood. Failure is normal. At the very least, you're still alive. Let's just give up. This is fundamentally impossible. A dragon's reverse scale will be provoked as soon as you touch it, and as soon as it releases its dragon might, all living beings will be suppressed. Even a reverse scale that has been shed for countless years will still have its dragon might. That's not something we can subdue. In the cultivation world, the weak were simply prey to the strong. When they ran into an opportunity to get stronger, they would risk their lives, going all out to obtain it. But going all out and risking your life for an opportunity you couldn't possibly obtain was just folly. Although I didn't succeed, I didn't fail. On the contrary, I'm not far from success. Long Chen smiled confidently. He got back up and walked back to the dragon scale, in front of Yue Zioqian's stunned gaze. I was misled. In truth, it should be much simpler than I thought. Long Chen once more reached out to grab the dragon scale. Yue Xiaoqian turned pale with fright. That was because this time, Long Chen didn't have any defenses at all. He hadn't even released his aura before grabbing the dragon scale. As long as it released its dragon pressure, Long Chen would be instantly crushed to death. She wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Long Chen's hand had already grabbed the dragon scale. But what stupefied Yue Xiaoqian was that the dragon scale merely released a bright light and didn't release its dragon might. Long Chen's eyes were closed as he calmly gripped the dragon scale. As he held the dragon scale, it was as if the entire world had frozen. Yue Xiaoqian could only hear her own heartbeat. Each breath felt as long as a year. Yue Xiaoqian was worried the dragon scale would suddenly explode in fury, crushing Long Chen to bits. 2 hours felt like 10,000 years. Long Chen still hadn't moved. But then suddenly, the dragon scale released an even brighter light, causing Yue Xiaoqian's heart to clench. That light grew ever brighter, lighting up the entire abyss, making it so people couldn't even see. Even once that light reached its brightest point, no dragon might was ever released. Finally, the light began to fade. It was only after a long while that Yue Xiaoqian's vision recovered. She finally saw Long Chen still in the same posture as before. However, the dragon scale had disappeared. Eche. Long Chen once more raised his head and laughed, his voice full of excitement. Long Chen, you succeeded. Yue Xiaoqian was filled with disbelief. Yup, Long Chen nodded, his eyes still filled with a crazy joy. He extended his hand and the reverse scale suddenly appeared over his hand. How did you do this? Yue Xiaoqian found this to be completely inconceivable. Long Chen had actually managed to subdue a reverse scale. In truth, trying to subdue a dragon's reverse scale was fundamentally a mistake, sighed Long Chen. He had almost been misled by the barbarian race expert. He trusted that the barbarian race expert hadn't known the taboos regarding a dragon's reverse scale. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that Long Chen should subdue it. However, in truth, that barbarian race expert really did know a bit about dragon reverse scales, and he truly had heard of people subduing them. However, what he didn't know was that those dragon reverse scales were different from this one. This one could not possibly be subdued. If a peerless expert wanted to rely on their powerful cultivation base to forcibly subdue it, it would automatically explode. Although it was just a shed scale, a dragon's dignity would not allow anyone to step on it. The dragon scales the barbarian race expert had heard of were actually from some mixed-blood dragons, not pure-blood true dragons. A true dragon scale contained its pride, and it would not submit to brute force. It was only because Long Chen had managed to sense this that he had switched methods. When his will had clashed with it, Long Chen had realized that the dragon scale's will was similar to his own in that it would not surrender to any power. Neither the dragon might nor his will were able to subdue the other. Instead, there was actually a slight resonance due to the similarity between their wills. That was why Long Chen had given up on suppressing it and tried using his will to connect with it. As a result, this gentle method had worked, and the dragon scale hadn't rejected him. It had connected to his soul now. It hadn't even taken that long for that scale to be moved emotionally by Long Chen. It had now voluntarily merged into his body. It was different from weapons. A dragon scale could not be placed in a spatial ring due to their pride. They could only merge with a person's body. As long as Long Chen wished it, it would come out of his body and move according to his desires. It was just like a part of his body. Unbeknownst to Long Chen, the instant he succeeded in gaining control over the dragon scale, within an endless void, a large eye slowly opened. Although it was just an eye, it was the size of a star. Along with that eye's opening, countless stars within the void began flickering uneasily. That eye looked towards a certain direction in the void. Incredibly far from it was a mote of dust. Within that mote of dust was Long Chen looking at the dragon scale in his hand with delight. That eye merely stayed open for a moment before slowly closing again. The starry sky once more returned to calm as if nothing had happened. Long Chen, you really are smart, Yue Xiaoqian praised. Long Chen's intelligence really did make her admire him. He was incredibly bold and scrupulous. If it had been her, she would have either believed the barbarian race expert and gone all out trying to forcibly subdue the dragon scale, or she would have directly given up. She definitely wouldn't have been like Long Chen, capable of coming up with a brazen theory from faint clues, and then even daring to act on that theory. Long Chen was completely satisfied with the dragon scale. Looking at Yue Zioqian, he was just about to say something when he suddenly became unable to say a single thing. Chapter 404, Her Departure. Hers was a flawless face, rosiness interspersed with bright jade, and it was especially those lips that gave off an endless charm. Just seeing half her face was enough beauty to make it so Long Chen was unable to look directly at her. Now that her whole face was revealed, Long Chen felt as if the entire world had stilled. The only thing he could hear was his drum-like heartbeat. Previously, the atmosphere had been too tense, and Long Chen hadn't paid any attention to Yue Zioqian's face. Furthermore, from his previous experience, he hadn't dared look her in the face again. But now that he was looking at it directly, he was absolutely speechless. Being foolishly stared at by Long Chen, Yue Zioqian blushed and hurriedly turned her face away. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Only now did Long Chen come back to his senses. In terms of her face, only Meng Qi could possibly match Yue Zioqian's beauty. However, the two of their beauties were completely different styles. Meng Qi's beauty was like that of an immortal fairy who did not consume the food of common mortals, while Yue Zioqian was one that would make a person's heart and soul quiver. Just looking at her face could cause a person to sink into endless depravity. That kind of beauty was incredibly dangerous, but when people saw it, they wouldn't be able to sense the danger. That kind of dangerous beauty gave people the feeling she was a beautiful demon. But her eyes were pure and holy, giving people a contradictory feeling. It was precisely this kind of feeling that caused Yue Zioqian to possess an irresistible beauty. She once more took out a veil and properly covered her face, only revealing her two eyes. My mother said not to let others see my true face, so it was my fault for not covering it. You don't have to apologize. Was this what it meant by a beauty capable of causing a calamity? Long Chen couldn't help smiling bitterly at himself. At the same time, he was deeply moved that the 1,000 major worlds were full of extraordinary things. If Yue Zioqian suddenly took off her veil in the middle of a fight with people, just how many people would be able to hold back their shock? Just the slightest break in their rhythm would probably cause them to become a corpse. Your mother is a good person, laughed Long Chen. How did you know? My mother is a very, very good person. Yue Zioqian hadn't heard Long Chen's other meaning, so she was actually happy to hear him praise her mother. Long Chen just smiled slightly without saying anything. He really did feel like the two of their intelligences were not on the same frequency, and communicating seemed to be a bit taxing. All the abyss of fiends, devilmen corpses had been handled now, and all the devil cores had landed in Yue Zioqian's pocket. Other than some of the fiendish aura remaining here, the terrifying pressure had already disappeared. Both Long Chen and Yue Zioqian were completely exhausted, and so the two of them found a corner to rest. Those continuous battles had completely depleted all their energy, and then they had only narrowly escaped alive from mortal danger several times. Even people as strong as them were exhausted. That was especially true of Long Chen. In his attempt to subdue the dragon scale, his spiritual strength had been mostly used up. After consuming a healing pill, he wasn't able to endure it any longer and fell asleep against the rock wall. Yue Zioqian wasn't much better off than him. Feeling waves of exhaustion battering her, she fell asleep on Long Chen's shoulder. Long Chen slept soundly. Within his daze, he seemed to feel a pair of hands gently caressing his cheeks, as well as hear a soft murmuring that made him feel like he was floating in the clouds. He didn't know how long he slept for, but he suddenly awoke. The abyss of fiends was still present, but Yue Zioqian was not. Long Chen hastily looked around and called out to her, but there was no reply. Taking a couple steps forward, Long Chen suddenly saw 8 odd bones with special lines carved into them. Those bones were incredibly ancient and emitted a strange pressure. They were arranged in an orderly, square pattern 3 meters long. He reached out to grab one, but he had only just touched it when the bone instantly turned to ash. Spatial strength. Long Chen sensed a spatial fluctuation when that bone dissipated, one that was similar to when a transportation formation was activated. However, this spatial strength was a bit different from the spatial strength of transportation formations. But as for how they were different, Long Chen was unable to tell. Looks like she's already left the secret realm. Long Chen sighed. Yue Zioqian had previously revealed that she didn't need to wait for when the GLI secret realm's exit opened. Back then, Long Chen hadn't taken that to heart, but now seeing these bones, he knew she had used some kind of secret technique to leave. For some reason, Yue Zioqian's departure gave him a feeling of disappointment and frustration, as if he had lost something. No matter how you put it, we can count as friends. Leaving like this really is rude. She had already left, but her fragrance still lingered on his body. Everything almost seemed like it was a dream. But when a scale floated out of his hand, emitting a green light and a powerful dragon might, he knew it wasn't a dream. Long Chen sighed, but then he suddenly sensed something odd. Looking at his arm, he saw a crescent moon had appeared there. It was only an inch long, and although it was just a simple design, it still gave people a vivid and lifelike feeling as if it was a real moon. She left this on me. This mark seemed to have become a birthmark, fusing into his skin and flesh. There was no way to erase it at all. Girls really were girls, all liking to do these unreasonable things, but at least she hadn't left this mark on his face. Lightly rubbing that crescent moon on his arm, a strange feeling arose in Long Chen's heart. It was as if he could once more see that soul-stealing face. I should also get going. The atmosphere here in the Abyss of Fiends was very oppressive. Climbing out, as soon as he arrived outside, he couldn't help taking a deep breath. He temporarily put aside Yue Zioqian's matter. If she had left, then she had left. Right now, the most important thing for me is to connect to the dragon scale. Although it doesn't reject me, in order to use it, I'll need to nourish and communicate with it more. Long Chen found a place to seclude himself nearby. This time, his seclusion wasn't for cultivation but to connect with the dragon scale. Although the dragon scale had merged with his body, he still didn't know how to use it. He would have to figure this out on his own. However, he had no idea how to do this, as the dragon scale wasn't a true living thing. What he hadn't expected was that it took him over 2 months before finally figuring out a portion of the abilities of this dragon scale. Although he hadn't completely figured it out, he felt he no longer had that much time to waste. It had already been over half a year since the secret realm had opened. In other words, it had been over 3 months since he had fought with Yin Luo. By now, he would have advanced to bone forging. Furthermore, there were countless opportunities within the GLI secret realm. He was not the only one who had obtained great opportunities. Perhaps there were other people who had obtained even more heaven-defying opportunities. But rather than those opportunities, Long Chen was more worried about everyone's safety. He wanted to go out and take a look at what was happening. It had been 3 months since he had revealed himself, so he didn't know what was happening within the rest of the secret realm. While connecting to the dragon scale, he had also advanced a level, reaching the 4th heaven stage of tendon transformation. However, this was the GLI secret realm. The spiritual chi here was extremely dense. Most likely, everyone had already broken through to the bone forging realm by now. Other than dead people, Long Chen was probably the only one still in the tendon transformation realm. That was because many people had already been at the late tendon transformation realm when the secret realm had opened. There were some who had even focused completely on breaking through as fast as possible before going out in search of opportunities. That way they would have a higher chance of surviving. By the time they managed to break through, quite a few of those opportunities would have already been taken away by others. However, they had their own plans. That was to plunder. Relying on their superior cultivation base from their advancement, they would take advantage of those that hadn't to kill and rob. That would give them an even higher chance of obtaining treasures. Without even thinking about it, Long Chen could guess that in the last 2 months, a rain of blood had fallen in the GLI secret realm. Who knew how many people were buried in the ground now? After this much time, the weak had already been killed. As for those that had managed to survive, they were all experts amongst experts. After that rain of blood, the secret realm should have now entered a period of quiet calm. That was because those who had remained after that bloodbath were all very powerful, and the majority of the treasures and opportunities had already been snatched away by people. There was no need to waste time on futile effort, so it was better for people to take advantage of the spiritual chi here to properly temper their bodies. Furthermore, after advancing to bone forging, the most important thing was to temper your bones. The more you could temper, the stronger you would be. It could be said that of the 5 Haoshan realms, the bone forging realm was the one with the greatest combat difference between the weak and the strong. That was something that didn't have to do with cultivation base, but with how many bones you had tempered. Just before the exit of the GLI secret realm opened, according to previous experience, the righteous and corrupt paths would undergo an immense battle. Although there were many entrances to the GLI secret realm, there was only one exit. That exit was located in the most core place of the secret realm. There was a huge mountain valley there. That place had been called Death Deciding Valley. When the secret realm's exit opened, a teleportation gate would open in front of Death Deciding Valley. By activating the special tablets each person had on their body, they would be sent out of the secret realm. Everyone from the righteous and corrupt paths would gather there at that time. That was because this teleportation gate would only stay open for 2 hours. If you didn't enter it in time, you would forever be left in the secret realm. Each time, the righteous and corrupt paths would have an immense final battle before that exit opened. That was both a competition between the two paths, as well as a bloody battle for treasure. The people who benefited the most from this final battle were always the chosen. In this kind of battle, very few chosen died. The majority of those who died were the weaker geniuses. Naturally, those slain geniuses would have all the treasures in their spatial rings be taken away by the top experts. And it was because of this that those top experts wouldn't target the weak at the beginning. Instead, they would wait for the final battle. Then, not only could they kill their enemies, they could also take their treasures, as well as raise their fame. It was 3 birds with 1 stone. But currently, the secret realm was in a state of calm. Many people had already found a place to undergo secluded cultivation, trying to raise their strength. The majority of those people weren't focused on gaining the power to kill their enemies, but on protecting their lives. Only a few of the absolute top experts were confident enough to continue strolling around the secret realm, trying to test their luck. It was on the 3rd day after Long Chen had left his seclusion that he ran into 2 experts that blocked his path. Chapter 405, Compass Mountain. Long Chen. Those 2 people were absolutely delighted to see Long Chen. The 2 of them were from the corrupt path, and after advancing to bone forging, their auras surged powerfully. Haha, he's still only in tendon transformation. Kill him. Don't kill him, capture him alive. The 2 of them both charged at Long Chen. The pressure of the bone forging realm crashed down onto Long Chen. That was the superiority of bone forging experts. Just the pressure they emitted could crush those below the bone forging realm. Back in the monastery, Elder Sun had used his bone forging pressure to suppress Long Chen, almost crushing all of his bones. However, the current Long Chen was no longer the old Long Chen. Even in the face of those 2-winged devilmen and the barbarian race expert, he hadn't been affected by their pressure. This insignificant bone forging pressure was no different from a fart. Well, to be precise, the difference was that their pressure was even less than a fart to him. That was because a fart was at least smelly, and so it still posed a definite threat to Long Chen. Cracking sounds rang out as both their arms were broken at the same time. The 2 of them began to scream, but they had only gotten half of it out before it was cut off. Both their heads slammed into each other and then exploded like crushed watermelons. 2 corpses fell to the ground. Long Chen looked at his own hands in shock. He hadn't expected 2 bone-forging experts would be so easily killed in one move. Although Long Chen had never feared ordinary bone-forging experts, he had never thought he could dispatch them so easily. Looks like I've underestimated the power of the Alioth Star, muttered Long Chen. Ever since condensing the Alioth Star, he had never had a chance to exchange blows with anyone, and so he had no idea what level he had reached. Furthermore, in the abyss of fiends, the ones he had encountered were 2-winged devilmen and the barbarian race expert. Long Chen had been completely suppressed, and in the end, almost killed by the barbarian race expert. That had caused him to forget what level he had reached. It wasn't that he was too weak, but his enemies had been too monstrous. Now these 2 corrupt experts had used their lives to tell Long Chen that he was also a monster. After advancing to the bone-forging realm, the first thing these 2 had done was to temper their arm bones, but their strongest arms were incredibly flimsy in the face of Long Chen. After gathering their 2 spatial rings, he also went through their belongings and found dozens of other spatial rings. Normally, a person would only wear a single spatial ring. That was because those that had reached their level all had high-grade spatial rings that contained a space greater than 3,000 cubic meters. Such a huge space could store any number of treasures. As long as you didn't treat a mountain as a treasure, you would be fine. For them to have this many spatial rings, the 2 of them had definitely obtained them through killing. In other words, these 2 had to have immediately gone hunting prey as soon as they had advanced to the bone-forging realm. Otherwise, there was no way they would have this many. Long Chen placed all those spatial rings into a small pouch. That pouch already contained over 100 spatial rings. Those were mostly all things that people had sent to him. That really caused people to be deeply moved. Nowadays, people had become incredibly generous. They not only sent over their spatial rings to him, they even sent over their lives. Sometimes Long Chen was too embarrassed to accept them all. After continuing onwards for half a day, Long Chen suddenly heard some explosions and screams coming from ahead. He didn't know whether it was people being killed, or whether it was from them being absolutely slaughtered, as those voices were extremely mournful. He increased his speed towards that direction, but before he even managed to get there, he heard another voice. 108th Monastery idiot, you've once more committed the sin of murder. This time we'll make it so you'll crave death, but it'll never come for you. Long Chen's heart shook. It was actually a disciple from the 108th Monastery that was in danger. He once more increased his speed. Passing over a mountain top, he saw there were 7 people frantically attacking one. All of their auras showed they were powerful bone-forging experts. There were already 5 corpses lying on the ground. Obviously, those mournful cries had to have come from them. As for the person being besieged on all sides, he was extremely muscular and large. He brandished a golden spear, and his entire body was covered in blood. Many crisscrossing injuries made him appear extremely dreadful. However, he clearly wasn't afraid. Even 1 against 7, he clenched his teeth and fought. With his desperate attacks, those 7 were temporarily unable to do anything to him. Gu Yang, Long Chen was delighted to see him alive. HMPH, you degenerates who target people on the same side as you. Once Long Chen finds out how you've been targeting our 108th monastery, you won't be able to escape your death. Gu Yang clenched his teeth as he fought ferociously. Long Chen, it's already been 3 months since anyone's heard anything from him. He's long since died in some ditch. Even if he's still alive, it's meaningless. Han Tianyu has already sent down the arrest warrant. As long as he appears, Han Tianyu will cut off his head, sneered one of them. What, who wants to take my head? Can you repeat that for me? Suddenly, an icy voice rang out in their ears. Everyone retreated in surprise and looked over. Long Chen. Everyone present was startled. Only Gu Yang was filled with excitement. Long Chen was actually safe and sound. Haha, just a mid-tendon transformation trash. Everyone kill this trash together. A golden light flashed, and a head flew into the air. Blood crazily sprayed out and its smell assaulted everyone's noses. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Those people were all horrified, as they weren't even able to see what method Long Chen had used to kill this person. A golden page was revolving over Long Chen's finger. He icily looked at them. All righteous disciples, and 3 who are also from the super monastery. How amazing, to put in so much effort to chase down and attempt to kill members from the same sect. But during the righteous and corrupt battles, you're a bunch of dogs with your tails stuck between your legs. Just looking at you makes me sick. The golden page flew out towards a person's throat. That person hastily dodged to the side. There was nothing wrong with his dodging posture or angle. And yet, people were shocked to see that it was precisely because he had dodged that the golden page had ended up slicing through his throat. It was as if that person had deliberately moved so the golden page would hit him. That bizarre scene caused goosebumps in everyone. It was the exact same as last time. A head flew into the air, blood sprayed, and a corpse collapsed to the ground. The sound of the corpse thudding on the ground was like a heavy hammer smashing into people's hearts. Run! One of them took the initiative to shout, and the 5 of them fled for their lives. Long Chen's methods had completely broken their spirits. From the very start, Long Chen's expression had been an icy calm. That was even more frightening than a savage expression. It made them feel as if their lives were already in Long Chen's hands, and as long as he wished it, they would be crushed like ants. Let me send you off. With a wave of Long Chen's hand, an azure light appeared. That was the palm-sized dragon scale. As soon as it flew out of Long Chen's hand, it began to grow larger, reaching a diameter of over 30 meters before it rushed after them. Even before the scale touched them, the terrifying force from it crushed their bodies to pieces. After annihilating those 5, it hadn't paused at all and continued forward. In the end, it ended up slicing into a mountain. The entire mountain was cut in 2. What terrifying strength! Long Chen jumped in shock. Although he had found some clues on how to use it after his 2-month seclusion, he hadn't used it in a fight before. Now, when he finally tried a small experiment on them, the result was absolutely shocking. Aya, Long Chen suddenly rushed over to their corpses, but there was nothing to be gained on the ground. There was not even blood, let alone their spatial rings. Long Chen's attack had at least ended up destroying 5 spatial rings. He felt great regret, as 2 of them had been rich favored. "Boss, the fact you're alright is too great." Gu Yang was both shocked and delighted by this sight of Long Chen exterminating experts with a wave of his hand. However, right now he was absolutely exhausted. He had been chased and fighting for a long time now. Now that he relaxed, he almost fainted. Long Chen hastily went over to help support Gu Yang. He took out a qi recovery pill and a healing pill for him. At this time, Gu Yang was also a bone-forging expert. With the assistance of Long Chen's medicinal pills, he instantly felt much better, but then his expression became one of panic. "Boss, you have to go save Sister Xuanhuan." "What happened?" Long Chen was startled. "Sister Xuanhuan is being besieged at Compass Mountain. I tried to go help her, but these bastards stopped me. You have to get over there as fast as possible," urged Gu Yang. "Okay, but will you be all right?" Long Chen could see that Gu Yang was covered in wounds. "I'll be fine once I rest for a bit. You go on ahead and I'll follow when I can." "Fine, I'll go now." Long Chen hastily took out his map and found that so-called Compass Mountain. He started rushing in its direction as fast as he could. Little Snow had entered a slumber after consuming the barbaric wind beast Sneeden. Even now, he had yet to awaken. Long Chen could only rely on himself to travel. Compass Mountain was called that simply because it was shaped like a compass with a diameter of 30 miles. It was no famous place. It was simply because the terrain was so special that it was easy to recognize. It was added to the map as a convenient marker for people to identify where they were. At this time, there were countless experts gathered around Compass Mountain, just watching. An extremely desperate battle was being fought at the top of Compass Mountain. 3 people were fighting intensely. Sword chi crisscrossed, wind blades whistled madly, and the entire mountain was being rocked. Of the 3 fighters, one was Tang Xuanhuan. She was facing 2 opponents. One was an old enemy she had fought before, Han Tianfeng. At that time, she hadn't been his match, and it was only because Mo Nian had luckily arrived and had beaten back Han Tianfeng. Now after Tang Xuanhuan had advanced to the bone-forging realm, she ended up once more running into Han Tianfeng. Furthermore, there was a woman by his side. That woman was precisely the one who had been defeated by Long Chen, and thus had to flee miserably, Yin Wuxuang. At this time, Yin Wuxuang had also advanced to the bone-forging realm. Just her alone would have required Tang Xuanhuan to resist with her full strength. But with the 2 of them joining hands, Tang Xuanhuan was surrounded by peril. As for the spectators, the majority of them were on their side, and so it was impossible for her to escape. "Slut, go to hell!" Yin Wuxuang suddenly shouted coldly, and the silver sword in her hand emitted a bright ray of light. Taking advantage of Tang Xuanhuan being tied down by Han Tianfeng, her attack slashed towards her waist. Chapter 406 Fuck Off. The wind blade in Tang Xuanhuan's hand had just blocked an attack from Han Tianfeng. That powerful attack had directly destroyed her wind blade. Now that Yin Wuxuang's sword was slashing over, she hastily extended her hand, condensing a huge wind shield to protect herself. Bang! Her wind shield exploded and she was blown back. In midair, she vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing her robes red. Her face was pale as paper. Yin Wuxuang's sword had been incredibly insidious, and it had injured her inner organs. "Senior Sister Wuxuang, didn't you say you would leave her alive for me? I want this woman. However, I don't want a dead woman." Han Tianfeng smiled sinisterly, the sword in his hand not slowing down in the slightest as it let loose a rain of attacks on Tang Xuanhuan. Last time when he had fought with Tang Xuanhuan, she had been powerful, but there had been an absolute gap between the 2 of them. If Mo Nian had not suddenly appeared, he would have long since captured her. But this time, he was shocked to find that Tang Xuanhuan had managed to close much of that gap. She now possessed the ability to resist him. That filled him with absolute shock, as well as great jealousy. That jealousy was towards Long Chen for possessing such a powerful beauty. He was filled with fury and unwillingness. "This person is Long Chen's woman. If you want to make Long Chen a cuckold, it's up to you." Yin Wuxuang smiled icily. Previously, she had been miserably defeated by Long Chen. If it hadn't been for that teleportation talisman, Long Chen really might have killed her. That had caused her to lose all her prestige, and so her hatred of Long Chen and everyone beside him had sunk into her bones. The arrest warrant for Long Chen had actually been sent out by her using Han Tianyu's name. Not only did she target Long Chen, but she also included every disciple from the 108th monastery. Due to being tied together by Long Chen, All the 108th monastery disciples had been issued a death warrant. She was truly infuriated. She wanted to kill Long Chen along with every other disciple from the 108th monastery within the secret realm, making them forever stay here. As for the consequences of this, she wasn't afraid. Although she could count as a monastery disciple, her family was powerful, and she didn't believe the monastery would dare to do anything to her. Furthermore, she could just make an excuse saying Long Chen was a fiend, and these were his evil followers. In any case, she had a huge amount of proof as evidence of Long Chen's crimes. At that time, Long Chen and the others would already be dead. Even if people knew the truth, so what? The dead could not testify, and just who else would dare try to go against their first monastery? And so Yin Wuxiang had already put aside all her misgivings. All she wanted was revenge, to make Long Chen feel terrible enough to die, to let him know that offending her, Yin Wuxiang, was an immense mistake. She would make Long Chen feel regret. "You're all shameless." Tang Wan'er was so furious that her whole body was trembling. She tightly clenched her teeth as wind blades once more surged violently around her, launching a powerful attack. "Shameless? No, 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 this can't count as being shameless. I have all kinds of truly shameless methods. Once you're caught on my bed, you'll understand, ha ha ha." Han Tianfeng laughed pervertedly. His voice was controlled very well and only spread far enough for the three of them to hear it. The spectators were unable to hear it. "Properly torment this slut. Don't forget to use a photographic jade at that time. That'll be my gift for Long Chen, ha ha ha." Yin Wuxiang also laughed crazily. "Good, then let's capture her alive. Don't carelessly kill her, as I can't play with a corpse." After laughing pervertedly, Han Tianfeng's sword once more attacked sharply. Boom! The wind blade in Tang Wan'er's hand once more exploded. After all, she had only just advanced to the bone-forging realm, and she had yet to stabilize her foundation. As for these two, their cultivation bases were extremely powerful, and their weapons were all priceless treasures. More importantly, these two had already tempered two of their bones, so Tang Wan'er was still too lacking in comparison to them. If the two of them didn't want to capture her alive, then a beauty would have long since fallen from this world. But after such a long and intense fight, her spiritual energy was about to be exhausted. Seeing both their swords stabbing towards her again, Tang Wan'er surprisingly didn't block or dodge. Instead, she threw herself towards the swords, wanting to kill herself. "You want to die? It's not that easy." Both Han Tianfeng and Yin Wuxiang sneered mockingly. After having to waste this much time, how could they let her die so easily? Their swords tilted, turning from stabs into swats. They used their spiritual qi to scatter Tang Wan'er's spiritual qi so that Tang Wan'er would instantly lose any ability to resist. She wouldn't even be able to suicide. "Fuck off." Suddenly, an angry roar rang out like divine fury shaking the 9 heavens. At the same time, a fist smashed into their swords. Boom! Han Tianfeng and Yin Wuxiang felt a powerful force blow them back hundreds of meters. A figure appeared in front of Tang Wan'er, his robes fluttering, his long hair dancing in the wind, and 2 eyes shining like the stars. Violent killing intent surged out of him, looking like a killing god who had descended into this world to slaughter all life. This person's arrival caused everyone to let out a startled cry, as practically no one didn't recognize him. "Long Chen." Tang Wan'er looked at that familiar back, while tears streaming down her eyes. Long Chen turned back and apologized. "Sorry I was late. I've made you suffer." Tang Wan'er bit her cherry lips, her teardrops like pearls dripping down her face. She couldn't help but throw herself into Long Chen's embrace. "Scoundrel, why'd you only come now? If you were one step later, I'd never be able to see you again. I was afraid." Tang Wan'er gave in to her tears. In the face of death, she hadn't been thinking too much. But now that Long Chen had appeared, she was filled with lingering fear, and she became like a crying child, trying to relieve herself of all her grievances. "It's okay, everything's fine. Just give me some time and I'll cut them down." Long Chen gently patted Tang Wan'er's back. "I'll fight with you. They're very powerful." Tang Wan'er rubbed away her tears. Extending a hand, a wind blade once more appeared. She was the one who was most aware of just how powerful they were. How could she possibly not be able to tell that neither Han Tianfeng nor Yin Wuxiang had used their full strength yet? Previously, she had intentionally just been stalling the entire time. Until it had reached the absolute end, she hadn't given up. She had always been waiting for a miracle to appear. And now, a miracle had finally appeared. However, Long Chen's cultivation base was only at the mid-tendon transformation realm. No matter how strong he was, there was no way he could fight the two of them at the same time. Just two pieces of trash. If I don't beat them to the point that even their mothers wouldn't recognize them, then I won't be Long Chen, snorted Long Chen. He turned back, looking at the shocked Han Tianfeng and Yin Wuxuan. With his hands clasped behind his back, killing intent surged out of his eyes as he looked at the two of them. At this point, he was already too lazy to say anything. He simply slowly walked over to them. Seeing that figure, Tang Wan'er was filled with warmth. That figure was like a battle god to her, giving her a sense of complete ease. Long Chen, your arrival is perfect. You absolute fiendish beast, today I'll kill you in place of the heavenly Taos. Han Tianfeng was flabbergasted at Long Chen's arrival, as well as shocked by his strength. He was actually able to force the two of them back with a single punch. Furthermore, his current appearance seemed like the ruler of all life, causing him to be extremely displeased. Long Chen, you perverted traitor, today I'll tear you to pieces and grind your bones to ashes. I'll make you regret ever being born in this world. Yin Wuxuan ground her teeth. Her miserable loss to Long Chen had become her heart devil now. Whenever she closed her eyes, the only thing she saw was Long Chen's eyes that were filled with killing intent. When she had advanced to the bone-forging realm, she had been invaded by that heart devil and almost failed to advance. She had been extremely lucky in her breakthrough. But if she was unable to kill Long Chen, then this heart devil would continue to fester. If this state persisted, she would never be able to advance to the meridian opening realm. So seeing Long Chen now caused her hatred to soar, and she even wished to bite away his flesh. Her sword was quivering because of her emotions. "Don't move. He's mine," shouted Yin Wuxuan. Her aura completely exploded out, and the bones of her right arm emitted a crackling sound as a powerful pressure arose. The first thing Yin Wuxuan had done after advancing to bone forging was temper two bones of her right arm. That allowed her strength to reach a terrifying level. At the same time, it also increased the amount of spiritual qi she could store. This kind of power was practically unblockable. Although she temporarily hadn't had enough time to temper more bones, just these two already allowed her to be able to look down arrogantly on others. "Go to hell, you bastard!" With a final cold shout, Yin Wuxuan's sword suddenly tore through the space. A silver swordlight soared into the sky, and it appeared like a silver river as it hacked down on Long Chen. What a terrifying sword! She wasn't using her true strength before. She really is too strong. Just the aftershocks of this kind of attack can instantly kill me, said a favored with a quivering voice. Everyone present had already advanced to the bone-forging realm. Having just advanced, they were all filled with confidence. But now seeing this attack, that new confidence of theirs was shattered. They had finally realized a certain fact. They had advanced, but others had also advanced. Cannon fodder would always remain cannon fodder. Long Chen won't be defeated in just one attack, right? That would be too boring. A blood-colored saber suddenly appeared in Long Chen's hand. A large saber image smashed heavily onto Yin Wuxuan's sword image. That sword image instantly collapsed, and a terrifying saber chi smashed into Yin Wuxuan. In front of everyone's stunned eyes, Yin Wuxuan was knocked back into the distance and vomited a mouthful of blood. The berserk power had blown apart her headband, causing her long hair to become a mess, and her eyes were filled with absolute shock. The entire crowd was deathly silent. Everyone's gazes landed upon the calm, expressionless Long Chen. At this time, Long Chen was still maintaining his posture after swinging. That blow had seemed like a random slash from a divinity. If you hadn't done what you've done, you wouldn't die so soon. But it seems you don't understand that. Since you want to die so much, I'll help you out. Suddenly, a 300-meter divine ring appeared behind Long Chen, and a terrifying pressure shot out. Chapter 407, Bloodrinker Shocks All. Buzz. A 300-meter divine ring appeared behind Long Chen, releasing a terrifying pressure. What kind of technique is that? What powerful pressure? What's going on? Aren't only bone-forging experts capable of compressing their spiritual qi the point of releasing this kind of pressure? Long Chen's only at the mid-tendon transformation realm. There's no doubt charm surrounding him, so he isn't even a favored. How can he be so strong? What kind of monster is he? At this moment, Long Chen was standing there with a blood-colored saber resting on his shoulder, his aura surging tumultuously, his black hair dancing. He looked like a devil god who had descended onto the world. Last time I said that you were a slut. However, I still underestimated your slutness. Step by step, you forced me into being mortal enemies with you. Well, fine, let me tell you your wish is fulfilled now. From today onwards, I officially declare war on all of you. If you want to kill me, then come. But to declare war requires a bit of ceremony, and so I think I'll use your blood to bear witness to everything. Long Chen's disdainful voice seemed to come from the nine heavens. It was a voice filled with endless killing intent that shook the land. Suddenly, the blood-colored saber in his hand rumbled, and a fierce aura surged out. Your name is Blooddrinker. Starting today, you'll be fighting side by side with me. I'll let you drink as much of this world's evil people's blood as you want. Following Long Chen's words, that blood-colored saber seemed to come to life, and a terrifying pressure shot out, blowing away all the clouds and causing heaven and earth to change color. What? It's a Xuanhuan weapon. Yes, only a Xuanhuan weapon could release this kind of terrifying pressure. So his pressure was actually coming from his weapon. He's just relying on a weapon advantage. Xuanhuan weapons had runes that could only be activated by those who had reached the Xuanhuan realm and could use Xuanhuan power. That would allow them to release a mountain-crushing power. These weapons could only release their true power in the hands of a Xuanhuan expert. Before reaching that level, holding one of them was just used to scare away cowards. There was no way to release their full power. HMPH, just a scare tactic. What an idiot. Does he think just a Xuanhuan weapon could intimidate me? Don't make me laugh to death. Just watch. This weapon will quickly change owners, sneered a disciple from the first monastery. There were quite a few disciples here that were from the monastery. They were mostly from monasteries that were subordinate to the first monastery. Now seeing Long Chen, a disciple from the last place monastery, possessing a Xuanhuan weapon, their eyes all turned red from envy. It went without saying that he had definitely obtained it from someplace within the Geoli secret realm. There was no way anyone would gift such a precious weapon to a Haoshan disciple to use. All you can do is activate its pressure, but you can't activate its real abilities. This is just a scare tactic. But thank you for that gift, as that blood-colored saber has taken my fancy. Han Tianfeng laughed icily, and endless greed appeared in his eyes. Even he didn't have the qualifications to obtain a Xuanhuan weapon. Time for you to die. Falling leaves, flying stars, heaven and earth encompassing net. A rune appeared on Han Tianfeng's forehead, and his combat strength immediately reached its peak. He was not patient enough to wait any longer, and he wanted to kill Long Chen instantly to snatch away his saber. Sword images descended from the sky, destroying the void as they stabbed at Long Chen. Long Chen snorted, and seemingly looking down on the sky full of sword images, he swung out his saber. This was an extremely simple swing without any technique. Boom, the sword images all vanished, and Han Tianfeng was knocked back, completely shocked. Flashy but useless. Long Chen smiled coldly. That kind of technique was just child's play. How could true experts really care about his illusory images and be duped by such a weak trick? I really dislike this kind of never-changing poser show. Long Chen stepped forward, crossing 300 meters with a single step, appearing like a phantom as he arrived right in front of Han Tianfeng. His saber fell. This was also a simple and direct swing, without the slightest fanciness. But the pressure from the saber as well as Long Chen's killing intent had completely locked down Han Tianfeng. Han Tianfeng's hair stood on end, and he used his full strength to resist. But Long Chen's saber seemed as heavy as a mountain, and with an explosive sound, Han Tianfeng was once more blown back. Heavens, Han Tianfeng is injured. People let out startled cries. Fresh blood was slowly dripping off Han Tianfeng's sword from his hand. The webbing of his hand was broken by Long Chen's saber. But then, just how powerful was Long Chen's attack? Even after tempering two arm bones, Han Tianfeng was unable to receive it. Previously, none of them had sensed anything from their fighting. After all, they hadn't used battle skills, and everything had happened too quickly. But now the webbing of Han Tianfeng's hand was broken. They all finally understood that Long Chen's strength had reached a level they couldn't even imagine. Just as everyone was filled with shock, Long Chen once more stepped forward, slashing out his saber. Attacked together, his saber is shockingly heavy. Han Tianfeng's arrogance disappeared and he was now very cautious, not daring to face Long Chen's saber head-on. He retreated, joining hands with Yin Wuxuan. Die, Long Chen roared, killing intent filling heaven and earth, attacking the two of them. There was no way to reason with people like them. The most effective way of communicating with them was to kill them. As long as he killed enough so that they felt pain, as long as he killed enough so that they felt terror, they would finally realize what respect and reverence were. Otherwise, If trash like them continued to surround you, then if they weren't able to kill you, they would kill the people by your side, causing you to feel enough pain as to die. Long Chen repeatedly swung his saber at the two of them. He seemed to be just hacking it around randomly like someone who didn't even understand cultivation. Each of his attacks was full of mistakes. And yet, each attack contained endless killing intent as well as a fearless will. Although there were countless openings, if a person wanted to take advantage of those openings, they would also be hacked to death by his saber. His saber continuously collided with the two of their swords, emitting loud explosions. What shocked everyone was that despite joining hands, Han Tianfeng and Yin Wuxuang were forced to repeatedly retreat by Long Chen. Dust began to fill the air. Isn't Long Chen a bit too strong? Everyone was stunned. Just who was Han Tianfeng? He was the brother of the Righteous Path's #1 expert, and his talent was only slightly lower than his brother S. He was also on the level of a peak expert. As for Yin Wuxuang, she wasn't inferior to Han Tianfeng at all. Coming from an ancient family, she possessed a bloodline that would suppress anyone from the same realm. Most people didn't even have the courage to exchange blows with her. But the two of them were unable to even retaliate against Long Chen. Tempered bone energy. Seeing that they were repeatedly forced to miserably retreat in the face of Long Chen's attack, Yin Wuxuang and Han Tianfeng both clenched their teeth. A light blossomed from their right arms, and a powerful aura violently surged out. Boom! Yin Wuxuang and Han Tianfeng's swords locked onto Long Chen's saber. Long Chen's tempest-like attacks were finally stopped. Long Chen, did you really think the bone-forging realm was so weak? You're too naive. Han Tianfeng clenched his teeth as his sword tightly locked down Long Chen's saber. Although he said Long Chen was naive, he was actually absolutely shocked. Long Chen's combat strength had far surpassed his expectations. He had no choice but to tap into the energy within his tempered bones. Ordinarily, that tempered bone energy was something only those who had reached the four-temper bone forging realm could use. That was because only those who had tempered 4 bones or more could allow their bones to gain the ability to store energy. Ordinarily, they would slowly accumulate a large amount of spiritual qi within their tempered bones. Through constant nourishment and compression, once that energy was released, they would be able to explode with incredible power. HMPH, Han Tianfeng and Yin Wuxuang have finally tapped into their tempered bone energy. Long Chen's death has come. One of the first monastery's disciples boasted confidently. However, when other people heard that, their mouths twitched. They didn't dare easily declare their position anymore. Naive. Long Chen mocked. Back when I was at blood condensation, I already possessed the power to fight against the 8-temper bone forging realm. Your little power is nothing more than a fart to me. Boom! Long Chen's divine ring trembled intensely and surprisingly began to slowly rotate. Endless energy from heaven and earth poured into Long Chen's body. The power behind his saber sharply increased. After testing them out for a while, Long Chen had already figured out their battle rhythms. He no longer held back, and his full strength exploded out. A saber clashed heavily onto 2 swords. The ground beneath their feet was finally unable to bear that terrifying force and was broken into pieces. The 3 of them began to sink from people's lines of sight. Boom! Han Tianfeng and Yin Wuxuang were finally unable to endure it. Long Chen's limitless strength sent them flying. Die! Long Chen stamped on the ground, arriving in front of the 2 of them, slashing out with his saber. Their panicked defense was immediately broken. They were once more sent flying, dust filling the air. Both of them vomited blood that splashed through the air. Those distant spectators all let out startled cries, never having imagined that the 2 of them would be defeated so quickly even after releasing their full power. A blood-colored light sword, cutting apart heaven and earth, looking like a bloody river as it slashed down mercilessly on the 2 of them. Although they did their best to dodge, they didn't have that ability. Yin Wuxuang's arm was slashed off by that terrifying saber qi, instantly turning into a bloody mist. She let out a mournful shriek. That strike had not only destroyed her arm, it had also heavily shaken her inner organs. As for Han Tianfeng, he also didn't have the ability to dodge. The saber qi crushed his leg, causing him to scream. Even after attacking, Long Chen didn't pause. He was like a demon, appearing right in front of Yin Wuxuang, his saber slashing towards her neck. Chapter 408, Beheading Han Tianfeng. Long Chen's saber didn't pause at all, as he slashed it towards Yin Wuxuang's neck. However, the scene of her head flying didn't appear. His saber ended up hitting nothing but air. Teleportation talisman. Long Chen was filled with regret. He had actually forgotten about this thing, allowing that woman to escape again. But since Yin Wuxuang had once more used a teleportation talisman to escape, Long Chen didn't waste any time crying about it. He directly went to attack Han Tianfeng. Long Chen, just wait. I'll tear your body apart and play all your women to death. Haha, just wait. Han Tianfeng also took out a teleportation talisman, his eyes filled with rancor. You won't be able to kill. Han Tianfeng had just been about to crush the talisman when a wave of spiritual strength surged over. He suddenly found he was unable to crush the talisman. An instant later, Long Chen's saber had already cut off his arm. Before he could even scream, his saber was pressed against his throat. That icy blade made it so Han Tianfeng didn't dare say a single word, as he was filled with terror. The entire crowd was silent. Long Chen, I don't believe that you dare to kill me. Even with a blade pressed against his throat, Han Tianfeng still acted high and haughty. He hoped he could use his powerful background to intimidate Long Chen. Otherwise, he really would die today. You'll believe it in a bit. Long Chen turned to look at those distant spectators. A portion of these people were monastery disciples, and Long Chen also saw several wearing the first monastery's robes. He said to them, I know there are quite a few of you using photographic jades to record all this. Right now, I'll give you a good opportunity. Properly prepare your photographic jades to record this next moment, because this next moment will be very precious. Long Chen's words caused everyone's expressions to change, as they all knew what he was planning on doing. He was about to kill Han Tianfeng in front of all of them. If Long Chen killed Han Tianfeng, then that was equivalent to provoking an enormous disaster. He would have to face Han Tianyu's wrath. You dare, Long Chen? Han Tianfeng was startled and infuriated. Correct, I really do dare. Long Chen nodded, approving his viewpoint. If you kill me, you also won't be able to live. No one will be able to protect you, Han Tianfeng sharply cried. He was now afraid, truly afraid. Haha, you don't need to worry about whether or not I'll be able to live. Just go to the other world and properly repent. Long Chen's voice sounded like the summoning of a death god. No, Long Chen, don't kill me. We can discuss this. Han Tianfeng sensed Long Chen had truly set his heart on killing him. Discuss this? As soon as we entered the secret realm, you all tried to entrap me, smearing my name, wanting to destroy my reputation. Did you ever come find me to discuss this? After entrapping me, you then sent out proclamations, painting me as a heinous criminal. Then, using the image of justice warriors, you came to try and kill me, all in order to raise your own glory. Did you ever come find me to discuss this? When you failed to kill me, you shamelessly put your targets on the people by my side, slaughtering the weak, all to make me feel endless pain. Did you ever come find me to discuss this? With each word he spoke, Long Chen's voice became clearer. With each word he spoke, his voice filled with more emotion. By the end, his voice was full of endless hatred, and it had become a heaven-shaking roar that caused even the void to shudder. Even those distant spectators felt that Long Chen seemed like an angry lion. His fury could ignite the dome of the sky, and no one could possibly calm that fury. Now that your life is in my hands, you still have the face to want to discuss things with me. If you had just targeted me, then there would still be room for discussion. But when you extended your hands towards the people beside me, then that means no rest until death. No rest until death, no rest until death, no rest until death. Those 4 words continued to echo throughout the mountains, shaking people's ears. The killing intent contained within those words caused people's hearts to tremble with fear. Han Tianyu, I know you'll see this video. Don't think that by hiding behind others I don't know what you've done. Don't you want to play with me? Now I finally have time to accompany you. For now, I'll first accept your brother's head. Next time I'll accept Yin Wuxuang's head, and if you dare try to stop me, then I'll also cut off your head. No! Han Tianfeng's scream was cut short by a blood-colored saber. His head flew into the air. For a moment, the entire world was silent. Time seemed to slow down as everyone clearly saw Han Tianfeng's head flipping through the air. His expression was still filled with terror, worry, and an endless thirst for life. Unfortunately, that was not able to change his fate. A generation's genius was killed just like that. Long Chen looked at those distant spectators and icily said, I know there are many people who have been targeting me in secret. However, you're all quite lucky that you haven't directly attacked me or anyone by my side. Otherwise, even if you had ascended into the heavens or dug your way into hell, I would still have cut off your head. Fuck off, and don't forget to spread your photographic jades. Tell all those people targeting me that if they want to die, they can come anytime. Only after Long Chen finished speaking did people begin to hurriedly leave. They were like stray dogs, fleeing for their lives. The current Long Chen was just too frightening. He seemed like a merciless fiend, killing people without batting an eye. Just being stared at by him was enough to break their courage. Previously, they hadn't dared to run. Running would have indicated their guilty conscience, and who knew whether or not they would be mercilessly cut down by Long Chen. Now that Long Chen had told them to fuck off, it was as if their lives had been pardoned, and they fled with all their might. The battle today had completely wrecked their courage. Han Tianyu's brother had been killed. That was a huge matter. Apparently, Han Tianyu only had this one brother, and he loved him dearly. Once he heard this news, he would definitely become crazy. Long Chen had declared war on him. With all of these people fleeing, the shocking news of what had happened also spread rapidly, reaching every corner of the Jilai secret realm. What? Han Tianfeng was killed. If there wasn't a video of it, no one would have believed it. A generation's genius, second only to his brother, had fallen just like that. And it wasn't just Han Tianfeng. If Yin Wuxuang hadn't realized so quickly what a disaster she had provoked and activated a teleportation talisman, she would also have definitely been killed. Even with a teleportation talisman, Han Tianfeng had still been slaughtered by Long Chen. That filled everyone with a terror of Long Chen. Once Han Tianyu hears this news, he'll definitely go crazy and kill Long Chen, guess many people. I doubt this news will reach Han Tianyu for now. I heard he's currently in a dangerous area and has obtained a shocking treasure. He's busy refining it, and so he temporarily doesn't have time to come out. But as for whether or not Han Tianyu knew this news, it no longer really mattered. That was because practically everyone within the Jilai secret realm, other than some secluded people, had heard of it. That was precisely the result Long Chen had wanted. They liked to target him. Then they could come. Long Chen had long since been stifling his anger. Now, he wouldn't hold it back any longer. The fact that Han Tianfeng had chased down Tang Wan'er twice had already touched on his taboos. That had made this into a battle with no rest until death. And since there would be no rest until death, Long Chen no longer had any misgivings. Long Chen, everyone had already parted. Tang Wan'er ran up to Long Chen and threw herself into his embrace. Seeing her weary expression and the tear stains on her face, Long Chen felt a burst of pain. He tightly hugged her, saying, "Sorry, I've caused you to suffer." At this time, Tang Wan'er had long since lost her usual liveliness. That meant she truly had suffered during this time. Thinking of that, Long Chen was filled with hatred. I actually let that slut Yin Wuxuang run. That pisses me off. If she's run, she's run. Now that I've seen you again, I don't really feel much hate. Tang Wan'er softly leaned against his chest, feeling a great sense of safety. Within the Jilai secret realm, there were countless dangers. Not only did you have to face the attacks of the vicious beasts inside the secret realm, you also had to handle being chased down by members from both the righteous and corrupt paths. She was already exhausted. Long Chen was like a mountain she could finally rely on in these times. Right now, she didn't want to think about anything. She just hugged Long Chen as hard as she could, seeming afraid that he would fly away. Well, I'm not so tolerant. Those idiots really are too hateful, and this time I'll definitely settle our disputes. Long Chen ground his teeth. Long Chen, you killed Han Tianyu's brother, provoking a huge calamity. Even if you can leave the secret realm, you still won't be able to survive your punishment. Tang Wan'er was very worried. This was a trap that had been meticulously prepared. Most of the evidence was already in the hands of the enemy. Killing people was just making his own sins even greater. If he did manage to leave the secret realm, he would have to face the first monastery's wrath. As for the super monastery, they had a deep relationship with the first monastery. Once they started an investigation, no one would be able to protect him. Their 108th monastery was last place. They didn't even have the right to speak. There's nothing to be afraid of. Different situations call for different actions. Cultivation is a path of no retreat, and since there's no retreat, what's the point of caring so much about what the next step is? I don't care about how far I can walk on this path. I just want to be able to not receive any bullying. If it's foreordained that I can't walk far on my path, then I would rather be a firework. Although my time would be short, at least I would release my most dazzling light. Long Chen smiled. Long Chen had now found that he had been far too careful. A person should face his difficulties head-on, advancing bravely. Having too many misgivings, making all sorts of calculations and schemes that would only impact your Tao heart. Since he had chosen to believe in his martial strength, then he would use the most direct, most barbaric method to smash apart all the obstacles in front of him. If those obstacles were people, then he would kill people. If those obstacles were gods, then he would kill gods. Cultivation was a path of no retreat. Once you stepped on it, there was no way to look back. No one knew just when they would fall. So what was the point of having so many misgivings? If a person wanted to kill you, then hack them to death. It was just that simple. Blindly enduring wouldn't cause them to stop. Instead, your enemies would work even harder, bringing endless pain to the people by your side. So Long Chen had finally chosen to no longer endure. He would slaughter out his own dignity, making his enemies too afraid to even be enemies with him. If you want to be a firework, then I will also be a firework. We'll blossom together and we'll fall together, said Tang Wan'er gently. Wan'er, I'm not used to you being so gentle and warm. You couldn't have been possessed, right? Scoundrel, is your skin itching again? Tang Wan'er became bashful as well as enraged upon seeing Long Chen's doubting expression. She viciously gave him a pinch on the waist. Ha, now this is my familiar Tang Wan'er. Long Chen couldn't help laughing. Scoundrel, are you cursing me for not being gentle enough? Tang Wan'er rained a furious beating on him. No, in truth, you really are gentle, but your gentleness is different from other people. Long Chen covered his head, letting Tang Wan'er's fists rain down on him. Tang Wan'er couldn't help laughing. It seemed her mannerism really didn't have any relation to the word gentle. But for some reason, she liked acting in this kind of unreasonable manner with Long Chen. Just as they were messing around, a violet ball of flame suddenly appeared in Long Chen's hands and flew at a distant boulder. Chapter 409, Getting Revenge. Who's there? Get out. Long Chen flung out a ball of violet flames at a boulder. Tang Wan'er jumped in fright, hastily looking over in that direction. Long Chen's ball of flames caused the huge boulder to explode. I was still sensed. Here I was hoping to see a good show and maybe learn some tricks. The sky full of dust settled, and a man wearing a conical hat walked out. A curtain of light over his body dissipated Long Chen's violet flames. I knew it would be you, Long Chen smiled. Only Mo Nian liked this kind of style. With Long Chen's keen spiritual perception, the only ones who could silently get this close to him without him noticing were absolutely peak experts. Amongst those peak experts, the only one who could hide near him but not allow Long Chen to sense any hostility was Mo Nian. Han Tianyu, Yin Luo, and Hua Wufeng already hated Long Chen so much. There was no way that they could conceal their killing intent towards him to the point that none of it leaked. You knew it was me, but you still sent such a powerful attack. I find you really are becoming uncivil. This gift of yours isn't something just anyone could receive. Mo Nian took off his hat, revealing his still slightly immature, handsome face. You've gotten fat. Long Chen sighed emotionally. He envied Mo Nian a bit. No one had gone to entrap him, and with his powerful status, countless people were scared off from doing anything to him. If he didn't go find others for trouble, people would have to burn incense in thanks. But Long Chen didn't have such a background. He was schemed against all day, and countless people wanted him dead, provoking endless killing intent out of him. Since he didn't have a background to make people afraid, he would have to make them afraid himself. Otherwise, the trouble would be never-ending. Fuck, it really is getting harder to have a nice conversation with you. Mo Nian rolled his eyes. I even rushed thousands of miles to come help you once I heard the news, but you insult me like this as soon as you see me. Too uncivil. Long Chen laughed and tightly embraced Mo Nian. It went without saying that Mo Nian was also someone who cared deeply about relationships. Long Chen owed him a debt. However, as Long Chen hugged him, Mo Nian suddenly strangled Long Chen with his hands, raging, "Speak. That matter with Han Tianfeng, were you the one who framed me?" Mo Nian's violent eruption made Tang Wan'er jump. They were clearly just amicably talking. How did he become hostile so fast? Long Chen pushed aside Mo Nian, asking with irritation, "If you know, then why do you still have to ask?" As expected, it was you. I just knew that other than you, no one would dare play with me like this. Mo Nian laughed. He wasn't actually angry. Long Chen took out a table as well as wine and food. "Come, let's drink." He handed a large bowl of wine to Mo Nian. Receiving the bowl, he touched it to Long Chen's and drank it all in a single gulp. But after finishing it, Mo Nian's expression became a bit unsightly. He took a deep breath and looked at Long Chen. "This wine was given to me by you, so I drank it, but if someone else gave it to me, I'd definitely spit it out. It's so disgusting." Mo Nian was born into a grand origin, and the alcohol he drank was always top grade. Ordinary wines never entered his mouth, so he really had almost spit this out just now. But to give face to Long Chen, he had clenched his teeth and swallowed it. Long Chen wasn't the same as him. Although he had technically been a noble within Phoenix Cry, his days had been bitter and destitute. He drank whatever wine he had. Here, come drink mine. Mo Nian took out a large jug from his spatial ring. Unsealing it, a dense wine fragrance immediately floated out. Good wine. Just that fragrance would be enough for anyone's saliva to overflow. Long Chen was also someone who liked good wine, and he had never smelled such a good wine fragrance before. Wan'er, you should drink some too. Long Chen received the jug and poured a bowl for Tang Wan'er. However, Tang Wan'er refused to drink it, and she refused to sit with them as well. She just quietly stood by his side. At this time, it seemed like Tang Wan'er was a traditional wife, standing behind Long Chen in a gentle and refined manner. Ah, Long Chen, I really admire you. Mo Nian touched bowls with Long Chen, unable to hold back an emotional sigh. Long Chen had just drank another bowl. Although the wine was fragrant, it was also extremely strong. It felt like a blazing fire was spreading from his stomach, causing his entire body to feel relaxed. Furthermore, his body's spiritual qi even began to circulate faster. This was actually a medicinal wine that could also improve one's cultivation base. What do you admire about me? Long Chen didn't understand where this had come from. I admire you for having such social abilities. You have so many beauties by your side, and each of them is so docile. Your brother really does worship you. Mo Nian's expression seemed extremely sincere. Long Chen's expression immediately turned green. Just looking at that mirth in Mo Nian's eyes, he knew that this little fellow was up to mischief. Brother Mo, these words of yours are wrong. On the other hand, I, Long Chen, really have to prostrate myself in admiration towards your amazing skills. Please, Brother Mo, don't be stingy and teach me, laughed Long Chen. That was because he could sense Tang Wan'er's gaze on him from behind. That gaze almost felt like the tip of a blade. My archery arts are far too lacking compared to your ability to pick up girls. I remember seeing a very famous image that seems to have spread around. What was it called again? Nian patted his head, seeming to be racking his head. Long Chen was doing his best to give him meaningful gazes to get him to stop bringing up this matter. This was Long Chen's discreet manner of asking for forgiveness. Mo Nian was purposely bringing this all up in front of Tang Wan'er. Long Chen had an urge to take his wine bowl and stuff it down his mouth to get him to shut up. However, Mo Nian ignored Long Chen's gaze, suddenly clapping his hands and exclaiming, "Right, I remember now. It was called The One Hero Saves Three Beauties, an angry roar like spring thunder. A single saber breaks a sea of flames." That heroism in that image could shake the very heavens. Long Chen, a hero saving beauties and fighting a grand battle with Hua Wufeng. You're too domineering, but at least you became famous from that. Mo Nian gave Long Chen a big thumbs up. It was unknown how he had learned of his battle with Hua Wufeng, but just looking at that treacherous light in his eyes, Long Chen knew he wasn't doing this to praise him, but for revenge. Just like him, Mo Nian was also someone who wouldn't suffer a loss without doing anything. As soon as the two of them ran into each other again, he was getting revenge. Three beauties, who are they? Tang Wan'er suddenly cut in. Mo Nian clapped his hands again. Good question. I also want to know. It said that battle caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crumble, caused the sun and moon to lose all their light, and was incredibly desperate. Those three people should be your close female friends, right, Long Chen? Caused the sun and moon to lose all their light. This is the Geoli secret realm. There is no sun or moon. Hehiha, Long Chen didn't say anything. Hehiha, being glared at by Long Chen, Mo Nian didn't feel any uneasiness. Instead, he straightforwardly just laughed together with him. Hey, can you not just foolishly laugh? Who are those three beauties? Seeing the two of them just looking at each other and laughing foolishly, Tang Wan'er grew suspicious. They were Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Lu Fanger, answered Long Chen. Ah, Sister Meng Qi and Chu Yao, you got to see them. Tang Wan'er was pleasantly surprised. Yes, I saw them, but later we parted again, nodded Long Chen. What a pity, I really wanted to see them, said Tang Wan'er with disappointment. Mo Nian was stunned. Originally, he had thought he could make some trouble for Long Chen, who would have thought that Tang Wan'er wouldn't get the slightest bit jealous and was actually sorry she didn't get to see them. Mo Nian, you really are becoming more and more wretched. If you wanted to come over here, then you should have just come. But instead, you sneaked your way over. If you just sneaked your way over, then fine. But then you hid behind a boulder, secretly eavesdropping on our private conversation. If you were just eavesdropping, then fine. But then you were actually so shameless as to use a photographic Jade to record it all. As a person, you are smart enough, strong enough, handsome enough, and work hard enough, but you're lacking just one thing. Now it was Long Chen's turn to counterattack. He couldn't indulge him. You, Tang Wan'er, looked at Mo Nian with disbelief. Someone called a heavenly genius, this peak expert Mo Nian, would actually do such a shady thing. Sister Wan'er, you've misunderstood. I didn't have any other intentions. I just wanted to study Long Chen's divine skill in picking up girls. Mo Nian couldn't help feeling embarrassed at being exposed by Long Chen. At the same time, he cursed Long Chen for being a monster. His concealing arts were definitely extremely powerful, and within the same realm, there were few people who should have been able to sense him. That was especially true for Long Chen, who hadn't even been on guard for him. However, when he had stealthily taken out a photographic Jade and activated it, that incredibly faint spiritual fluctuation had still been sensed by him. To be caught secretly taking a video of them, even Mo Nian felt embarrassed. Tang Wan'er's gaze was especially hard to bear, and he had an urge to find a hole to bury himself in. You definitely deserve it. I already acknowledged my mistake, but you had to make things hard on me. Now you should be a bit more well-behaved. Drink? Mo Nian didn't know what to say, so he could only use drinking wine to cover up his embarrassment. After drinking and eating, that previous awkward atmosphere lessened a great deal. Long Chen, now that you've killed Han Tianfeng, I doubt Han Tianyu will let the matter lie. What are you planning on doing? Asked Mo Nian. No plans. After entering the Geolai secret realm, I suppose you could say I've completely seen through what it means to be a cultivator. There are many things that are out of your control. If you want to live, then you have to slaughter. Since they want to force me, then I can only retaliate. We'll just have to see whose life is harder to take. Long Chen gulped down another bowl of wine. Domineering, this is how men should be. However, it'll probably be a bit troublesome. If you can't handle it, then you don't need to stay in your monastery. Just come to my Mo Gate. Mo Gate was founded by my family. I might not dare promise anything else, but if you come to Mo Gate, then what is mine will be yours. Mo Nian patted himself on the chest. Long Chen was deeply moved by Mo Nian's words. He knew of Mo Nian's background, and he knew that Mo Gate was an enormous existence. His background truly was grand. However, Mo Nian had never put on any airs with Long Chen. Previously, he had already moved to save Tang Wan'er. Although he hadn't had a chance to take any action today, he had still rushed many miles once he had heard of the news here. Long Chen would remember all of this. All right, if there's a day I can't muddle along, then I'll come find you. However, you better be prepared, because if I do go over to you, I'll definitely drag you down, laughed Long Chen. Of course, that's no problem. When the time comes, we can stir as much trouble as we want, and we'll still have a backer. Chapter 410 Gift. Long Chen didn't understand. What did he mean by they would have a backer no matter how much trouble they stirred? You don't know, but my grandpa, the current gate master and family head, always scolds me for not being mature enough and not even knowing how to stir up any trouble, said Mo Nian with a bit of fury. There's such a family head. Both Long Chen and Tang Wan'er were stunned. He encouraged a child to stir up trouble. Just mentioning this matter pisses me off. Mo Nian once more drank a bowl of wine and then began bitterly complaining. Mo Gate was different from other sects. It was his family's sect, and everyone in Mo Gate was a member of his Mo family. However, Mo Gate was extremely large, and just their disciples numbered in the millions. When it came to strength, they were not the slightest bit inferior to the Xuanhuan super monastery. They had countless experts, and they were the overlord of Qing Prefecture. There was no power that dared provoke them. Mo Gate's gate master was extremely powerful and an extremely decisive person. His treatment towards disciples was extremely strict and harsh, and he was especially harsh to Mo Nian. He would frequently beat and scold him, not being the slightest bit lenient due to their relationship. As Mo Gate's #1 genius, Mo Nian had had to endure that old man's grooming. When he was just 3 years old, this grandfather of his had thrown him into a wolf den, only giving him a single dagger. A 3-year-old child had been ordered to kill his way out of a wolf den. In the end, Mo Nian had managed to just barely survive with his body covered in blood. When he explained that particular matter, Mo Nian began to loudly curse. Long Chen and Tang Wan'er looked at each other. This kind of method to raise a disciple truly was cruel. Monayan was the gate master's grandson, his direct descendant from the main bloodline. He should have been pampered all his life. How did he end up being treated so ruthlessly? Fuck, if my mother didn't confirm it for me, I really would think I was just some baby he had picked up of the road. All day, he tells me children that can't stir up trouble don't have any future prospects. So ever since I was young, I stirred up as much trouble as I could. As a child, I beat up all those of the same age as me, beating them until they were afraid of me. Then what happened? Long Chen's expression was very odd. Then I would return home and get a beating, and they would scold me for having no ability. Someone who only knows how to bully the weak is just a coward. He said a man must be manly, and if you have to bully someone, you have to bully the strong. Only that counts as an accomplishment and a success. That is how an expert should act. Tell me, how was I supposed to understand any of that as a child? How could I even differentiate between the strong and the weak? Furthermore, I was the grandson of the gate master. What idiot would really dare attack me? Just how was I supposed to find an expert to bully? Grumbled Monayan. Then what about later? Did you find an expert to bully? Xuanhuan found this all startling and comical, and she couldn't stop herself from asking about the conclusion. I found one. I found an absolutely peak expert to bully. Monayan finally smiled with pride. What level expert? Asked Long Chen. An expert so powerful you can't even imagine it. I'll give you a clue. That person stands at the peak of my Qing prefecture's martial path. He's the strongest man in all of Qingzhou. You couldn't be talking about your grandfather, right? Asked Long Chen. Correct, it's him, laughed Monayan. Did you succeed? I succeeded. Then what was the final result? Speaking of the result, Monayan's expression turned listless. The result? My mother and father beat me, and then my uncles also beat me. Damn, just what did you do? What could I have done? Do you think I could defeat a grand sect leader? All I could do was pee in his wine pot, raged Monayan. Long Chen and Xuanhuan couldn't hold back their laughter. To maintain a woman's image of reservedness, Xuanhuan quickly stopped. But Long Chen wasn't concerned with such things, and he roared with laughter, laughing so hard that he was hunched over, tears even coming out. Monayan, you really are a marvel. Long Chen was laughing so hard that he couldn't breathe. What marvel? If you also had such old fellows around you, you'd definitely go crazy. All they do is force me to cultivate while also constantly beating me mentally and physically. Otherwise, why would I run away from home so often? But last time it was a bit better. Long Chen, you really are a good brother. Come, let us brothers drink another one. Monayan once more raised a bowl of wine and touched it to Long Chen's, his expression extremely pleased. You should be talking about that leg, right? Correct. When I returned home last time, those old fellows had originally been planning on beating me again. Then I showed them all Yin Luo's leg. Long Chen, let me tell you, their expressions at that moment really were amazing. Fuck, more wine. Cheers. Just thinking of it filled Monayan with excitement. After 3 more large bowls of wine, Monayan continued. After having to endure so much crap for so many years, I finally had a chance to release all that anger. Long Chen, I really have to thank you. Don't be like that, have I ever thanked you? That's right, brothers don't need to say such things or they won't seem as close. Come drink. That large jug of wine was quickly finished by the two of them. Monayan once more took out 3 more jugs, the two of them drinking while chatting. Long Chen also told Xuanhuan to sit. Although she didn't want to drink, just having her stand behind him made him feel like he was wronging her. He didn't like such over-elaborate customs. Long Chen, you really are a monster. Although I've advanced to bone forging, I still feel a great deal of pressure from your body. As he drank, Monayan forgot all his sullenness. You're being modest. Even after advancing to bone forging, not the slightest bit of your aura is leaking. That means you've stabilized your foundation to a practically abnormal level. Perhaps the current you is already planning on finding trouble for Han Tianyu, laughed Long Chen. As if I would have the time to bother with him. I just exited my seclusion, and I was preparing on exploring the secret realm, but that's still a bit too intimidating. You also know that the exit will be opening not so long from now. If I can't make it back in time, I'd have to wait here for 100 years. Ignoring whether or not I can survive, with my temperament, just being trapped in here for a century is enough to make me crazy, said Monayan. The Geolai secret realm was very large. There were many places that had yet to be explored. However, those places were all incomparably dangerous, and without specific markings on the map, It was all too easy to get lost. Even someone as strong as Mo Nian was still hesitating about whether or not he wanted to take that risk. "How about it? Do you want to explore with me?" Mo Nian looked at Long Chen sincerely. But Long Chen shook his head. I'm too lazy to move. Let me just rest comfortably here." "No way, you aren't thinking of looking for opportunities." Mo Nian was slightly astonished. "I trust that news of me killing Han Tianfeng will spread throughout the entire secret realm. I still have some companions I haven't got to see. Once they hear this news, they'll definitely come converge over here. But there are still several months until the secret realm closes. Are you planning on wasting all that time?" frowned Mo Nian. "If it's wasted, it's wasted. The things called opportunities are curious things. If it was meant to be yours, then you wouldn't be able to avoid it even if you wanted to, and if it wasn't meant to be yours, you wouldn't be able to find it no matter how much you search. After so much time has passed, I really don't know how everyone is doing. In order to handle me, those sons of B teachers from the first monastery have taken out their anger on them. I can't just watch as my fellow disciples are implicated by me," sighed Long Chen. In truth, Long Chen really did long to go exploring again. He hoped he could find whatever was calling to him. However, since his relationship with the first monastery had already reached this point, he was very worried about everyone's safety. It was better to temporarily put aside any thoughts of adventuring. "That's true. Those idiots from the first monastery really are contemptible, and Han Tianfeng really did deserve to be killed by you. I'm glad I didn't misjudge you. You really are loyal to your friends. Let's drink again." Mo Nian snorted, clearly finding the first monastery's conduct to be extremely reprehensible. Long Chen once more drank a bowl of wine before asking, "How have your gains been in the secret realm?" "Don't even mention that. It really pisses me off. I didn't run into the slightest bit of luck." Mo Nian's expression became ugly. "What? I think it's just your requirements that are too high, right?" Long Chen didn't believe that with Mo Nian's strength, he could possibly not manage to find anything good. That would be far too unlucky. "My luck was bad, and I didn't run into anything decent. Some things were not bad, but others obtained them first. Those people were from the righteous path, and I didn't feel like lowering my face to fight with them. As for those corrupt idiots, they had even worse luck than me. My spatial ring is practically empty, empty enough to make me curse people," said Mo Nian helplessly. "It seems like you're lacking in what a human should have," sighed Long Chen profoundly. "Be quiet. Are you cursing me for not having any morals?" rebuked Mo Nian with vexation. To the side, Tang Wan'er stealthily laughed. "I didn't say you have no morals, I said you're lacking what a human should have. Come, brother will give you a gift." Long Chen touched his spatial ring. "Hey, Long Chen, don't be like this. We won't be good brothers if you act like this." Mo Nian's expression sank with displeasure. As a peak expert, he had his own pride. He definitely wouldn't take other people's gifts for nothing. That was especially true of things they had obtained through rare opportunities. Those things were all related to karma and destiny. In other words, the things you could obtain through opportunities were all based on a person's karmic luck. If you split what you gained with others, then that was equivalent to splitting your karmic luck. In the same manner, those who like to steal other people's treasures, things that were never destined to be with them but they had snatched through martial force, were also stealing a portion of that person's karmic luck. Karmic luck was something illusory and profound. There was no exact proof of its existence, but the majority of cultivators all firmly believed in its existence. For Long Chen to say he was giving Mo Nian a gift, especially for the reason that Mo Nian's luck had been bad, was no different than charity, and that was a kind of humiliation for Mo Nian. That was why his expression had sunk. "You're overthinking it. I don't even have enough treasures for myself, so how would I have leftover for you?" Looking at his expression, Long Chen couldn't help laughing. "Oh, then what is it?" It's definitely something that will make your eyes light up. Look." Long Chen took out a certain item and gave it to Mo Nian. "What the fuck? It couldn't be right." Mo Nian's expression turned lifeless. Chapter 411, Four Beauties Meet. Seeing what Long Chen had taken out, Tang Wan'er jumped in shock. That was an arm. An arm that had been severed at the shoulder and perfectly preserved. Although it was just an arm, it still emitted a powerful pressure. This was her first time seeing such a powerful arm. It had clearly already split off from the main body, but it was still so terrifying. "Is this his?" Mo Nian's eyes were shining and he was filled with disbelief. "What do you think? You couldn't have forgotten that familiar feeling so soon, right? Do you want it or not? If you don't, then I'll just have to hoard it in my own collection, said Long Chen. I want it, of course I want it. And what would you hoard it for? If you give it to me, I'll have a good set. Mo Nian immediately grabbed the arm, sizing it up like a treasure. Hee, this time I really did profit. Even if I don't get anything else, I'll still be able to report a success to those old fellows at home. Tang Wan'er still didn't understand. Whose arm is it? But as soon as she asked that, she had a sudden thought and her expression turned to shock. Could it be his? Long Chen nodded. Yup, it's Yin Luo's. Previously Meng Qi Chu Yao Lu Fanger and I attacked him, but despite our advantage, we still didn't manage to kill him. Yin Luo is just too powerful. Long Chen really did have a bit of admiration for Yin Luo. It went without saying that Yin Luo was truly powerful, even if Long Chen had managed to send him fleeing miserably last time. He was sure that Yin Luo was still holding back a portion of his abilities. He would only use those skills when he had no other choice. That was also the reason Long Chen hadn't let the others surround Yin Luo to help. Even he didn't have assurance of being able to receive Yin Luo's final death blow, and so he didn't want to place them in danger. Haha, I've got an arm and a leg now. It's a perfect set. Mo Nian laughed, properly putting away the arm. Tang Wan'er shook her head, sighing, You two really are wicked. Yin Luo is a peak expert, but he's probably the most sullen peak expert at this moment. First a person cut off his leg, and then a person cut off his arm. Furthermore, those two persons were the same. Looking at Mo Nian treating the arm like a treasure, Tang Wan'er felt that perhaps Yin Luo was one of those people born into greatness, but destined to live a sullen life. When we run into Yin Luo in the future, we probably won't even have to attack. Just by yelling to arms, he'd probably vomit blood and die, laughed Mo Nian. Although Long Chen knew he was joking, he still warned him, You're looking down on Yin Luo too much. He is someone who truly killed his way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He is an unyielding, determined person, and this little setback is not enough to impact him. The fact that he was thwarted will probably cause him to crazily increase his cultivation base. He's probably long since advanced to bone forging and should be in the midst of tempering his bones. Speaking of which, how many bones have you tempered? 4, 1 for each limb, answered Mo Nian. Long Chen and Tang Wan'er were startled. He had managed to temper 4 bones incredibly fast. Although those old fellows are always harsh to me, they've long since prepared the medicinal pills I need now that I've advanced. The first thing I did after advancing was to start tempering my bones. Since I have the best medicinal pills, I naturally advance quickly. As Mogate's top genius, he had all the resources he needed. To temper 4 bones in such a short amount of time was reasonable. However, that caused Long Chen to feel uneasy. For a peak expert like Mo Nian, tempering 4 bones would cause his battle strength to soar to a terrifying point. Most importantly, it was unknown just how many peak experts like Mo Nian were present in the secret realm at the moment. After all, this place had gathered the top geniuses of 7 prefectures. No one knew just how many experts were hiding still. Mo Nian, how many people on the same level as you came from Qing Prefecture? Asked Long Chen. There are 3, however you don't need to be afraid of them. With me present, they won't dare make any big waves. They don't have the guts to mess around with my Mogate. When the time comes for you to resolve your revenge with Han Tianyu, I will represent Mogate to fully support you. There are hundreds of disciples from Mogate in the GLI secret realm right now, and none of them are those useless types. Whoever dares try anything can be directly stomped to death. Mo Nian was fully confident. Long Chen was moved that Mo Nian would be so loyal. Raising their wine bowls, they continued drinking. He listened to Mo Nian explain the experts he knew. Mo Nian said that Qing Prefecture had 3 other fellows that were extremely powerful. The 4 of them were called Qing Prefecture's 4 heroes. When it came to strength, those 3 were a slight level weaker than Mo Nian, but their strength had actually reached the point that they were definitely stronger than Han Tianfeng. That gave Long Chen a shock. Bang! 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 Suddenly, all of Compass Mountain began to shake. An enormous aura charged over at Long Chen like a ferocious beast. Bastards, if you dare injure a hair on Sister Wan'er's head, I'll smash you into mincemeat. An angry roar shook the land. At the same time, a figure rushed over on top of Compass Mountain, bringing with it a line of dust. Hearing that voice, Long Chen was delighted. That voice was far too familiar. A figure shot over like lightning. That figure had a body like an iron tower, appearing so imposing that he was like a giant god. Wilde, Brother Long, haha, I finally get to see you again. The person who had come was precisely Wilde. Seeing Long Chen, Wilda was incredibly excited, and he gave Long Chen an incredibly powerful hug. Muscles bulged all over Wilda, and his body was filled with an explosive strength. In his happiness, he had actually forgotten to control his strength. This hug of his was enough to crush someone. Fortunately, Long Chen's physical body was tough. Anyone else would have long since choked. After hugging, Long Chen patted Wilda, his voice emotional as he said, "Good brother, I'm glad you're fine. The power of this fellow's chi and blood is terrifying." Mo Nian jumped in fright at Wilda's aura. The current Wilda seemed just like a human-shaped magical beast. His chi and blood surged, and his body seemed to contain a volcano that might erupt with an apocalyptic power at any moment. Suddenly, a burst of bird cries rang out. The sky darkened as three huge figures directly flew over at Long Chen. "They're on our side." Seeing Wilda and Xuanhuan had both taken defensive positions, Long Chen calmed them. The three huge figures slowly descended. Those were violet birds over 60 meters long. The pressure of fourth-rank magical beasts came from them, truly making them seem like divine steeds. "Long Chen, Sister Xuanhuan." Long Chen was surprised to see that the violet phoenix sparrows had reached the fourth rank. He didn't know what technique they had used for them to grow so quickly. On the backs of the three violet phoenix sparrows were Chu Yao, Meng Qi, and Lu Feng'er. Chu Yao was the first to jump off and give Tang Xuanhuan a hug. "Sister Yaoer, I'm so happy to see you again." Tang Xuanhuan also hugged Chu Yao back, crying tears of joy. Within this bloody, cruel secret realm, the feeling of close friends was truly moving. "Xuanhuan, hello." At this time, Meng Qi also walked over. When she got close, she smiled slightly at Tang Xuanhuan. "You must be big sister Meng Qi, right? You really are beautiful. It's no wonder Long Chen reminisces about you all day." Tang Xuanhuan was also someone extremely confident in her beauty. Previously, before she had seen Meng Qi, she had even felt a bit of competitiveness in her heart. But after seeing Meng Qi, that slight competitive spirit vanished like smoke in thin air. Meng Qi's beauty was not just something based on her outer appearance. It was something that came from an immortal charm that exuded from every part of her. It was something that would completely convince anyone. "Sister Xuanhuan, you're the beautiful one. Even my heart is about to be moved. Come, let's go find someplace with no one around. I'll give you a gift that I guarantee you'll like." Just like that, Meng Qi, Tang Xuanhuan, Chu Yao, and Lu Feng'er all rushed into the distance. "Eh?" Long Chen had had his hand raised the entire time, but he had never had the time to say anything. From the start, they hadn't given him any opportunity, leaving Long Chen to just stand there like a wooden stake. "Long Chen, I really do have to admire you. Just how did you do this?" Each one of those beauties was like a fairy. Their voices were like birdsong, but they were too far away for the men to hear what they were saying. Seeing how very harmonious they were, Mo Nian couldn't help sighing. "What do you mean? When they're together, do they not fight?" "Fight?" Long Chen smiled bitterly. Seeing their attitudes, it seemed fighting amongst themselves wasn't that likely. If they were vexed, they would probably be fighting together against him. Although he was smiling bitterly, he was actually delighted inside. He had always been very worried about what would happen when everyone was together, but it seemed he could be at ease for now. "Hey, as brothers, how about you teach me some of your exclusive techniques? That way I'll be able to settle that evil woman," whispered Mo Nian. "Evil woman? In truth, she's my fiancée. She's really too ruthless to me, but I'm a man, you understand." Long Chen looked at Mo Nian with disbelief. This was inconceivable. A peak expert like him had such worries. "To tell the truth, I really don't have any experience in this area," said Long Chen. Mo Nian disdainfully said, "Nonsense. If you don't have any experience, then tell me, why are they so peaceful with each other? If I even say a few words to another woman, I'll be beaten and chased down by that evil woman. Maybe it's... Don't say I'm lacking what a person should have again. Just help me out. I treat you like a brother, and I didn't even bother with you about you framing me. Do you really have the heart to not help me out?" raged Mo Nian. Seeing Mo Nian's extremely serious manner, Long Chen was speechless. If Long Chen did try to evade any longer, then Mo Nian really would get angry. But did Long Chen really have such amazing techniques to play around with girls? Furthermore, what Mo Nian was looking for wasn't pick-up techniques, but ways to subdue a woman. He wanted to subdue a woman, and an apparently powerful woman as well. He might as well try ascending to the heavens. Rumble! Suddenly, a strange sound rang out from the side. Wilda scratched his head with embarrassment. "Brother Long, I'm hungry." Hearing that, Long Chen's eyes lit up and he patted Mo Nian on the shoulders. I'll give you an opportunity. It'll be up to you to grab that chance. Chapter 412, Happiness and Emotion. Top Compass Mountain, there was an enormous grill with a piece of meat over 30 meters long. It was being roasted by a violet flame, oil dripping down its side, and a delicious fragrance coming from it that would make a person drool. A fifth-rank magical beast's flesh as a meal, that really is luxurious. Mo Nian couldn't help sighing when he saw that piece of meat. This was the barbaric wind beast's tail. It had been skinned and then placed on this grill. Mo Nian had jumped when he first saw its corpse. But then Long Chen had said that he wasn't the one to kill it, and it was just two magical beasts that had fought together, allowing him to take advantage. Only then did Mo Nian relax. After all, a fifth-rank magical beast was equivalent to human meridian opening experts. Such a powerful magical beast was something only Xiantian experts had the ability to kill. If Long Chen could kill fifth-rank magical beasts, then that would really be too terrifying. Long Chen, didn't you say you teach me your pickup techniques? Oh, now I understand. In order to keep a woman's heart, you have to first satisfy a woman's stomach. Profound. Really, really profound. Mo Nian gave him a thumbs up. Profound my ass. Wild is hungry and all I'm doing is getting him food. And stop randomly shouting about picking up girls. Do you want to get me killed? Raged Long Chen quietly. To talk about picking up girls in front of women, it must mean you had gotten tired of living. Long Chen still hadn't got to enjoy all life had to offer, so he definitely didn't want to be cut down in his prime. In a bit we'll all be eating together. In a roundabout manner, you can ask them some questions about this area and see how they reply. That'll be much more effective than anything I can say. If you want to subdue a woman, you'll first have to find out how a woman thinks. They're the true teachers, whispered Long Chen. Makes sense, Mo Nian nodded. After all, men were all outsiders. Asking for help wasn't necessarily something that would cause him to lose face. Remember to keep it more implicit, warned Long Chen. Don't worry, I understand. Mo Nian waved his hand, meaning he didn't need his warning. It went without saying that the existence ranked third on the Beast Flame rankings was extremely powerful. Despite how tough the barbaric wind beast's flesh was, it was still being cooked very quickly. Furthermore, as an alchemist, Long Chen's control over flame had reached a pinnacle level. But then again, probably only he would waste his pill flame on cooking meat. Long Chen, ignoring everything else, just your cooking skill has reached the point that few people could resist. Mo Nian had to continuously swallow his saliva as he looked at that meat cooking. Although that meat was huge, Long Chen's control over his pill flame was perfect. He wouldn't burn the meat, and he would also lock all the best flavor inside. At the same time, he was constantly adding seasoning onto the meat. With his pill flame, he brought the flavor of the seasoning deep into the meat, so the fragrance coming from it was truly something few people could resist. Those four women in the distance also walked back over without saying a word when they smelled it. Long Chen smiled slightly, pride appearing on his face. When it came to using pill refining arts to cook meat, he trusted there was no one who could stand on the same level as him. Let's eat. Long Chen took out several plates from his spatial ring. Using a knife, he cut off palm-sized slices. He distributed it so each person had 3 pieces, and then the remaining meat was all given to Wilda. MMMH, it's really good. Lu Fang'er couldn't help exclaiming after just eating a single bite, but then just after her praise, she let out a startled cry. Long Chen smiled and explained, this is 5th-rank magical beast meat, and a great deal of its essence was brought out by my pill flame. Such meat is very beneficial to our bodies, but it can't be eaten too quickly. You should focus on digesting it while eating, and you can't eat too much, or your body won't be able to digest it. A 5th-rank magical beast was in existence that had lived for who knew how many years. Its body had absorbed years of pure energy, a great deal of which ended up in its flesh. So its flesh was a kind of tonic. Lu Fang'er and the others had weaker bodies, and so they would have to eat this meat slower. Otherwise, the huge amount of energy could cause some problems in their bodies. Hee, that's even better. We can talk while eating. Long Chen, your cooking skill really is amazing. In the future, I'll have to properly enjoy it every day, laughed Lu Fang'er. The other 3 women also seemed to be looking forward to that. Although they personally didn't like meat that much, Long Chen's cooking skill was just too amazing. The meat he cooked was irresistible. Hee, that's a small matter. I'll cook for my beauties at any time. Long Chen laughed along. The barbaric wind beast's flesh was all muscle, and common sense would dictate that it would be very tough and hard to eat. But after being cooked by Long Chen's pill flame, it became exceptionally delicate, falling apart the moment it entered their mouths, filling their mouths with flavor. However, the only drawback was that they had to endure and not gulp it down. Each time, they would only eat a small bite, and only after digesting it would they take a second. As for Lu Fanger, her first bite had been too big, and as a result, a huge amount of energy had flooded her body. She needed to digest for a while before she could continue eating, so now she could only watch as everyone ate. This level of meat is terrifying, and each of us can only eat a few pounds. Will Wilder be able to handle eating so much? Worried Meng-Chi. Don't worry, it'll be fine with his body. Long Chen smiled slightly. He was the one who understood Wilder the best. Within the abyss of fiends, Long Chen had run into the expert from the barbarian race, giving him a new understanding of Wilder. The barbarian race had already disappeared in ancient times, but there were still some legends recorded about them. It was said that this race consumed almost all beasts as food, and their strength was enough to shake heaven and earth. There were none who could compare to them. Without relying on techniques or divine abilities, they used pure brute strength to fight everyone. In some ancient texts, Long Chen had seen some simple descriptions of the barbarian race. His impression of this race was very deep. The barbarian race was not at all the same as those barbarian tribes that Long Tianxiao had fought back in Phoenix Cry. Those barbarian tribes were simply called that because they had yet to become civilized and were complete savages. That barbarian race expert had been extremely confident that Long Chen's body had contained some of the aura of his barbarian race. If that was true, then Long Chen was sure that it had to be Wilder. Wilder's height and character corresponded very well with the descriptions in the ancient texts. Adding on the barbarian race expert's thoughts, it seemed that it was very likely that Wilder was a descendant of the barbarian race. However, the barbarian race had already become extinct. Just where had Wilder come from? Why had he been reduced to the point that he had almost starved to death? It was a mystery. Wilder is practically a monster. His body's chi and blood are too shocking, and probably even Chosen are unable to receive a single blow from him. Mo Nian couldn't help sighing. He could sense a powerful pressure from Wilder. It was as if the person beside him wasn't a human, but a terrifying magical beast. Cough Mo Nian, don't eat so fast. Try to be more restrained. Long Chen suddenly coughed, putting special emphasis on the restrained. This fellow had become so focused on eating that he had forgotten about what he had wanted to ask. Only when Long Chen reminded him did he remember. That's right, I'll be reserved. Then about that. This junior brother has some things he doesn't understand and would like to ask you four beauties for advice. Mo Nian put aside his normal air of arrogance, speaking very humbly towards the four of them. Seeing how solemn Mo Nian was acting, the four of them were slightly stunned and hastily focused completely on what he wanted to say. Although I wouldn't dare try to act as a teacher, there's no harm in asking, said Meng-Chi. Long Chen smiled slightly and nodded. Mo Nian truly was someone born of a powerful family. As soon as he put aside his arrogance, he managed to seem just like one of them. He was doing very well at keeping everything implicit. With some embarrassment, Mo Nian said, "What I want to know is, how did Long Chen manage to seduce you all?" Long Chen spat out his mouthful of meat, while Meng-Chi and the others all reddened, turning speechless. "Mo Nian, I'll go all out against you." Long Chen roared and grabbed Mo Nian's collar, seeming as if he really would attack. Brother, don't get so emotional. Let's just talk properly," advised Mo Nian when he saw how furious Long Chen was. "How am I supposed to not get emotional? I wanted to help you, and you decided to entrap me." "Implicit, reserved. Do you know what it means to speak in a roundabout manner?" raged Long Chen. "I really don't know," said Mo Nian bitterly. "A person like you really deserves to be bullied." Panting with rage, Long Chen finally let go of him. Seeing Meng-Chi and the others looking at them with confusion, Mo Nian said, "This junior brother really doesn't know how to speak in a roundabout manner. Please don't take offense. In truth, the matter is like this." Mo Nian hastily explained his circumstances to them. With grief, he concluded, "In a person's life who doesn't have a couple intimate friends. But my fiancé absolutely refuses to allow me to have any. Just what cruelty is that? But now I see that you're all so harmonious, so I just want to learn how you did this. I really am sincerely begging for help." Seeing how sincere Mo Nian was being, the four of them looked at each other and couldn't help shaking their heads. It was Meng-Chi who said, "Although we are all cultivators, not all of us are born to the same grandeur. The four of us all come from humble origins, and now that we've stepped onto the path of cultivation, we have to rely on ourselves for everything. It can be said that on the path of cultivation, anyone could die at any moment. No one knows just when exactly they will fall. So if we love someone, we will love them wholeheartedly. Our goal is not to obtain something, nor is it to try to monopolize someone. All we hope for is to not have any regrets when we die. Long Chen's heart shook. He saw dim sadness in their eyes. This is what they were thinking in their hearts. So right now, we cherish everyone by our side, and we hope to remember every bit of happiness and emotion. That way we'll be able to be content with what we have, which will allow us to be happier. Meng Qi smiled slightly. Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, and Lu Feng'er all held her hands, mist appearing in their eyes. Long Chen felt endless sorrow inside. On the path of cultivation, who could guarantee that they would never fall? With each rising sun, it was unknown whether or not you would make it to the sunset. That was simply what cultivation was. This kind of feeling was something difficult for someone like Mo Nian to grasp. Oh, I understand now. In the end, Mo Nian finally understood why the four of them would be so harmonious. That was because none of them could be certain whether any of them could live to tomorrow. So what was the point of competing amongst themselves? Brother Long, I finished eating. Is there any more? In the midst of that grave and heavy atmosphere, Wilda's voice broke the silence. Chapter 413, Complete Tempering. Long Chen once more cooked a large slab of meat. After pouring out those emotions, Meng Qi and the others had all become even more intimate, seeming just like real sisters, laughing and talking. Wilda had already gone off to the side, with a small mountain-like pile of meat. Long Chen, why don't you bring everyone into my Mo gate? Let me say it again, what's mine is yours. At the very least you won't have to worry about safety, advised Mo Nian. Although he knew Mo Nian had good intentions, Long Chen shook his head. Safety is only something temporary. Since we've stepped onto the path of cultivation, there is no such thing as safety. Once you become strong enough, you'll end up coming into contact with even stronger people. The struggle never ends. Joining Mo Gate will only give us a temporary moment of peace, but that won't guarantee us a lifetime of peace. So if people want to live, they need to have their own powerful strength. Strength is everything. I need to get stronger to make everyone revere my strength, to make everyone afraid of me, to make it so just my name is enough to make people quake in fear. A touch of killing intent appeared on Long Chen's face. He thought of what would have happened if he had arrived just one step later. Tang Wan'er could have ended up dying. Thinking of that, he wasn't able to stop his killing intent from surging out. How are you planning on resolving all this? Asked Mo Nian. A blood debt must be paid with blood. That Yin Wuxuang must die, and I'll kill whoever dares try to stop me. Han Tianyu will definitely try to stop you. Do you have any assurance against him? Should we work together? It's better for me to personally handle matters like this. As for assurance, don't mention that again. When I kill people, it only depends on my mood, not assurance. Long Chen shook his head. Even if he didn't have any assurance, he still had to do this. Fine, then at that time Han Tianyu will be left to you and I'll handle Yin Luo. This time I'll see whether I can sever his head. Mo Nian clenched a fist. However, it seems you've also offended Hua Wufeng. That fellow truly is troublesome. He has the pill tower behind him, and that's a huge power that no one can provoke. Long Chen nodded. That's why I want to use this time to increase everyone's strength. We'll prepare for a final death battle in front of the secret realm's exit. At that time, those who aren't afraid of dying can come at me as much as they want. Long Chen knew the first monastery had quite a few henchmen. There were quite a few sects related to them, and they had quite a large authority over the entire righteous path. It could be said that a single order from them would bring hundreds to do their bidding. Previously, Long Chen had been holding back against the first monastery, but as a result, all that had brought him was more enemies and more battles. Since that was the case, he would let himself loose and go all out. I've heard that the second monastery's Hua Biluo is very powerful, and that she once made a public announcement to all the monasteries. She said that those images of your wicked actions were just a contemptible trap set up by others secretly targeting you, and that no one should get duped. At the same time, she implied that the one targeting you was the first monastery. As a result, there ended up being several clashes between disciples from the first and second monastery. From the looks of it, Hua Biluo wants to help you. My guess is that she wants to suppress the first monastery to fight over first place. You might be able to pull her in, said Mo Nian. Hua Biluo? Long Chen was slightly startled. An indistinct figure appeared in his mind. She truly was very powerful, and it was possible she had the power to challenge Han Tianyu. But as for her actions, how many were to actually help him? How many of her actions were just to borrow his matter in order to give a blow to the first monastery? Long Chen did not know. It'll be up to the situation. If she sincerely wants to help me, I will owe her a favor. If she just wants to use me to deal a blow to the first monastery, then it'll count as mutually beneficial and we can cooperate this once, said Long Chen. He had only ever seen Hua Bilua once. She was very beautiful, but he sensed that she was a rather crafty woman. All right then. I'll leave now to test my luck in the depths of the secret realm. I've heard that Han Tianyu managed to obtain some amazing treasure, and I refuse to believe my luck is so lacking in comparison. Since Long Chen had already made his decision, Mo Nian didn't stay any longer. After saying goodbye, he left alone. After Mo Nian left, Walda eventually ate until he was full and found a place to sleep. A fifth-rank magical beast's flesh contained a large amount of energy, and even Walda found it difficult to bear after eating so much. He needed to spend some time digesting it. This was the first time Long Chen had seen Walda enter such a state. Normally, his stomach was a bottomless pit. Now he had finally managed to fill it. Long Chen, what should we do now? Meng Qi and the others were looking at Long Chen, wanting to know the next step in his plan. Now we'll focus on increasing our strength. Are we really going to fight a bloody battle with them? Chu Yao was slightly worried. Correct. A blind tolerance and leniency will just bring about endless attacks from enemies. This time, we have to retaliate. We'll kill until they're terrified of us, said Long Chen. Currently, both sides were like water and fire, no rest until death. There was no point in mentioning anything else. Oh, by the way, how did you manage to grow your violet phoenix sparrows so quickly? Long Chen asked suddenly. It had only been a few months, but they had already reached the 4th rank. That kind of speed was too shocking. As beast tamers, we have our own special abilities to increase the speed of a magical beast's growth. As long as they get enough meat and energy, they'll rapidly grow. During this period of time, we pretty much didn't cultivate. Instead, we just helped them find as much food as possible. They just advanced to the 4th rank a few days ago. However, the violet phoenix sparrows truly are powerful. Although they've only just advanced, even peak 4th rank magical beasts are unable to do anything to them. They can go out hunting on their own now, smiled Meng Qi. During this time, the 3 of them had had to personally help them hunt magical beasts, but now they could finally hunt on their own. Furthermore, as flying magical beasts, they were especially fast. Adding on their powerful flame, they could instantly kill those in the same realm. Thank you, Long Chen. At this time, Tang Wan'er hugged Long Chen very gratefully and even gave him a kiss on the face. That made Long Chen fall into a daze, feeling like he was floating in the clouds. Thank me. I really wouldn't have thought you'd treat me so well. You even reserved a violet phoenix sparrow for me all that time ago. I like it a lot. Tang Wan'er reddened slightly, but she was filled with gratefulness. Long Chen was stunned. Just when had he reserved a violet phoenix sparrow for her, but then seeing Meng Qi winking at him, he immediately understood this was set up by her. He cursed himself for being stupid and thoughtless. Back then, they had gained a total of 4 violet phoenix sparrows, and he had given his to Meng Qi. But Meng Qi had used some unknown method to transfer this housebit to Tang Wan'er, even saying that it was Long Chen who had reserved it for her. That deeply moved him. Inside, he praised Meng Qi over and over again for being smart and meticulous. If 3 of the 4 of them had violet phoenix sparrows, with Meng Qi having 2 while Tang Wan'er having none, although none of them would say anything, it would definitely make them feel a little bit unwell. But Meng Qi had given one of hers to Tang Wan'er, and even said that it was Long Chen who had reserved it for her, causing Tang Wan'er to be grateful to him. Long Chen could not be more touched. You've been focused too much on increasing their power. What we need to do right now is increase our own power. Long Chen returned to the main subject. How should we do that? Asked Chu Yao. Before entering the secret realm, did you receive any bone-tempering pills? Asked Long Chen. Chu Yao shook her head. When the secret realm opened, my master was in seclusion. I didn't receive any bone-tempering pills. Meng Qi said, I'm supposed to get some bone-tempering pills, but they're all in the hands of Feng Xiaozai. It's up to him to distribute them. Hearing that, Long Chen snorted. That wind spirit pavilion really was rotten. To place all the resources in the hands of one disciple, did they want others to go beg him? All right, then I suppose we're all poor enough. Mo Nian has tempered 4 bones, but we're unable to temper a single one. The difference is quite big. Long Chen bitterly smiled. Meng Qi said, "It's nothing to us beast tamers. We don't fight our enemies head-on, so whether we temper our bones now or later, it doesn't make much of a difference. But I am worried for Sister Wan'er." Of the 4, Wan'er was the only one to face people directly. Not tempering her bones would greatly impact her combat abilities. You're all wrong. Bone tempering is not as simple as you imagine. The actual benefits it will bring your body are so great that you can't even imagine it. Even for soul cultivators, tempering a different number of bones will still create an obvious difference. Furthermore, the bone tempering method I've chosen for us all is completely different from what you're imagining. This is something that relates to our future, said Long Chen. Bone tempering method. What difference is there from the normal method? Lu Fang'er didn't understand. You all know that when it comes to ordinary bone forging cultivators, the absolute majority only temper 1 or 2 bones. There are far fewer who manage to temper 4 bones, and those who temper 8 bones are extremely rare. That's because it exhausts an endless amount of resources, said Long Chen. Of qi condensation, blood condensation, tendon transformation, and bone forging, only the bone forging realm was one that didn't rely on talent. Instead, it was a special realm that required people to throw in an ocean's worth of resources. This realm was the one that required the greatest financial ability. Whoever had the money could get more resources, and thus temper more bones. For a bone forging expert, each extra bone they tempered would increase their strength, and so the difference between cultivators in the bone forging realm was incredibly large. A 4-temper expert might reach the late bone forging realm, but still not be able to defeat a mid-bone forging expert who had tempered 8 bones. So the power of those in the bone forging realm did not depend on cultivation base, but how many bones they had tempered. This particular realm was one that depended completely on resources. Even 108th Monastery's peak elders had only tempered 8 bones. It was said that Tu Fang was the strongest of them and had tempered 10 bones. As for the sect leader Ling Yunzai, no one knew for sure, but it was said he had tempered 16 bones. Each time you tempered a bone, the next bone would require twice the amount of resources as the previous bone. That was why the majority of top experts were all stuck at the 8-temper realm. As for the bone tempering I'm talking about, it's not quite the same as other people do it. We will temper more bones than other people. Long Chen smiled. More than other people? Could it be you want us to temper 10 bones? Asked the startled Meng Qi. More than that. Could it be the legendary 16-bone tempering? But it seems we don't have that many resources. Chu Yao was also shocked. You don't need to guess anymore. The bone tempering I'm talking about is complete tempering. Those last 2 words landed heavily in the 4 women's hearts. The only thing in their beautiful eyes was shock. Chapter 414, Amazing Armor. Complete tempering, that's impossible. Meng Qi and the others were all dumbfounded. That was a term they had never even heard about. 16 temperings were already the limit. That was because a person's body could only bear so much energy from one kind of medicinal pill. In other words, the limit was 16 bones. By the time you had tempered 16 bones, your body would have formed a high resistance towards further bone tempering pills. There was no way to temper a 17th bone. Furthermore, the amount of resources required just to temper 16 bones was already astronomical. A small sect would have to save up for millennia in order to accumulate that many resources. Seeing their startled expressions, Long Chen smiled slightly and said, "Trust me, I'm not joking with you. There are people who undergo complete tempering. Mo Nian is already walking the path of complete tempering." To completely temper every bone in the body, that was far too shocking. Meng Qi and the others had never even imagined such a thing. That had already surpassed any of their understanding. In truth, complete tempering is not as unimaginable as you seem to think. I trust that many sects all know methods to undergo complete tempering. They just don't use them, said Long Chen. Why not? Because they can't handle the cost, asked Meng Qi. Long Chen nodded. One reason is the high cost. The other reason is that after a person has made the decision to undergo complete tempering, then they absolutely must temper every bone in their body. Only once they temper every single one of them can they advance to the next realm. If something unexpected happens to just a single bone and they don't succeed in tempering just that one, then in that lifetime, they would never be able to break through to the meridian opening realm. In other words, A sect would spend countless resources to create a single amazing bone-forging expert, all for that investment to end there. Hearing this, the four of them were all dumbfounded. They had never heard of this matter. As for Long Chen, he also wouldn't have known about this without his pill god memories that gave him information about the bone-tempering pills. When he had seen Mo Nian, he had sensed that his aura was incredibly condensed, without the slightest bit leaking outside. That was completely abnormal. No matter how high a person's cultivation base was, that was still something difficult to achieve. Furthermore, Mo Nian was not deliberately bringing about that situation. At that time, Long Chen had realized that Mo Nian had decided to undergo complete tempering. That was the only way his aura would be so condensed. All things in this world have advantages and disadvantages, so I'm asking whether or not you all want to walk the path of complete tempering, said Long Chen solemnly. The four of them looked at each other, and it was Tang Wan'er who said, Long Chen, complete tempering is fine and all, but we don't have that many resources. First, ignore the problem of resources. I'll handle that myself. I just want to know whether or not you're willing to take this risk and undergo complete tempering with me, said Long Chen. Since you've put it that way, do we even have a choice? Meng Qi helplessly laughed. Putting it that way, does that mean you agree? Smiled Long Chen. Perhaps this is what it means: if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog, laughed Chu Yao stealthily. Yaoers, you bad girl. Meng Qi rebuked her and reached out to tickle Chu Yao, but Chu Yao laughed and dodged. After this laughter, the grave atmosphere had lessened a great deal. Meng Qi said, Long Chen, tell us what we should do, we'll listen to you. Long Chen was extremely moved inside by their trust in him. They had essentially placed their own fates in his hands. That made him feel like the responsibility on his shoulders had grown even heavier. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down and said, Originally, I didn't want you all to take this risk. However, after speaking with Mo Nian today, I was greatly shaken. In the future, it is very likely that we'll be facing countless difficulties. The slightest mistake might cause a person's life to be lost, and the loss of just one person will bring endless sorrow for everyone else. If we don't want to have to feel that pain, then we all need absolute strength. Only powerful strength can guarantee our survival. You've also all seen that our enemies are all top geniuses. They were all blessed by the heavens, and we are at too great of a disadvantage. So I want everyone to choose complete tempering. We can't compare to them in terms of their innate superiority, so we'll make it up through our own hard work. Since you've all chosen to trust me, then I won't bother saying any meaningless words. Starting now, follow what I tell you to do. Long Chen had them first organize all the medicinal ingredients in their spatial rings, and he also took out over 100 spatial rings of his own as well. If they were to encounter medicinal ingredients they didn't recognize, they could hand it to Long Chen for him to identify. In terms of medicinal ingredients, there was no one more familiar with them than him. There was an incredible amount of items in these 100+ spatial rings, and so even though the five of them worked day and night, it took them 2 full days before organizing all the medicinal ingredients. They had only just finished organizing the medicinal ingredients when a figure rushed over. Haha, boss, brother really missed you. The person who had come was Xuanhuan. As soon as he arrived, he gave Long Chen a fierce hug. Greetings, sister-in-laws. Not waiting for Long Chen to say anything, Xuanhuan hastily greeted the 4 women with such an appellation, causing them to blush. Long Chen patted Xuanhuan on the shoulders. Why are you still at the peak of tendon transformation? Were you being lazy again? At this time, Xuanhuan was surprisingly still at the peak of tendon transformation. That was something very dangerous within the current secret realm. Boss, it wasn't that I was being lazy, but that I made a great invention. Hee boss, let me tell you, the current me is no longer the old me. On my way here, I killed over 50 bone-forging experts. They were all idiots who wanted to kill me for my treasures because they saw my cultivation base was weak. That really was satisfying. Xuanhuan's face involuntarily lit up with pride. You can kill bone-forging experts. Tang Wan'er looked at him doubtingly. Faction leader, are you saying you doubt my words? Xuanhuan asked with a wounded expression. No, it's not that I doubt your words. Then you mean? It's that I don't believe them at all, laughed Tang Wan'er. Even Long Chen laughed. Who would have thought that Tang Wan'er had also learned to be mischievous like this? Faction leader, then just take a look at how terrifying the current Xuanhuan is. Xuanhuan didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed, took a couple steps back, and did something with his wrist. A strange sound rang out as Xuanhuan's body was almost instantly covered with a layer of metal. His entire body sparkled with a golden light, looking like he was a man made of gold. This was a golden armor, but it wasn't the same as ordinary armor. It was not something taken out from a spatial ring. Even Long Chen hadn't clearly seen how that armor had appeared. It had happened too quickly. Boom! Raising a single leg, he lightly stamped it on the ground, and the entire ground shook intensely. Spiderweb cracks spread out, instantly going out over a mile. Tangwaner and the others all jumped in shock. They really hadn't thought that Xuanhuan would turn into such a strange metal monster. "Boss, do you want to have a little test with brother?" Xuanhuan's voice came out from within the armor, containing a metallic friction that made his voice sound very odd. "Come." Long Chen also wanted to see just how powerful this invention was. That slight stamp of his foot just now really had been very powerful. Killing ordinary bone-forging experts shouldn't be much of a problem. "Then be careful." Xuanhuan shouted and stamped on the ground. But somehow, he shot out incredibly quick, smashing a fist at Long Chen. This fist brought with it a whistling gale that made it so Meng Qi and Lu Fanger, who were very unsuited for close-range combat, found it hard to breathe. Boom! Long Chen also punched out, colliding with Xuanhuan's metallic fist. The ground beneath Long Chen's feet instantly collapsed, and a wave of qi surged out. Chu Yao immediately summoned out countless wooden stakes from the ground that protected the few of them. Only once that fierce gale passed did she put away her wooden stakes. They all saw that the place Long Chen was at was now a large crater. Truly not bad. This fist has the power to kill favored. As for these small holes on your arm, those should be for shooting out concealed weapons, right? That way you'll even have the ability to kill chosen. Truly not bad. Long Chen couldn't help sighing with emotion as he appraised Xuanhuan's armor. With his divine sense, he had found that Xuanhuan's armor was extremely exquisite. Below the metal were countless mechanisms and springs that were set up smoothly. Although Xuanhuan's physical strength wasn't high, with each one of his movements, those springs would supplement him, giving him incredible strength. That attack of his just now definitely had the power to one-shot favored. Furthermore, through his divine sense, he saw mechanisms over his arms, stomach, back, feet, head, and even his butt, all of which contained many fine inch-long needles. Those needles were all covered in spiral patterns that indicated they were made from essence steel that had been tempered 100 times. They could easily pierce right through a person's body. The current Xuanhuan was practically a killing machine. Boss really is boss. You saw through it with just a glance. Although he was praising Long Chen, the pride within his voice could be heard by anyone. With another burst of odd noises, the armor covering his body disappeared. However, his expression had an indescribable wretchedness to it now. "Looking at your expression, it seems that you were acting the pig to swallow tigers," said Long Chen. "Cough, there really is nothing that can be kept from boss." Xuanhuan awkwardly coughed. "All right, just bring out your harvest and help us organize the medicinal ingredients." Xuanhuan truly had been busy. He had over 60 spatial rings on him. The four women all busily went back to work again. At this time, Wilda finally awoke, most likely from the intense shaking. Seeing Xuanhuan, he happily greeted him. Wilda's temperament was very simple and straightforward. Although he was a huge giant, his intelligence was limited. Everyone treated him as a little brother. "Wilda, did anyone bully you on your way? If there were, just tell me, and I'll help you vent your anger." Xuanhuan patted himself on the chest confidently. "The people who bullied me were all beaten by me and ran away," said Wilda. "They ran away, you didn't beat them to death." "Aya, now that you mention that, Brother Long, it seems I've caused some trouble." Wilda's expression suddenly changed, and he patted his own head in vexation. Chapter 415 Bone, Connecting Pill. "What happened?" Long Chen was startled. Wilda said, "Half a month ago, I was in some place called the Dark Forest or something, and I saw an ape-like magical beast chasing a group of people. It was about the same height as me and was covered in black fur. Those people were from the righteous path, and there were both men and women. They kept screaming, so it seems that Black Ape was extremely frightening. I went up to handle that ape, and found that it was actually very powerful, and I was almost unable to beat it. But in the end, I finally beat it. I was going to eat it, but it smelled really bad, and there was also some yellow horn on its forehead that was constantly dripping some yellow liquid. In any case, it just smelled terrible." "A horn, yellow liquid, Black Ape. Could it be the legendary yellow horn pervert ape?" Both Long Chen and Xuanhuan let out a startled cry. That was a fourth-rank magical beast with a naturally excessively wanton nature. No matter what magical beast it encountered, it would try to mate with it. It didn't even care if the magical beast was dead or alive. That yellow liquid from its horn indicated that this particular yellow-horned pervert ape was male, and it was in its peak period. Both its horn and penis were priceless treasures that Xiantian experts would go crazy for. That was because those two things could allow Xiantian experts to continue their family line. They were things that could increase the probability of conceiving. To give birth before the Xiantian realm was extremely harmful to female cultivators. It caused a grievous blow to their spirit roots. But after reaching the Xiantian realm, once you absorbed all that natural energy, you would have completely transformed. Women could naturally give birth with no problem. Furthermore, those children would all be blessed with greater talent. The problem was that once men entered the Xiantian realm and reached that level of comprehension, they would generally lose some interest in that regard and conception would become more difficult. Ordinary medicinal pills were also essentially useless when it came to that regard. But this ape's horn and penis were able to resolve this. After eating them, even Xiantian men could plow the farmland as much as they liked, with a plow as hard as iron. So that was why both Xuanhuan and Long Chen's eyes immediately lit up. Those things would make Xiantian experts go crazy and would definitely sell for a good price. Then what? Where'd you throw its corpse? Xuanhuan urgently rushed Wilda, wanting to immediately go over and get those treasures. I didn't kill it. You let it go. Also no. A big brother, hurry and tell me. Just what did you do with that treasure? Urged Xuanhuan. That thing smelled too disgusting, but I also couldn't just let it go since it would go to continue hurting others. Back then, I happened to see a well not far from where I was, and there was a large stone covering it. When Wilda reached this point in his story, Long Chen's expression became odd. He heard Wilda continue, I thought that it was a pretty good prison, so I threw it down there and sealed the top again. But just a second later, I heard people screaming down there. I didn't realize there were people down there before. I was afraid others would notice I had done this, and so I immediately fled. Wilda's expression became one of fright. Brother Long, did I end up causing trouble? I didn't know there would be people at the bottom of the well. Long Chen sighed. Was this the will of the heavens? Long Chen dared to guarantee that this well was the same one that he had thrown in Jiang Yifan and Crap Brother Qi. Thinking of what the yellow-horned pervert ape would do when facing two butt-naked men, Long Chen shivered, feeling goosebumps all over his body. It's no matter. Good people wouldn't hide down there, so those people had to be bad people. If bad people are killed, then they're killed, consoled Long Chen. He knew Wilda was actually very kind-hearted inside. He wouldn't feel any sympathy if he killed bad people, but he was afraid because he thought he had accidentally killed good people. However, in this world, it was very rare to accidentally kill a good person. That was because the chance of you ever encountering a good person was extremely remote. Ever since they had realized that Wilda was talking about the yellow-horned pervert ape, Meng Qi and the others had distanced themselves from their conversation. Obviously, they also knew that it wasn't a good thing. Xuanhuan whispered, Boss, let's go grab that ape. That thing will definitely sell for a huge amount of money. If you want to go, then go yourself. I'm not going. I'm afraid of seeing a couple familiar faces. Long Chen shook his head and ended up quietly telling the two of them what had happened. Hearing that, Xuanhuan's forehead became covered in sweat, and he shook his head. Then never mind, I'm not going either. Those two unlucky bastards, they really were too unlucky. I don't want their bad luck to transfer to us. Ah, that's right, I have something to give to you. Long Chen placed his finger on Xuanhuan's forehead, transferring some memories over to him. Boss, what? Xuanhuan was filled with astonishment. This is what was written on that golden page. It should be something that passed down from the immortal era, so don't talk about it with anyone, warned Long Chen solemnly. This little fellow Xuanhuan was a good brother, but he simply could not stop being a poser. He liked messing around too much, and Long Chen had to beat this warning into him. This was something from the immortal era. If news of it leaked out, then not even the entire super monastery could protect them. Xuanhuan could not talk about it even if he was beaten to death. I know, boss. Don't worry, even when I sleep I'll sew my mouth shut, promised Xuanhuan. Although he didn't really believe such nonsense, Long Chen knew Xuanhuan wasn't an idiot. He would know that this matter was very important. Your aura is unstable, meaning you can advance to bone forging at any time. Go into seclusion and make your breakthrough, said Long Chen. But then I can't fake being a pig to swallow lions. Xuanhuan was a bit unwilling. With your appearance, you won't need to fake a single thing. Hurry up and go. Long Chen pushed Xuanhuan to the side. Long Chen, I've arrived. After Long Chen sent Xuanhuan off, Gu Yang arrived. He apologized. I once more ran into a group of ambushers on my way here. I had to fight for a long time before making my way here. Seeing the blood on Gu Yang's body that had yet to dry, Long Chen patted him on the shoulders and said, "Don't worry about it. Everything's over anyways. Go heal. You can accompany that little fellow Xuanhuan." Xuanhuan, Gu Yang, and Wilda found a place to set up a large tent. Xuanhuan was the one who was smart and decided to set up that tent far away. Long Chen accompanied the four women. That should have been a very enjoyable and tender moment, except they had no time for that. The five of them were all very busy. Finally, they managed to completely organize the 108 medicinal ingredients that Long Chen required. Long Chen took out a half-matured killing fruit. This time, he would use this killing fruit to maximize the medicinal energy in the bone-connecting pills. Most cultivators didn't have to make it so complicated when they tempered their bones. All they would need to do was draw medicinal energy into their bones. That was the normal tempering method, but Long Chen wanted them to undergo complete tempering. They could not be missing out on even a single bone, so he needed to refine this bone-connecting pill. It would allow them to create a full, one-time connection between every bone in their bodies. After forming that connection, then they could undergo bone tempering. This was like the process of building a complicated canal system. Only once you confirmed the roots would you begin building them. Then everything would flow naturally. However, this was a fourth-tier medicinal pill, and it required a main medicinal ingredient with a very powerful energy. So Long Chen could only endure the pain and use a killing fruit. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, and Lu Fanger were all nervously watching Long Chen as he placed the killing fruit in his pill furnace. A bewitching violet flame was constantly leaping within, lighting up Long Chen's concentrated face. The current Long Chen seemed almost hollow as he focused, an extremely strong visual image. This was his first time refining a fourth-tier medicinal pill. At the beginning, he had been a bit worried that his pill flame wouldn't be strong enough, but he quickly realized his worries had been for nothing. The Phoenix Sparrow's violet flame was much stronger than he had imagined. Even fourth-tier medicinal ingredients were refined very quickly without any struggle. That allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Only a powerful flame was able to purify the essence within medicinal pills. As he added medicinal powders inside, Long Chen's intention was completely focused on the changes inside the furnace. His spiritual strength was constantly circulating, adjusting the flame. Finally, when all the medicinal ingredients had been added, he sealed the furnace with a smile. He hadn't made a mistake up to this point, so the only thing he needed to do was use his powerful spiritual strength to keep up his pill flame, and he was extremely confident in his powerful spiritual strength. He began to increase the power of the flame, keeping a watch over everything. An hour later, the pill furnace began to rock, and Long Chen's nerves tightened. Crack! Suddenly, a single crack appeared on the pill furnace, causing the four women's expressions to immediately turn pale. Although they weren't alchemists, they all knew that once a pill furnace exploded, the furnace of pills would also be scrapped. They couldn't help growing nervous. Long Chen was also looking at this gravely. He pressed a hand over the pill furnace, keeping control over the flame. This was the final critical moment of the pill refinement, but if the pill furnace exploded, then all his previous success would be ruined. But if he were to scatter the flame at this time, or perhaps weaken the flame too much, then a portion of the essence within the furnace would scatter instead of being locked in the medicinal pills. That would cause the pill quality to sharply decline, so he couldn't stop at this time. Long Chen felt a burst of helplessness. Once he returned this time, he had to obtain a better pill furnace no matter what. Being on edge like this every time he refined was unendurable. Boom! Finally, the pill furnace gradually returned to calm. Everyone relaxed as that dreaded furnace explosion had not occurred. But although it hadn't exploded, there were now many cracks on the surface, a shocking sight. Opening the lid, 9 round medicinal pills reflected in everyone's eyes. Seeing the pill lines on them, but no pill halo, Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. Middle-grade fourth-tier pills. This was his first time refining fourth-tier pills, so this result was not bad. And although it was only middle grade, with the killing fruit's essence locked inside, its medicinal energy would not be lacking compared to ordinary high-grade bone-connecting pills. Success. Today will be our first step to getting stronger. Chapter 416 Preparation. The very day he finished refining the bone-connecting pills, Long Chen had Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Waner, Lu Fanger, as well as Gu Yang consume them. They would borrow that medicinal energy to establish access to each of their bones through their tendons. Tendons connected to each bone in the body. However, they only linked to the outside of the bone, while the only things that managed to reach the core of the bones were blood vessels. But in order to temper bones, especially complete tempering, just the energy that could flow in through arteries was far from enough. Cultivators had to create a new channel with their tendons that reached the depths of the bone. This way, medicinal energy could directly pour into the core of the bones through tendons. That was the fastest way to nourish the bones. It was over 100 times faster than just what could be provided through blood vessels. So all cultivators had to create new channels with their tendons to temper their bones. Ordinarily, they would go temper their bones one by one, and so they would only need to form one tendon channel at a time. That was why they could use even the most garbage bone-connecting pills and it would still be enough. However, complete tempering was different. In just one go, you had to create every single tendon channel. That was why Long Chen had gritted his teeth and used a killing fruit as the main ingredient for the bone-connecting pills. Otherwise, if there wasn't enough medicinal energy to connect all the bones in one go, it would become troublesome. However, with the Phoenix Sparrow Violet Flame as well as the killing fruit, the bone-connecting pills Long Chen had refined were all the highest possible quality amongst middle-grade fourth-tier pills. They were comparable to high-grade fourth-tier pills, and so it was enough for them to create their tendon channels. As the 5 of them went into seclusion, Long Chen also didn't waste any time and began to cultivate. Consuming a huge amount of 3 connecting flower tendon pills, he also activated his divine ring to absorb spiritual qi. 3 days later, Meng Qi and the others finished refining the energy within the medicinal pills. As for Long Chen, his cultivation base made great advancements, allowing him to realize that focusing on cultivating while consuming medicinal pills allowed him to advance twice as fast with half the effort. Unfortunately, he didn't have that much time to focus on cultivating. As for Meng Qi and the others, nothing unexpected had happened, and they had all perfectly formed their tendon channels. This was all due to the killing fruit's powerful medicinal energy. In these past 3 days, Xuanhuan had also broken through to bone forging. However, he had only just broken through, and so Long Chen told him to stabilize his foundation first. If he were to consume a bone-connecting pill now, it could cause flaws in his foundation. As for Wilda, Long Chen had stealthily given him the Violet Phoenix Sparrow and Barbaric Wind Beast's corpses. He told him to hide himself further away and consume them. He absolutely could not allow the little Violet Phoenix Sparrows see him. Wilda excitedly took those 2 corpses and ran. Long Chen told him to first consume the Violet Phoenix Sparrow to wipe out that evidence before consuming the Barbaric Wind Beast. Those 2 were both powerful 5th-rank magical beasts, and they both possessed an ancient bloodline. They were much stronger than the outside world's magical beasts. They were precisely what Wilda needed at the moment. Although time was pressing and Long Chen didn't have time to closely examine Wilda's body, he could sense that some kind of energy was gradually awakening within him. That made Long Chen even more sure that Wilda was a member of the barbarian race. They didn't need to cultivate. Just through constantly eating, they could become the strongest warriors. Perhaps only the barbarian race would have such a heaven-defying ability. Back then, the reason Long Chen had gone all out to gain those 2 huge magical beast corpses was also because of Wilda's need for powerful flesh. He gave Wilda all the flesh of the 2 beasts, but he kept all their bones. Their bone marrow was a must-have ingredient to refine bone-tempering pills. The bone marrow of magical beasts contained a berserk energy. Long Chen needed to reject that berserk aspect and leave behind the essence energy when he refined bone-tempering pills. The quality of bone-tempering pills was something closely related to the quality of the main ingredients used in refining them. Long Chen trusted that the bone-tempering pills refined from the essence of 2 ancient magical beasts' bone marrow would be much stronger than the bone-tempering pills that were on the market. As Long Chen took out that bone marrow and refined out its essence, he also gave the others an important task. He gave the 6 of them 7 medicinal formulas and told them to see which medicinal ingredients they had for each formula. These 7 pill formulas were all for bone-tempering pills from his pill god memories. If that news spread, it would cause the entire world to go crazy. There was only a single formula for bone-tempering pills in the world, which made the medicinal ingredients in it very precious. All the various sects did their utmost to grow them, but it still wasn't enough. The price of bone-tempering pills had remained high from start to end. This was also why most bone-forging experts would only temper 1 or 2 bones. The price of bone-tempering pills was just too high, so high that people couldn't accept it. Because there was only a single pill formula, the medicinal ingredients required were used up too quickly, and the supply had never met the demand, despite the world doing their best to grow more. The medicinal ingredients of the bone-tempering pill all required over 100 years to grow. Otherwise, the medicinal energy within the ingredients would not have reached a sufficiently high level to refine. So Long Chen's 7 pill formulas would definitely shake the entire alchemy world if news of it spread. But these people were all the people Long Chen trusted the most. He wasn't afraid of this secret leaking. Boss, of the 7 formulas, we could only find ingredients for 3 of them. According to the amounts you need, there probably won't even be 1,000 portions, reported Xuanhuan worriedly. Although Xuanhuan didn't understand pills arts, he knew the common knowledge. For most alchemists, refining 2 to 3 pills from a single portion of medicinal ingredients was already not bad. Only grandmasters were able to refine 4 to 5 pills per furnace, and that required some luck. Furthermore, those so-called grandmasters were all old fellows that had refined pills for a lifetime. They only had such high success rate because of their immense experience. Furthermore, since there was a success rate, there was also a failure rate. And a failure meant that everything in the furnace was trashed, and perhaps even the furnace would be broken beyond compare. So for 1,000 portions of ingredients, refining even 3,000 pills was an incomparably shocking success rate. 3,000 bone-tempering pills was enough for one person to refine 8 bones, but Long Chen wanted everyone to undergo complete tempering. This small amount of pills was just a drop in the bucket, so everyone's mood was very heavy now. Haha, everyone, you all don't need to worry about that. I've already said that it'll be my job to refine pills. You all should just cultivate with your minds at ease. Perhaps 3,000 ordinary pills are nothing, but what if they were all high-grade 4th-tier pills? Laughed Long Chen. High-grade 4th tier, can you do that? Xuanhuan was startled. Little fellow, in the future, remember not to question whether or not I can do something. That's a great insult to a man, warned Long Chen. These bone-tempering pills are much easier to refine than the bone-connecting pills. I have the assurance to refine high-grade pills. If my pill furnaces weren't complete garbage, making it so I can't use my full skills, I'd even have the ability to refine ringed, high-grade pills. Although he still had several pill furnaces, those were all very low-grade pill furnaces. He couldn't bring out his full strength for fear of causing a furnace explosion. Furthermore, Long Chen had yet to reach the level of being able to use the pill flame as a furnace. Without a pill furnace, he wouldn't be able to do anything. I'll begin refining pills as fast as I can now. Other than Xuanhuan, the 5 of you should go into seclusion with me. You can immediately start tempering your bones with the bone-tempering pills I refine, said Long Chen. Then what should I do? Asked Xuanhuan. You'll be in charge of guarding us. Other than that, there might be some other brothers from our monastery who rush over here. You'll be in charge of receiving them. Gu Yang suddenly interjected. Maybe I should guard with Xuanhuan. If enemies really do come, it'll be better for there to be 2 people. I can sense there are people spying on us. Long Chen thought about it for a moment and nodded. That's good too. I sensed those spies long ago, but you don't need to bother with them. They're just spies and they'll only continue watching. They won't dare actually take action. If they dare try to provoke you, remember a single word, kill. Kill them without any mercy. From today onwards, directly kill anyone who maliciously provokes us. Whether they are from the righteous or corrupt path, don't hold back. Kill them all. All right, boss. I was just waiting for you to say that. Fuck, those damn bastards, we really need to give them a lesson. Otherwise, they'll just keep treating us as some pushovers. Xuanhuan rubbed his fists in anticipation. Long Chen glanced at him and reminded, don't mess around at this time. Don't go out to provoke others. If you have the time, focus on stabilizing your realm. Hee boss, it seems you think that I, Xuanhuan, am someone who can't differentiate between serious and trivial matters, laughed Xuanhuan. However, he really did have a guilty conscience inside, because he had been thinking that once Long Chen went into seclusion, he could draw out those spies one by one. But with Long Chen's warning, that thought died out. Now he would be bored with nothing to do. Gu Yang, look after this little fellow. Now isn't the time to waste on nonsense. A huge battle will start soon, one that will determine whether or not we'll be able to leave the secret realm alive. Don't worry, boss, I'll look after him. Gu Yang nodded. Nowadays, he called Long Chen boss just like Xuanhuan. This kind of appellation was more intimate. I still have 4 bone connecting pills here. If any brothers come, tell them to create their tendon channels first. By that time, Meng Qi and the others should have tempered a portion of their bones. Then they can switch out with you, guarding as you temper your bones. Everyone can alternate so we don't waste any time, said Long Chen. Understood, said Xuanhuan and Gu Yang. Long Chen brought the 4 women into a tent. This tent was very spacious at 30 meters wide. Tang Wan'er already had experience with helping Long Chen refine pills, and she told the other 3 how to help, and how to separate the various medicinal powders he refined into bottles. With their assistance, Long Chen didn't need to bother with anything other than turning medicinal ingredients into powders. Those were mostly fresh herbs, and not much of their essence had been lost yet. With his powerful violet flame, Long Chen locked all that medicinal essence into powder form. Almost 1,000 portions of medicinal ingredients took Long Chen a full day to purify. This was all because he had the new violet flame. If it was his old beast flame, then even a month might not have been enough. Furthermore, a great deal of the medicinal essence would have been lost. Long Chen was very pleased with this violet flame. After all the powders had been purified, Long Chen rested for just an hour, raising his mental state to its peak, and began to refine bone-tempering pills. Chapter 417 Disturbance. As Long Chen began to refine bone-tempering pills, news of him killing Han Tianfeng spread throughout the entire Jialai secret realm. Han Tianfeng was the brother of the Xuanhuan Super Monastery's #1 expert Han Tianyu. He was also called a peak expert, someone who could be counted amongst the top 10 of the entire righteous path here. Even in the corrupt path, he was someone very well known, and he was even listed on their must-kill list. However, he had ended up being killed by Long Chen. If it wasn't for that video of his head flying through the air, no one would have believed it. It was just too shocking. At the same time, people were finally starting to care about Long Chen's name. The only reason they had heard of Long Chen before was because Han Tianyu, in the name of the first monastery, had put out a warrant for him. At that time, most people had assumed Long Chen must have offended some powerful figure or had angered Han Tianyu by fighting over some treasure. After so much time had passed without any further news of Long Chen, people had all assumed he had already died. But after several months, Long Chen had reappeared. With an early tendon transformation cultivation base, he was able to fight 2 of the strongest experts here, Han Tianfeng and Yin Wuxuan. The 2 of them had both reached the bone-forging realm and were incredibly powerful, but they had only been able to miserably block Long Chen's attacks for a moment before being defeated. If Yin Wuxuan hadn't reacted quickly, she probably also would not have been able to escape death. Originally, Long Chen's name was only famous within the 108th monastery, but after killing Han Tianfeng, his name resounded so loudly that there were few within either the righteous or corrupt path who did not know of him. There was no way around that, as Long Chen was just too domineering. In only the early tendon transformation realm, he had killed a top expert like Han Tianfeng that had reached bone forging. It was impossible to forget him even if you wanted to. At the same time, quite a few people had come to realize the entire sequence of events that had led to this. It wasn't hard to notice that Long Chen was being targeted by someone. As soon as he entered the secret realm, there were people wanting to entrap him. As for now, Long Chen was finally no longer enduring it. He had used Han Tianfeng's head as a declaration of war. This time it'll be much more lively. People couldn't help sighing emotionally. Han Tianyu was the Xuanhuan Super Monastery's #1 genius, and within the same realm, he stood at the peak of the martial path. He had never once suffered a defeat in his life. Now that someone had killed his little brother, no matter for what reason, it was impossible that he would let the killer off. And so now, Long Chen and Han Tianyu were truly mortal enemies. This Long Chen is truly looking to die. Just who does he think Han Tianyu is? Does he think just because he was stronger than Han Tianfeng that he can defeat Han Tianyu as well? Han Tianyu is on a completely different level, and Long Chen will definitely not be able to escape death. There were many people within the monasteries that sneered inside about Long Chen's fate. There was not a single person who looked favorably on Long Chen's odds. That was the case despite the fact that he was able to fight against Han Tianfeng and Yin Wuxuang at the same time. Although people often grouped them together, calling them top or peak experts, there was still a huge power difference within the same level. For example, the power difference between various favored was so great that people differentiated the stronger ones as chosen. In truth, they were essentially the same. The main difference was that in order to reach the level of a chosen, most favored needed to be groomed by their sex. Only by maintaining a perfect and undefeated battle record, and thus possessing a powerful will, would they reach that level. That will was something that allowed them to suppress their fellow favored. As for Han Tianyu, he could similarly suppress all those within his generation. There were none who could contend against him, and so in many people's eyes, Long Chen's death was inevitable. Over the past few days, there were quite a few people who had gathered around Compass Mountain. They wanted to confirm whether or not the stories were true. When the first portion of people arrived, they saw that there were two large tents set up on Compass Mountain. The ground was also a complete mess with bloodstains everywhere. That was enough proof that there had been an immense battle here. It was identical to the photographic Jades. As for a certain place, they saw a very eye-catching bloodstain. That was where Han Tianfeng's head had been cut off. However, now his corpse was no longer present. It was unknown whether it had been taken away by others or eaten by magical beasts. Within one of the tents, Long Chen's pill furnace was shaking intensely, and a dense medicinal fragrance floated out. Once he completed the refinement, he revealed 9 shining medicinal pills that had a halo of light around them. "Boss, you really are amazing. That's another full furnace of high-grade pills." Both Xuanhuan and Gu Yang were filled with praise. A full furnace was a term for pill cultivators referring to a furnace containing the absolute limit of 9 medicinal pills. But the odds of a full furnace was extremely low. Refining just 5 or 6 pills in one furnace was already very good. The rest was usually just pill dregs. Furthermore, amongst those 5 or 6 pills, their quality was not usually equal. Some tended to be trash pills or low-grade pills. For an ordinary pill master, when they attempted to refine a high-grade pill, it would be a great success if a single pill in that furnace managed to be high-grade. The normal standard was 1 high-grade pill, 2 middle-grade pills, and the rest was either low-grade or trash pills. This was all common knowledge that even Xuanhuan and Gu Yang knew. But Long Chen's success rate when refining had completely toppled their understanding. They had already watched him refine 39 furnaces of pills, and each time it was a full furnace. There were only 2 times when a middle-grade pill popped in. The rest were all high-grade. Even having personally seen it over 30 times, they were still filled with shock and were unable to believe it. They looked at Long Chen like he was a freak. Long Chen just smiled slightly. These were not even his own accomplishments, but all thanks to his pill god memories and the violet flame. It wasn't something to be proud about. The only regretful thing to him was that his current pill furnace was absolute garbage, and he didn't dare use his full strength when refining. His pill furnace wouldn't be able to handle the full power of his flame and would explode. Otherwise, he would be able to refine ringed high-grade pills, which were the pinnacle of the high-grade classification. The medicinal effect would multiply. It had to be known that once a pill's medicinal essence had reached the level of a high-grade pill, each little further advancement in the pill's quality was very difficult. But at the same time, each little advancement would make its effect multiply, and its price would soar by the dozens. This was also a reason why Long Chen could let everyone undergo complete tempering. After running into Bai Ling and learning about the Hegemon sect, his mood had become much more enlivened. He had such powerful alchemy arts, but he hadn't been able to use them much. Now he was thinking of collaborating with the Hegemon sect. He could use his alchemy arts to exchange for even more cultivation resources in a mutually beneficial way. Both sides would profit greatly. Furthermore, from Bai Ling's gratefulness and worship of the Hegemon sect, he could tell that it was a pretty good existence. Although it seemed more like a business, they were very fair. Within the cultivation world, just how luxurious was fairness? Don't just stare. They've cooled down enough to be thrown into a bottle. The two of them were still looking at the pills in the furnace with an intoxicated expression, so Long Chen prompted them. Even as he said this, he was already preparing a second furnace to continue refining. He was refining while switching between 2 furnaces to give them time to cool down. If he repeatedly refined without that step, it was more likely to cause cracks in the furnace. There was no way around that, as his pill furnaces were really just absolute garbage. For higher-grade pill furnaces, their quality improved the more they refined pills. It was like a stir-frying food pan. The more you cooked with it, the more savory the stir-fry would become. However, Long Chen didn't have such a thing, and so he could only do his best to get the most out of his few pill furnaces. He had no way to get more here, and so each one that was ruined was permanent. If he ended up with excess ingredients but no usable pill furnace, he would be screwed. "Boss, there are quite a few people in the distance watching us sneakily. What should we do?" asked Xuanhuan as he carefully placed the medicinal pills into a bottle. "There's no need to bother with them. If they dare try to provoke us, just directly kill them," said Long Chen as he refined. "Kill them just because of a provocation?" asked the stunned Xuanhuan. "Yes, provoking us now is different from normal times. If they were to provoke us, they definitely have some goal, and they most likely were sent by our enemies. Just kill them all." Right now, Meng Qi and the others are in the other tent, doing their best to absorb the energy from the bone-tempering pills. Although being disturbed won't bring any danger, it will slow down their rhythm. We don't have time to waste on that. Each little bit of growth will give us a greater chance of survival in the upcoming battle. So if they provoke us, it's no different from stabbing us with their blades. Whether they actually have any hostility against us or not, kill them all. Long Chen was currently rushing to increase everyone's strength as much as possible. He wasn't hoping that they would be able to help him with anything, but just that they would have a greater chance of surviving. The scene he dreaded seeing the most was each of them dying in front of him. In truth, Long Chen was also a bit nervous. From his conversation with Mo Nian had said that Han Tianyu was even more frightening than Yin Luo. Although the two had not fought yet, so there was no way to be sure, Mo Nian said that he felt a kind of terrifying threat from Han Tianyu. He had also heard that Han Tianyu had found some amazing treasure in the secret realm and was in seclusion, attempting to refine it. It was unknown just what that thing was. That filled Long Chen with a sensation of crisis. If he was on his own, then if he couldn't defeat Han Tianyu, he could at least flee. But what of the people by his side? His enemies were all contemptible and shameless. Long Chen had already personally experienced their lack of morals. He needed everyone by his side to have the ability to defend themselves before he could fight with his heart at ease. When it came to a one-on-one fight, although Han Tianyu seemed to have gained some treasure, Long Chen was not the slightest bit afraid of him. The greatest danger was being too afraid of an enemy to fight. Only once everyone's strength had risen could Long Chen dare to go all out in a battle to kill as many as possible. He had the confidence to kill Han Tianyu. "All right then, Gu Yang and I will go out to keep watch. Gu Yang, you'll be the obvious guard. Go protect the tent with the sister-in-laws. As for me, I'll be the hidden guard. However, the ground around here is all bare and there's nowhere good to hide. I think I'll set up another tent and lie in wait there, hee." Xuanhuan laughed, but his laugh contained an indescribable wretchedness. "Do whatever you like, just remember not to disturb us." Hee. Xuanhuan laughed mischievously. Since Long Chen didn't warn him about anything, he left with Gu Yang. Seeing a few distant spies, he immediately hid himself. Boss really was right. Just from how sneaky they're acting, they're definitely not some good people. And since they're not good people, it'll be easier to handle them. Following Xuanhuan's plan, Gu Yang obediently sat in front of the tent that the four women were secluded in. They were busy absorbing the bone-tempering pills, energy, and had already begun the bone-tempering process. As for Xuanhuan, he set himself up in a small tent. From the outside, the only thing that could be heard was some light ringing. It was unknown just what he was doing inside. At the beginning, those spies didn't do anything, but as time passed, more and more people arrived. There were now hundreds of people present, and there were even several chosen. "Long Chen, you perverted traitor, get the fuck out here." Suddenly, a loud shout shook all of Compass Mountain. Chapter 418, Ruthless. "Long Chen, you perverted traitor, get the fuck out here." Finally, a bone-forging favored stood out and roared. However, he didn't climb up the mountain and instead maintained a distance of several miles. Following that person's shout, there were immediately quite a few others who walked out, and under that person's lead, dozens began to make noise. Xuanhuan, who had been almost bored senseless within his tent, immediately awakened, and from a small round hole in the tent, he looked towards those noisemakers. "Hee, the guests have arrived. You violently killed the innocent and are both vicious and merciless. You're the scum of our righteous path. Today, we'll take the place of the entire righteous path to condemn you, you homicidal devil," shouted another favored. You crazy, mental fellow. Did you think that just your ruthless methods would be enough to make us afraid of you? Our righteous path has innumerable experts. Do you think you can kill them all? Just wait. When Han Tianyu comes out, he'll personally cut off your head and use your blood to wash away the stain you've left on the righteous path. Following one person's lead, quite a few others began to loudly curse at Long Chen, turning him into the very picture of a villain whose crimes could not be redeemed. Inside their tent, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, and Lu Fenger were all in a meditative state as they tempered their bones. They didn't even hear those sounds from outside. In the other tent, Long Chen merely sneered when he heard those curses. He continued refining pills. Long Chen was able to remain indifferent to them, but Gu Yang's expression sunk. He could tell these idiots had only come to intentionally disturb them. They were all standing far away as they cursed, not daring to get closer. Furthermore, they were all in postures that said they were ready to run at any moment. That angered Gu Yang so much that killing intent surged out of him. Currently, he had also become a favored, and after experiencing countless life and death battles, a powerful must-win will had formed within him. He now had the power level of a chosen. Standing up, he icily stared at those troublemakers. Pointing his spear at them, he shouted, "If you want to fight, then come. Don't just shout abuses like fools, as that'll make people ridicule you and your ancestors will lose face." Those people almost ran when they saw Gu Yang stand up, but seeing that Long Chen hadn't appeared, and the fact that they had so many people by their side, they set aside their nervousness. "Who do you think you are? Even a dog from the 108th monastery dares to randomly bark at us. Those who stay by Long Chen's side are definitely not good people. All of you just wait. Once Han Tianyu appears, your judgment day will come. If you're smart, you'll just kill yourself now to avoid dying a tragic death in the future. All you idiots from the 108th monastery will." Those people were all hurling abuses and curses. Just listening to it caused Gu Yang to flare up. If Long Chen hadn't told him to keep guard over Meng Qi and the others, he would have already charged out and killed them. Don't get angry because of these idiots, as then you'll have ended up falling for their trap. I've already locked onto all their positions. Brother will help you vent your anger. Gu Ran's voice came from the small tent. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure shot out like a bolt of lightning. One of those experts that had been in the process of cursing suddenly had his body explode, a bloody mist filling the air, causing everyone to jump in fright. But before they could even understand what was happening, another bang rang out and another person exploded. "It's exploding arrows. Fuck whoever's secretly shooting arrows. If you have the guts, you'll..." A huge arrow silently pierced through that person's body. A powerful force caused his body to explode, regretfully making it so no one knew what he was about to say. "Bastard!" Bang! 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 Frightened screams rang out as huge arrows continued to fly out one after another, each one taking a life. 8 people had already died, their broken flesh littering the ground. The air was filled with a pungent, bloody smell. For a moment, everyone was stupefied. They looked up in horror at that mountain. People had finally realized that the arrows were coming from that small tent. In truth, by the second arrow, some people had already realized the arrows were coming from there. However, those arrows were just too bizarre. There was no sound when they flew out, and their speed was like lightning. By the time you reacted, it was already too late to dodge. 8 arrows flew out, taking 8 lives. Those 8 people had been the ones to curse the most, the ones who had clearly just been trying to provoke them. Even those few chosen were alarmed, their scalps turning numb. Such bizarre arrows were practically unblockable. Even if you focused completely on them, it was very difficult to dodge. If they were used as a sneak attack, just how many people would be able to get out alive? Those people began to flee in panic, trying to find somewhere to hide. They no longer dared to stand out and curse. At this time, a person walked out of that terrifying small tent. The first thing he did was stretch out his waist and yawn loudly. Taking out a large signboard, he wrote some unsteady words on it and stuck the end into the ground. Putting a finger to his mouth to indicate silence, he swaggered back into his tent in front of everyone's dumbfounded gazes. Only then did people react and look at what he had written. "I'm taking a noon nap, and I don't like to be disturbed. I've prohibited making noise, and violators will have to bear the consequences." Seeing those words that had been written crookedly, quite a few people were so angry that their teeth itched. They had seen posers, but never such a poser. This was the secret realm, and there was only constant dusk. Who would know if it was noon or not? This was clearly just treating them as idiots to mess with. Fuck why? Someone had just shouted when an arrow shot out. Although that person had hidden himself very well, that arrow still pierced through his body, turning him into mincemeat. People were both shocked and infuriated. Although they had some suspicions about this person's abilities, these practically magical arrows were too vicious. They were already far away, at least 5 miles from the tent. But these arrows were still able to one-shot people. Keep making noise or I won't have an excuse to kill you. Hidden within his tent, Xuanhuan was holding his void-breaking crossbow. There was a round crystal inserted at the top of it. That crystal had runes carved into it, and it allowed Xuanhuan to easily look further into the distance. In truth, this was just an ordinary crystal. Xuanhuan had used some of the runes from the golden page to make it. Ever since Chen had given him the secrets that had been on the golden page, Xuanhuan had become like a rat that had been starved for countless years and had found a bag of rice. He was constantly researching new things. Xuanhuan was very depressed that most of it was just explaining profound principles and theories, and there weren't any detailed procedures. At most, Xuanhuan could infer that most of the things recorded on the golden page were incomparably profound. As for those few superficial things recorded on it, they were probably just some simple, must-have foundational skills that the forging masters of the immortal era had had to possess. Nowadays, the things from the immortal era had long since disappeared. He, someone with essentially no foundation, a dabbler forger, could not possibly understand or research such profound things. So right now, there was no way for Xuanhuan to comprehend what was written on the golden page. All he could do was see if there were some simple things he could copy. This crystal was one of those things. Through the runes on that crystal, he was even able to clearly see every blade of grass in the distance. Furthermore, by looking through the crystal, he wouldn't arouse the alarm of experts he watched. In other words, this crystal was able to isolate his gaze from being noticed by divine sense. As long as Xuanhuan didn't hold too much hate for someone and didn't release killing intent, it was almost impossible for people to realize that he had set his intentions on them. They wouldn't even realize they had fallen into peril. Unless they were a peak expert, there was practically no one that could sense his attacks. As for these ordinary experts, by the time they sensed anything, they would already be dead. Just this small crystal was enough to immensely improve the power of his void-breaking crossbow. This made Xuanhuan so excited, he almost raised his head and laughed heartily. It had to be known that this kind of minor thing was just a drop in the ocean compared to the information contained on the golden page. Xuanhuan had truly benefited this time. Sneak-attacking despicable brat, you really are the scum of the righteous path. Another loud curse suddenly rang out. This person was much smarter and had hidden behind a huge boulder 30 meters thick. There was no way those arrows could pierce such a thick boulder. A real idiot. Xuanhuan sneered and took out a fiery red arrow, replacing the one he had put on his crossbow. Chen, you're all a bunch of shameful sons of B***Ts. The entire righteous path despises you, and you definitely won't have a good death. Boom! A fiery light shot out, looking like a red bolt of lightning. When it struck that boulder, a terrifying chi wave exploded out. After the explosion, the place that boulder had been had become a crater. The boulder had been turned to dust, and as for that person, fuck, he wasted one of my explosive flame arrows. Xuanhuan spat on the ground, feeling great distress. Creating just one of those explosive flame arrows was very time-consuming. However, he also felt very refreshed inside. He now truly understood just how vicious Xuanhuan was. She had actually instigated a bunch of idiots to intentionally slow down their cultivation. It seemed Chen had truly made her terrified. She didn't dare personally come to settle her debt with him, and Han Tianyu had yet to exit his seclusion. Not wanting Chen to advance quickly, she had used some unknown means to bribe the bunch of loud-mouthed idiots here. According to reason, she would find such people very dislikable. But since there was basically no one that would dare to go kill Chen for her, she could only use these people in an attempt to slow him down. If Chen killed them, that would incite the public's anger. After all, these idiots had all come while waving the banner of justice, and were just condemning his sins. If he killed them, he would no longer just be an enemy with the Xuanhuan Super Monastery's disciples, but with the entire Righteous Path's disciples. Then he would truly be surrounded by enemies on all fronts. It could be said that this woman truly was malicious to the extreme. Despite clearly knowing what kind of scheme she had plotted, there was also no effective way to get out of it. They could only jump into her trap. Chen, I need to see you. Just as everyone had been shocked to the point of not being able to move by Xuanhuan, a figure rushed up the mountain. Chapter 419 Slaughter Machine. Long Chen, I need to see you. This person was just a regular favored. Rushing up the mountain, his voice was filled with urgency. Don't move, Xuanhuan. I know him. Xuanhuan's crossbow was already aimed at that person when he heard Long Chen's voice. While refining, Long Chen had also been paying attention to what was happening outside. Perhaps only Long Chen had the ability to refine pills this way. When he heard that person's voice, he realized he recognized him as the person he had saved on the outer region of the Misty Mountain Valleys. That person had called himself Su Yang. As thanks for saving his life, he had offered up his only treasure, a wind spirit stone. However, Long Chen had declined. This person was a favored and possessed wind attribute spiritual qi. Now that he was in the bone forging realm, his speed was shocking. He reached the mountaintop in just a moment. As soon as Long Chen walked out of his tent, Su Yang recognized him and urgently said, "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, a group of your friends is surrounded and being attacked. They need your help." Long Chen was startled, hastily asking, "What's the situation?" Panting for breath, Su Yang reported, "In a canyon 275 miles from here, there were many people besieging a group of people. One of them was a woman who was exceptionally powerful. With a wave of her hand, ice pillars soared into the sky. There were 4 men that were fighting alongside her, but they have too many enemies. When I saw them, they were being forced to retreat over and over. After I asked around, I found out they were disciples from the same monastery as you. They were coming over to join you here, but somehow, they were noticed by others on the way and hunted down. The people attacking them are mostly from your Xuanhuan super monastery. There are 3 chosen amongst them, and by myself, I couldn't save them. I could only rush over here as fast as possible to tell you." At this time, Su Yang was drenched in sweat, practically on the brink of collapse. It was obvious that he had pushed his speed to his limit. "These idiots," Long Chen clenched his teeth furiously. "These bastards were too hateful to even target other disciples just because they came from the same monastery." After hesitating for a moment, Long Chen decided to enter the other tent and awaken Chu Yao. He needed to borrow the Violet Phoenix Sparrow's speed. Although this would delay Chu Yao's bone tempering, saving lives was more urgent. With Chu Yao present, she would be able to instantly heal anyone injured. "Many thanks, you two protect this place. Chu Yao and I are going to go help them." Long Chen thanked Su Yang, as well as giving a warning to Gu Yang and Xuanhuan. "Boss, do you?" Xuanhuan clearly felt hesitant. Then did Long Chen really think this person was trustworthy? Could he just be luring him away? "Don't worry, it'll be fine. If they dare to try and take advantage of me leaving, you have free rein to kill them all. Kill anyone that dares come up," said Long Chen. He didn't directly say whether or not Su Yang was trustworthy, but his attitude already said everything. If they really couldn't hold out, then the worst-case scenario was that they would have to wake up Meng Qi and the others. The only problem was that when tempering bones, you usually had to temper each bone in one go. If you stopped midway, the medicinal energy would dissipate from the bone, so you would have to redo that bone, wasting your previous effort. Tempering the first bone was the simplest and fastest. By this point, they had already reached the second bone, so now that he had awakened Chu Yao, she would have to redo her second bone tempering. That was equivalent to wasting a few bone tempering pills as well as some time. That loss was something that was recoverable. Chu Yao called out her Violet Phoenix Sparrow, and the 2 of them got on its back. With a loud cry, the Violet Phoenix Sparrow soared into the clouds, disappearing from their gazes in an instant. Long Chen has left the mountain. Those hidden people below the mountain were startled. He probably had something urgent to do. Now that he's left, there are only some weaklings. After a bit, let's all go up and kill them. Then those treasures Lady Yin promised will be ours. Not only will we slow down Long Chen's cultivation, but we would have also killed all his friends. This way, Long Chen will definitely go crazy. It seems our rewards will increase even more. Kill these troublemakers. Each one of these people has taken the side of evil. None of them are good people, so just kill them all." As soon as Long Chen left, those hidden experts all jumped out. It was unknown just what promises Yin Wuxuang had given them, but they now came for the tents, their killing intent surging out. There were over 60 bone-forging experts who came up. Amongst them were even 2 chosen. This was Su Yang's first time seeing such a scene, and he turned pale with fright. The sword in his hand quivered slightly. In front of that many experts, they only had 3 people, while he was just an ordinary favored. Other that specializing in speed, his combat ability was just average. But even in the face of this many experts, he didn't flee. That was enough to prove his courage. Brother, you don't have to do anything. Gu Yang and I are enough. But if we aren't, just enter that tent and call out the ones inside. Don't worry, there definitely won't be any danger. Xuanhuan patted Su Yang on the shoulder. Although Meng Qi and the others were in a meditative state, they weren't actually cultivating. As long as there was a threat to their life, they would immediately sense it and come out of that state. The only damage would be that they would have to retemper the bone they were on. However, Xuanhuan didn't want to alarm them just yet. I'll be the first line of defense, and Gu Yang, you'll be second. If the 2 of us are defeated, Su Yang, you awaken them. Xuanhuan was still calm and unhurried. After speaking, he didn't even have to look. Pointing his crossbow in their general direction, he shot an arrow at those people that were charging up. Boom! The arrow exploded amongst them, and several people screamed miserably, blood and flesh flying through the air. Everyone scatter. At this distance he can send out at most 2 more arrows. Once we reach him, we'll crush him, ordered the Chosen. A distance of 5 miles could be crossed in just a couple breaths' time. Xuanhuan couldn't shoot many arrows in this time, and as long as everyone scattered, his arrows wouldn't be able to kill many of them. It would just depend on who was unlucky. As soon as that Chosen said that, a fiery arrow appeared in front of him, its speed incomparably quick. With an icy snort, the Chosen took out a huge golden shield covered with shining runes. From the powerful pressure coming from it, it was definitely an extremely sturdy shield. Boom! The Chosen's arm turned numb, and his shield almost flew out of his hand, but he still managed to block Xuanhuan's arrow. Haha die. At this point, people were just a couple 100 meters from Xuanhuan. At this distance, there was no way they would allow Xuanhuan to fire any more arrows from his void-breaking crossbow. That Chosen was the first to charge up. At the same time, he activated a photographic Jade, using it to record the image of him heroically killing a villain. This would be his proof to get his reward. A broadsword suddenly appeared in that Chosen's hand, and he slashed it down. Sparks flew as that Chosen's broadsword was caught by a metallic arm. What? Everyone was stunned. Xuanhuan had instantly turned into a metal monster, his whole body covered in a strange armor. The most bizarre part of this image was the mask Xuanhuan had put on. The mask was of a fiend with 2 shining horns, appearing incredibly fierce. This bizarre armor stunned everyone. They had never seen anything so strange. Furthermore, the speed at which Xuanhuan had donned that armor was just too quick. In just the blink of an eye, he had turned into a different person. You should die instead. With one hand holding the Chosen's sword, the other formed a metallic fist that whistled towards the Chosen's chest. The Chosen had yet to recover from his shock. By the time he reacted, Xuanhuan's fist had already reached his chest, and he couldn't dodge. The only thing he could do was focus all his spiritual qi onto his chest, forming a translucent barrier. This defense was something that could only be formed once spiritual qi was compressed to the pinnacle. It was something only bone-forging experts were capable of with their dense spiritual qi. Such a spiritual qi defense had an extremely great effect on spiritual qi attacks. Other people's fists would lose at least 30% of their power when striking this barrier. Boom! Bones cracked as that Chosen vomited blood. He was sent flying back. You what Chosen, just trash. Metallic voice rang out from Xuanhuan's armor. That voice was full of disdain. That kind of spiritual qi defense might be effective against others, but it was useless against Xuanhuan. His attack didn't contain any spiritual qi. It was created entirely from the armor's power. This armor was something he had created from the material Long Chen had gained within the ancient tomb. Although such things were all low-grade in that era, their hardness was comparable to Xiantian material. It could be said that this armor was something that contained all of Xuanhuan's heart and blood. This was also why he had been holding back from advancing to bone forging. He wanted to use his invention to prove his own strength to himself. He knew that in terms of cultivation, he had no talent. His goal was to become a crafting god, so he had complete confidence in his inventions. With a single fist, he had heavily injured a Chosen. Seeing him coughing up blood as he flew back, everyone was horrified. Too useless, just die. That metallic voice once more rang out. Raising a hand, Xuanhuan suddenly clenched a hand. Countless black lights shot out, instantly enveloping the Chosen that was still midair. Chapter 420 Die. Countless black lights shot out, instantly enveloping the chosen that was still in midair. He screamed as his body was pierced through by over 100 needles. Those were steel needles that had shot out of Xuanhuan's arm. These needles were covered in runes that made them frighteningly hard, and the physical body was simply unable to block them. They had pierced holes through his body from head to toe. He fell to the ground, his body basically just a lump of flesh now. Those people that had been shouting to kill all turned green with horror. Seeing this metallic monster in front of them, they all trembled. He had killed a chosen with just a single attack. Furthermore, his attacks were things they had never seen before in their lives. The fear of the unknown was what was truly terrifying. Run! Without any hesitation, everyone began to flee down the mountain. Right now, they no longer cared about what Yin Wushwang had promised them. Although treasures were enticing, you had to have a life to enjoy them. There were some that had come here due to promises from Yin Wushwang, but the majority were actually those who had come here to suck up to her. Having heard of this matter, they wanted to create a good relationship with Yin Wushwang, and so they had taken the risk to disturb Long Chen. Originally, they had thought it would just be making some trouble. After all, they were all righteous disciples, and Long Chen shouldn't have dared to do anything to them. But Long Chen's ruthlessness had surpassed their imaginations. Xuanhuan was now some metallic devil. With a wave of his hand, he killed a chosen. None of them cared about any treasures or creating a good relationship anymore, and they fled for their lives. Ah, this is no good, don't you think? Xuanhuan's icy voice rang out. Placing both hands on his waist, many little holes opened up over his chest plate. A huge ice wall was shattered by 3 weapons, revealing an ice-gold face. Shapely eyebrows framed her phoenix eyes, and a bright light shined in her eyes. She seemed just like an ice goddess that was beyond ordinary mortals. This kind of particular temperament was something only Yi Zhikyu possessed. At this time, she was being besieged by 3 chosen and forced to constantly retreat. By her side were 3 men that were also fighting intensely. Blood had dyed their robes red, and they were doing their best to defend against a tide of enemies. Behind the 3 men were 2 bodies. One of those bodies was already cold and had lost any life. The other one still held a trace of life, but that kind of weak life force could be extinguished at any moment. Yi Zhikyu, don't struggle meaninglessly. Today you'll all definitely die, sneered one of the 3 chosen attacking her. This chosen's face was covered with pockmarks. Although Yi Zhikyu was forced into a disadvantage by the 3 of them, they didn't dare be careless. Yi Zhikyu's ice attribute energy was terrifyingly destructive. At the beginning of this battle, this pockmarked man had fought a one-on-one against Yi Zhikyu, almost ending up being killed by her. Although he hadn't died, he had suffered heavy injuries, causing his combat ability to sharply drop. Otherwise, Yi Zhikyu wouldn't have been able to endure for so long. The 3 of them were all wearing monastery robes, coming from the 7th, 9th, and 11th monasteries. The other attackers were all from the various monasteries. HMPH, so what if we die? Long Chen will definitely get revenge for us. At that time, your deaths will be 1,000 times worse than ours. Song Minjuan clenched his teeth. At this time, Song Minjuan, Luo Kang, and Yue Zifeng were fighting with their lives on the line. Each of their attacks were self-destructive ones that traded injury for injury. They had already descended into madness. As for these attackers, they all saw that victory was in sight. This was just their final struggle, and their deaths were merely a matter of time. No one wanted to take the risk of going head-on against them, so they were just fighting a battle of attrition to grind down their energy. Of the 2 bodies lying on the ground, the one that was on his last breaths was Li Qi, Song Minjuan's inseparable brother. There was a sword that was stabbed into his chest, and he was on his deathbed. The other person, the one that had already lost his life, was Xuanhuan. Back during the first competition of the 108th monastery, alongside Gu Yang, Tang Wan'er, and Yi Zhikyu, he had been one of the 4 core disciples that had already awakened their ancestral marks. There was a large hole over his stomach. His blood had dyed the ground scarlet, and his eyes were lifelessly staring up at the sky. Long Chen, idiot, Long Chen will quickly be sent to the otherworld with you. Han Tianyu will personally cut off his head, sneered a chosen. Boom! The 3 chosen once more worked together to shatter Yi Zhikyu's ice blade. She flew back, a strand of blood slowly flowing out of the corner of her mouth. Haha, all of you can die now. After that attack, they noticed that Yi Zhikyu's aura sharply declined. That meant that all of her energy had already been poured into that attack. She no longer had the power to fight any longer. The three of them raised their weapons in delight, the cold blades slashing mercilessly at her. 10,000 wood overgrowth. The ground suddenly split apart, and countless wooden stakes bored their way out, forming a huge wooden shield around Yijikyu and the others. The three of the Chosen's weapons all landed on the wooden shield. They were shocked to find that their attacks could only chop through a portion of this wood, and were unable to completely destroy it. These three were all bone-forging Chosen, and they had already tempered 2 bones. With their incredible power, they were unable to even break apart some wood. Boom! The wooden shield sank back into the ground, revealing 1 man and 1 woman. Long Chen. Seeing that face filled with killing intent, the three of them turned pale, stuttering out this name. Long Chen and Chu Yao had managed to finally make it. Seeing Long Chen, Yijikyu and the others finally relaxed, collapsing on the ground. Today, all of you will die. Looking at these enemies that had been besieging them, Long Chen's killing intent soared crazily. Run! It was unknown who shouted it first, but over 100 experts turned on their tails and fled for their lives. They all knew Long Chen had killed Han Tianfeng. If someone as strong as Han Tianfeng had been unable to block Long Chen, then none of them had the slightest hope. Heavenly wood cage. Chu Yao pressed a palm against the ground, and countless wooden stakes once more grew out, forming a huge prison 3 miles wide, capturing each and every one of them. Die! Long Chen roared furiously and charged at the 3 Chosen. His fist ripped open the void as it smashed at the 3 of them. They had already reached the edge of the cage and had just been about to attack it when Long Chen's fist arrived. Its terrifying power caused them to tremble in fear, and they hastily blocked. His fist slammed through the 3 of their weapons. They felt as if a mountain had slammed into their chests, and they all vomited a mouthful of blood. But before they were knocked back, Long Chen had already appeared behind them like a phantom. The sounds of bones cracking continuously rang out, causing people's scalps to turn numb. Those cracking sounds were mixed with their heartrending cries. In just a breath's time, any bone that could be broken on their bodies was broken by Long Chen. Furthermore, Long Chen was extremely familiar with the human body's structure. He knew just which kind of bone breaks were the most painful. By this point, the 3 of them were no longer even able to scream. They just lay there suffering. As for the other people that were fleeing, they had reached the edge of the wooden prison, but the wooden stakes had interwoven tightly. Let alone a human, even a housefly would be unable to fly out. They attacked the wooden stakes with all their power, but the current Chu Yao was no longer the old Chu Yao. After absorbing the tree heart, her grasp over the profundities of wood had advanced to a whole new level. The wooden stakes she could summon forth were now much stronger than before. Their full power attacks were unable to destroy her wooden stakes, filling all of them with absolute horror. Die! Long Chen's voice rang out like the roar of a death god, and a golden light shot out like a bolt of lightning. Blood splashed as heads flew through the air. People were horrified to see that not one person was able to block that golden light. Some people managed to raise weapons against it, but that light slashed right through all of them. In Oo, the golden light took life after life, wreaking havoc amongst them. None of them had the ability to resist, and they could only watch as it continuously harvested people's lives. Long Chen, I beg you, please spare us. That person's reply was a golden light. Once his head left his neck, he no longer had to be terrified, but his expression was still full of unwillingness. Long Chen, I didn't personally attack any of your friends. I just came over because there were so many people. Spare me. By the time he finished speaking, his head had flown off, and he could no longer say anything else. At this time, Long Chen wasn't caring the slightest bit about people's screams. He simply controlled the golden page to continuously slaughter. As if it would be possible for Long Chen to believe their lies. The reason they hadn't personally attacked was because there were too many people, and they hadn't had a chance to attack. Although they hadn't personally attacked, they had still surrounded Yijikyu and the others, preventing them from running. They deserved to die. The Golden Page's rampage was continuously reaping lives. In just a short time, the majority of people had died. Heads rolled across the ground and blood was spurting everywhere. The dead were dead, but those who were still alive were still struggling despite their despair. They continuously ran around, vainly attempting to dodge the Golden Page. But all that was futile. In front of the Golden Page, they were just a bunch of weeds waiting to be killed. Their mournful screams revealed their heart's wickedness. When they slaughtered others, they had never been merciful. Only when they were the ones being slaughtered did they understand just how mournful being killed was. The final head fell to the ground, and the world returned to calm. Even Yi Zhikyu and the others were stupefied by the sight. This wooden cage had been like hell. As for Long Chen, standing there with a golden page in his hand, he would be that hell's merciless death god. Long Chen, hurry and come over, he probably won't make it. Chu Yao's urgent voice rang out.